Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to TopstepTV. This is the opening call today, Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. We got a great show trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got Coach Vince, Vinny Two Ticks, and to the far right, John Doherty, JD. Vince, JD, how we doing this morning?
Doing good.
Go ahead, Vince.
Coach Jay. How are you, JD?
Excellent, excellent. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Vince. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Wednesday. We got some markets moving overnight. Gold with another rip. We were just talking about natural gas up another 23% this morning. We're going to get into this gold trade in just a minute. Who's trading natural gas today? Is anybody in that market?
Coach Hoop is. He just hit me up in Slack. He said the Widowmaker is back. Natural gas is up 23%.
Nice.
I know we're supposed to get I think Sunday we're supposed to get like 1.5 feet of snow, and it's supposed to be freezing cold. So the seasonality trade may be back. Taking a look at that natural gas chart, trading right below $5, up 23%. So shout out to all of our natural gas traders. And natural gas might not be done, but neither is gold. We saw gold make new all-time highs last night. 48.9110 is the new all-time high in the gold futures. Gold opens up in about 1 minute and 20 seconds here. We'll be looking at that 1 minute opening range trade. If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, gold opens up at 8:20 Eastern, 7:20 Central. We'll wait for a 1 minute candle, and after that, wait for a 1 minute candle to close outside of that first minute's range for a trade. If it closes above the high, we'll be long. Closes below the low, we'll be short. Gold right now trading 48.7310. Vince, take a look at the gold charts. Anything you're liking for an opening range trade here? Is there anything left for us to do after that rally last night?
Oh, let me look at the shorter time frame here. So in gold, I mean, I took a long in gold last night, right around this area here, up against this point of control. It was a pretty decent trade. But we broke out of the structure. We were riding up along this VWAP here. So, we're kind of just building a little bit of a consolidation right now at this point. So we're going to, is anything coming out at 7:30?
Yeah, we got a couple numbers. We'll go over the schedule, the calendar in just a minute. But there's quite a bit happening at the bottom of the hour.
I mean, me personally, I would probably wait for that to release, but we're in this little consolidation pattern right here. So I'm going to probably be patient and wait for the number to shake, because it seems like right now we're just, we're consolidating right here in this area. What do you think?
Gold is
you're looking to take an open range?
Gold is open for business. The bell just rang. Ding, ding, ding. We've got overnight inventory to the long side. We had pretty much the same scenario, same setup as yesterday happening this morning. Overnight inventory to the long side, opening with a gap, obviously. At first, yesterday, we thought maybe we'd take a little spin downwards to sort of back and fill a little bit. Didn't really see that, though. Do you think that could change today?
I think, yeah, it's very similar, JD. And what we were talking about yesterday was maybe getting a pullback to VWAP on that short that we took. And it happened. It just happened after it stopped us out, maybe 2 hours after we got a pullback to VWAP. I would be looking for a similar thing here. It's just what timing is that going to happen on?
Right.
So I think we take the trade, right, because it is a mechanical trade, but we'll see which side it breaks. I wouldn't be surprised.
With the gap and balance, with the gap and balance, I mean, it is a plausible hypothesis, right? To take the open range trade, maybe get a gap close, or maybe move in the direction of the gap. So as long as the risk is cheap enough, why not?
Yeah, opening range is less than 50 ticks. Got a high of 48.7140, low of 48.6670.
Yep,
just under 50 ticks.
Another 20 seconds or so for the potential close outside of this range. You did say we had some numbers coming out as well, JD. We take a look at that economic calendar in just a second here, but looks like this first candle is going to close inside the range.
It does look like that. We got about 5 more seconds here. I don't think we're going to get a signal right away. Little indecision to start the day in gold after that rip overnight.
What a move.
We'll give this another minute.
What a move. Silver was pretty quiet. Silver did not move the same way at all.
No, it was range bound last night. It was in a pretty big
Yeah.
range,
Yeah, it
but
was.
it was range bound. I mean, I was trading silver a little bit too last night. My night session, we did all right though. The metals
We
last
kind of
night.
saw that setting up during the day session yesterday. As gold was moving,
Mhm.
silver wasn't really following it as we have been seeing in previous weeks or previous sessions, I should say. Just tested the low of the opening range, trading back inside range right now. If we don't get a confirmation candle here, we'll move on, and I'll just keep you guys alert if I do put a trade on. Let's see what happens in the next couple seconds here. Doesn't look like we're going to get a trade. I'm not taking a single tick breakout as a signal either.
No, not at all. Got to show me a
All
little
right,
bit
no
more
trade.
than that. No
Yeah.
trade.
No trade. No trade. All right, let's get into the eco calendar if you guys are okay with that.
Let's do it, JD.
Yeah.
So, coming out at the bottom of the hour, Trump has already done his greeting in Davos right now, and he's expected to speak at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. I'm going to talk with the production team in the back. Maybe we can get something piped in for that. He's going to be talking all day, though. He'll be back later this afternoon, or later this morning, I should say, at about 10:30 to meet with some business leaders. I imagine he will find a camera and a microphone, and we will hear some comments. He spoke, felt like all day yesterday. I don't see why that would stop today, right? Lisa Cook's arguments in front of the Supreme Court are scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning. That is tentative. So we will keep you apprised of that. We've also got Red Book at 7:55 Central Time. The Supreme Court opinion on tariffs is back on the calendar today. I don't know if that's for real or for fake. We'll find out at about 9 o'clock Central Time. But yesterday they were saying it'll be about 4 weeks. Supreme Court's going on break after this week for 4 weeks, and they were telling us yesterday we likely won't get a decision on this until late February. But now it's back on the schedule
Wow.
today. Maybe something changed. I don't know. We've also got pending home sales out at 9 o'clock Central Time. Later this afternoon, we've got a 20-year bond auction also that's coming out at noon, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Those can be a little market moving, might create a little volatility. Just a heads up to keep one eye on the ditch, as always. Always have an eye on the news. Always have an eye on the charts. These markets are very headline driven right now. We also had some earnings out this morning. I didn't check in on the earnings. So Johnson & Johnson, Schwab reported. I'm going to look those up in just a second, and I'll get back to you on that. Got a little busy around here this morning. Didn't have a chance to look at the earnings. But
We did trigger a
Right.
short there. If we want to take it, we could get a better price right now, but it looks like it's going the other way.
yeah. I mean, this is a very low-risk trade setup right now. I'm going to put it on.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to chase it. I'm working an offer. Okay, we're in. House count short a pair of micro gold, 48.6840. 48.6840. We're going to keep this nice and cheap, too.
All right.
We're going to take
Short two.
$140.
Cheap. We like cheap.
Yep. We're going to take $130 worth of risk on this trade. Keep it cheap. Keep it simple.
There we go.
Breaking down a little bit here, too.
Let's go get VWAP. 48.60, 48.4660. I got VWAP right now. That would be a nice trade here. House count is short right now. Let's go through that checklist. Hogue is out today, but we got to make sure we do our homework. If we can go over that Topstep checklist, make sure we are prepared for the trading day. Pre-market research is what we're getting ready to do right here. Provide some context for where these markets have the potential to go. Go over gold, silver, the equities, crude oil for some pre-market research. After that, your morning checklist. Make sure you are prepared for the day. Did you sleep last night? Did you get your coffee in, your walk, get a little bit outside before we sit at our desks to make some trades here? Mindset check. Have you forgotten about all the trades that you took yesterday even, right? The wins, the losses, separate from them. Today's a new day. Make sure you're in the right mindset to trade. And if you are, have a trade entry checklist. You can see the one we had for this opening range trade. We allow the trade to set up first and not try to force the markets to do anything, and then have a reason to get out of your trades as well. And then post-market checklist, join myself and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer on YouTube. After the market is closed, we'll review what happened in the markets. You can join our coaches in Discord as well, Coach Vince, Coach Ray, Coach Hoop, Coach Robert, to go over some post-market checklists, see how well we followed our plans, how well our plans worked in the markets, and reassess and go from there. So that is our Topstep daily checklist. Make sure you are prepared for the trading day. Thanks for joining us. Have a good one. House count is short right now, 48.68.40 micro gold. We're going to get into
talked
those
about that.
charts in just a little bit. Yeah, go ahead, JD.
Yep. I'm just saying we talked about that scenario from yesterday, and it's setting up the exact same way, right? We were
Yep.
looking to possibly do a little back and fill, sort of balance out some of that overnight inventory. That was the sort of the setup yesterday. We're looking for the same thing this morning. Didn't get it yesterday. Took a while to stop us out, but we did it again today. See if we can. Let's see if we're on the right side of this move. I'll let you know in a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, gold, sell off. We're going to take a look at those gold charts in just a minute. But JD, any news we want to get to? Or should we go right into the charts?
Let's see. What do we want to talk about this morning? Amazon prices have gone up, everyone. An Amazon executive is sharing the reason why he believes prices on many items the retailer offers have gone up in recent months. On Tuesday, that would be yesterday, Amazon CEO Andy Jassy claimed higher prices, at least partially, on sweeping tariffs. Jassy says Amazon stocked up on inventory ahead of the administration's tariff announcement last spring, but that supply ran out in the fall. The tariffs, he says, have led to some sellers, but not all, passing on the cost to consumers. Jassy adds that Amazon is working with its selling partners to keep prices down, but there are only so many options to do so at the moment. Jassy made his comments during an interview with CNBC on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland yesterday. We're going to be getting a whole lot of headlines out of Davos today, too. Always keep one eye on the ditch, folks.
Amazon prices going up. Prices never come down, do they? They just always go
Is
up.
anything ever going down?
Yeah,
nothing,
right.
Nothing's ever going down. Gold included, right? Gold going the wrong way right now for this trade.
Yeah, we're taking a little heat on this trade at the moment. We're down about $30 or so. I'll keep you guys updated on what's going on. I've also got an eye on the headlines to see if President Trump says anything in Davos. He is expected to talk at the bottom of the hour. So we'll see what happens there. Until then, though, let's dive into some charts, if you please.
Let's take a look at the charts.
All right.
Starting with gold on the daily, and how much do we have to say about this daily? Gold is continuing to rally. It's a very strong market here. We had this December 29th candle where we consolidated in this candle for a little while. We used that as a support. 45.83 was that high. We checked that high last week, and we're kind of leaving it behind here. What do you say about this, Vince? This is literally uncharted territory. Gold has not been up here before. You know, a lot of times traders start to ask, you know, how do you trade a market that's making all-time highs? We have a daily ATR that's increasing at $89 right now. So far, high to low range, we're at about $120, about $130 range, high to low in gold. It's just a breakout runaway market. It's been this way for about 2 years now. We're seeing it increase. The higher prices go, the higher that daily range is going to get. So the more expensive it is going to be to trade gold. We see, you know, some firms increasing margin requirements and things like that. Not that we have to worry about that at Topstep here, but gold is getting pretty expensive to trade. What are you seeing here on the daily in gold, Vince?
Yeah, so yesterday we had actually a really big build in open interest. So we closed 20,700 in open interest, and we settled the day up $170, I believe it was. So we have $170 to the upside with increasing open interest. Let's check the volume real quick. So the volume yesterday compared to previous, we had a build in volume. So the upside auction in gold is healthy right now, based on, you know, just open interest, volume, and how we close. So right now the upside auction, I give it an A. You know, it's A plus maybe. So it's a very, very strong market. I think they're going to be targeting 5,000 at some point. Will it happen today? Who knows? You know, gold does need a pullback though, right? I mean, look at this market. You know, we're above everything right now. The 200, the 100, the 50, the 20. The market is very, very strong. So I would be very cautious with holding a long time short, right? Intraday there might be short opportunities, but overall I'm a bull on gold. This market's got a lot of interest right now. So just be careful on the short side, just be careful on the short side, but we'll see how it looks on the 30 for intraday. So there might be a different story in the short time frame.
We'll take a look at the 30. You were talking about that 5,000 level, Vince. Yesterday's range high to low in gold was about $102. Today's range so far about $130. We are 1 day away, if we keep moving like that, from 5,000.
Yep.
We're above the daily ATR right now, but this is, we're seeing outsized range days. Take a look at the 30. Clearly, we have overnight inventory to the long side. Here is where we opened last night. Probably the smallest 30-minute candle you could get in gold. What range is this? This is a $9 range last night. We left that range in the second 30-minute candle. Volume and price left that range, and that's been the trend the rest of the day. Like you said, Vince, there are going to be some intraday short opportunities. Here's a $50 pullback in gold last night. Look at where we stopped, right? We stopped at VWAP, and that's kind of what I'm looking for opportunities to buy. I don't know that I want to short this market for a very long time, but I don't know that I want to buy it at these highs either because of what we've seen gold do, right? We can get an $80 sell-off in gold and it still be in a higher time frame uptrend. So for me personally, to buy this now, I would like a pullback, maybe to VWAP, maybe down to 48.50s. But this is an extremely strong market. I think what we see in gold is when those short opportunities happen, it's usually short-lived, maybe 15 to 20 minutes of aggressive selling, and then we find a base to continue higher. So right now we got a VWAP 48.70, 48.47. Like you said, we're above all of the moving averages. I don't even know if it makes sense to talk about any of them because we've left them all behind. But really strong market. Trade location matters for sure here. I don't know that I want to buy these highs right now. Gold up 2.25% on the day. What are you seeing on the 30-minute, Vince?
Yeah, we are overnight inventory is very, very long. Very long. I mean, if they get spooked though, right, there could be a big event here. But for right now, I'm bullish gold. We're gonna, we open at we took out the open range high, right? So now we're pushing higher. But this overnight inventory here is very long, but we're above everything here too. We're above the VWAP, we're above the 20, 50, 100, 200. Everything is pointing higher right now in gold. So this candle here is interesting. When did this happen? 12:30 Central. Okay, we had this nice sell off. So we were up here around 48.90, and that's a $40 pullback in 30 minutes. So, that's how quick it could come down, right? So we got to be very, very cautious. So if you're trading long side, make sure you have a stop in too, because if this market starts to sell off, you can see $40 move. That's $4,000 on a one lot, right? If you're caught naked out there with no stop, you're going to get hurt. So just make sure you have a stop in no matter what you do. If we look at the MACD indicator here, you can see a little bit of downside volume starting to come into the market, but the RSI is strong, so the relative strength indicator it's strong right now, 64, and the stochastic is sitting. We were at over bought levels around that time when that candle broke to the downside. So we're not quite there yet at oversold levels on the stochastic indicator, but I'm going to keep an eye on this to see, do we top out and maybe curve over and then maybe get a pullback. So that's really what I got right now in gold. But if gold gets spooked, I mean, we could get $100 pullback here to test the gap close. So, and $100 move in gold right now is like nothing, right? We had a $270 move in gold in one day. So be very, very cautious. Like I'm saying, if these guys get spooked and we start to sell off or something comes out today, we could get a capitulation of the longs down here to 47.72, 47.71, potentially down here to this point of control, 47.44. So just, it's going to be an interesting trading day. Let's see what happens here today.
Yes, it is. Let's take a quick look at silver. Real quick look. Silver's pretty much trading the same prices as it was yesterday. I'm not even going to go to. Actually, we'll take one quick look at the daily. It was a doji yesterday. Pretty indecisive move here in silver. We are about 5% off of that $100 level, and seeing some indecision up here. And in a pretty big consolidation here. I was looking for maybe a potential pullback to the 200 moving average on the 30 in silver. 92.38 is that price. But it's just consolidating here. Another one where I don't want to be short this market for a very long time. Clearly, the higher time frame trend is saying to the upside, and the closer we get to that $100 level, starts to feel like a magnet. But silver right now is down on the day, down 0.12% on the day, so just over a 0.1% down on the day. If this starts to pick up some momentum to the upside, then I think we might see gold over 4,900s today, which it looks like it's going to do. Vince, you said you were trading silver last night. Anything you want to comment on the 30-minute chart here in silver?
Yeah, so silver, I was range trading it last night. We've been stuck in this consolidation, right? So, I was buying it, down around this area on this pullback, and then rotated up. And we were just looking for this like range. And that's what it's been doing, right? You can see we're kind of top heavy here. Look, it's like spaghetti, twisted. It's all intertwined here. The 50, the 100-day, the 20, the VWAP, everything is right here. Okay. The 200 days sitting down here. So it's not as strong as gold, right? I'm more of a bull on gold at the moment than silver. Yeah. Honestly, I might buy some I might buy some puts in silver at some point, but
silver,
right now but right now and that's not financial advice, but we are topping up here. Okay. So it's interesting to see where we are, but this is very, very interesting. It's concerning. You see how bullish gold looks on the daily, right? Not so much for silver. So I'm going to definitely be more cautious here on silver, and this thing might go to 100. They're calling $100 silver. Even the jewelers that I talk to, they're saying we're going to 100, but who knows when and if we will. All right, but be cautious here in silver as well. We have this topping action. We are still trending a little bit higher. Okay, so we kind of still have higher lows coming in. All right, but we also have lower highs. So we're in a pennant. Okay, and we're just waiting to break. Do we break upside or do we break downside? All right, we're going to find out.
Right. We will see for sure. We're going to move on to the equities. Saw the chat talking about there was an 800 lot on the bid in the S&P. 68.16 is where that price was filled. We got another one down there, 68.15 and a half. We'll take a look at the S&P in just a minute here. JD, any news we want to get to before we take a look at the equities?
Yeah, let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. The Hang Seng Index closed up 0.37%, the Nikkei closed down 0.41%, and the Shanghai Composite closed up 0.08%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. We've got the DAX down 1.37%, the FTSE down 0.13%, and the Stoxx 600 down 0.8%. US dollar index down marginally, 98.462 last on the dollar. VIX is up another 2.5%, 20.59. VIX is back over 20 early this morning. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, 4.289%, down just a couple of ticks there. On the news front, the New York Stock Exchange is developing a tokenized platform. It says developing platform for trading tokenized securities. Let's run that. Those are unique digital replacements for the real thing, these tokenized securities. Tokens are on digital databases called blockchains. The exchange says the platform would allow trading around the clock and help meet the demands of the digital future. The project requires some regulatory approval before it gets passed through, but the New York Stock Exchange is making some moves to develop a tokenized trading platform. How about that?
Interesting.
Everything's going digital. Everything's going digital. Yep. We do have the president speaking at Davos right now. A couple of comments. U.S. inflation has been defeated. Core inflation has been 1.5%. Q4 growth projected 5.4%. President speaking at Davos right now. Get some comments here. We'll take a look at the S&P chart. Starting
real
with
quick, we did
Yeah, go ahead, Vince.
Sorry, guys. We did get dinged out on that gold trade. I meant to bring that up before we started on that news cycle.
Okay.
But yeah, we also have gold ripping. Gap rules, as Hogue would say, we did not make a move to fill that overnight gap, the session gap. So now we start looking for trade opportunities in the direction of the gap. Those would be the gap rules. Just
It's
a heads up.
4,900
But, yeah.
on the table for gold today.
The gold silver ratio is still at about 51, 52, up just a couple ticks from yesterday.
We got to talk to Jack. Jack last week was talking about putting on that trade, right? Buying gold and shorting silver. It would have paid. It would have paid.
It would have.
Did he put the spread on or no? Like to check it out?
No, I don't think he did. But
yeah, I think he was asking for permission. It would have been a trade that you got to put on for multiple weeks.
You got to hold it. Yeah, you got to hold
long-term
it. Yeah.
That's a long-term spread right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Taking a look at the S&P here on the daily to start the October 10th candle. It's the candle that we keep talking about. It was the last time we really heard the president talk about tariffs. Big reaction to tariffs there. 68.63.75 is the high of that candle. We accepted price back inside that candle yesterday. And for me, what I'm looking for is if we continue to see price acceptance here, do we get a rotation back down to 50% of the candle, 67.33.5? Right now, the S&P is slightly negative on the day, trading right below settlement, 68.29.50. That 50% level is about just under 1.5% off of where we are right now. And these markets feel heavy to me, Vince. The equity markets feel really heavy. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ, and it looks like the weakest of the four. But the S&P, we closed below the 50-day moving average for the first time in a little while yesterday. We're below the 20, below the 50. The 20 moving average on the daily is still above the 50. So technically still in an uptrend. But this, is it a healthy pullback? Is no one convinced about buying the equities? I'm not really sure here. I know Hogue takes a look at that 5% off the all-time high level. That is right around 66.86. So it would be below that 50% level. The NASDAQ's actually trading below it right now. But to me, the S&P looks pretty heavy. We haven't tested that 200 daily moving average in a little while. It's been about, what is that, about 7 months or so. That's all the way down at 65.27. What does that mean for us as far as day trades go? I'm kind of leaning to the short side. In the equities, they look pretty heavy. We saw yesterday it was pretty much an all-day sell-off. What are you seeing on the daily, Vince?
Yeah, on the daily, like you said, so we're below the 50, below the 100. 200 sitting at 65.28, call it. But I did put this composite profile off of your candle there. That October 10th candle, it's kind of been the line in the sand for this market. That candle is being respected. I do, if you put the composite profile off that candle, this is below value. Okay, at 67.90. I do like that long though down here, below value, up against this excess. So I might, on a longer time frame, I might look to get long around the 66.80 level, 66.75 level, long time. And with this low is kind of my risk limiter, right? If the days keep going, this 200 day is going to trend higher. Okay, which if it takes a few days, maybe this will be up here at this point, and maybe it'll match us around that 66.80 level. We'll see going forward, maybe next week how things. But I do like the short side right now. We did break over some longer time moving averages, and if we can't get back above this 100-day, I do like this market to continue back to the downside. So I'm interested to look at the 30-minute chart on this to see what we look like for today.
So let's take a look at that. I just pulled up that profile as well, Vince, and it looks like yesterday we rejected right off the point of control from that. Mm-hmm. Right, if you pull a volume profile at point of control all the way up at 69.15. Mm-hmm. Let's take a look at the 30-minute here. What I'm seeing so far, overnight inventory kind of short. We've just seen a little bit of selling coming in. We got VWAP still trading in that first 30-minute range. 69.39 is that VWAP price right now. But over the past couple of days, we had the gap down to start the week, right? shortened week. We had a holiday Monday, but we had a gap down below this 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which is starting to downtrend a little bit here. I like the downside here. Would I sell it in the hole here? You know, we're coming up on that 6,800 level. I just saw Anne-Marie in the chat say the 6,800 is a put wall in the S&P. I like that as a potential target to the downside, right? We'll see what happens when we get there. But again, the S&P right now down just over 0.1% on the day, trading right below settlement. If the volume comes in for the New York session and, you know, shows us that there's more weakness, I think my job right now is just to get in the flow of the market. I would welcome a pull up to VWAP, these 6840s, and see a rejection there, just because it gives us a better opportunity to limit risk on a short. But I'm kind of looking at a day very similar to yesterday, right, where we had some slight overnight inventory to the downside. We saw that reconciled early in the day yesterday, and then once we made that high right around 6,900, we sold off for the rest of the day. I'm kind of looking at a very similar day today in the S&P. What are you seeing here, Vince?
On the 30, so first of all, let's look at the open interest here. So yesterday we had positive delta, okay, which we had a lot of trapped longs. Okay, we had a delta divergence, long squeeze, right? Instead of a short squeeze, we actually had a long squeeze. We had like 30,000 positive delta on the lows, pushing the market lower. The sellers were just absorbing the bids and just kept on pushing lower. We did have a loss of open interest yesterday of about 4,000, okay, which means that money most likely came out of the market. But, if they were long, right, were they just, it's hard to really say. But we did have a double distribution day here. But we did lose open interest. So money's flowing out, all right. The day prior to that, on Friday, we had a build of 29,000 in open interest. And then the day prior to that, we had a build of 4,640, right? So I'm thinking maybe they started to, well, I think that a lot of longs came in and then they started to get out, right? So if they're getting squeezed, they got to, buyers got to become sellers, right? So, we got this nice big push down here. So right now we're opening, well, it depends in the next 40 minutes, but we are below range in value. Okay. We have settlement sitting at 68.29.5. So for me, if we open with the gap imbalance, I do like a potential open range trade. Would it test here to settlement? It depends if we open with a gap or not. But we do have the point of control sitting at 68, say 34, let's call it. And then we have a naked point of control sitting down here 67.96-ish to the downside. So I'm interested to see how we open today. I'm a little bit excited. If we push down to this point of control, we build a little balance. I might look for maybe some longs down here, test the water to see if we can get back up. But if we get back into value from yesterday, I could see us potentially repairing this zone. Okay, we have a repair area right around here, okay, which is between 68.85 to 68.34. So if the market cannot continue this push to the downside, I think we're going to, maybe stay inside of range and value from yesterday and just chop in here and build a little bit of balance. But, we'll see. It all depends on what Trump says today. There's a very important meeting going on about Greenland and all this other stuff going on. Tariff talks back on the table. So ACH, protect yourselves. We're in some turbulent times here, right? It's like we go from zero to hero, and the market just does what it wants to do. So just be very, very cautious right now, especially for the new traders who haven't experienced, any type of volatility. These markets can become very volatile in a blink, right? A tweet, anything can happen. So please just protect your accounts today and look for good opportunities, right? Don't rush the trades today.
100%. We are seeing on the bid here. We've seen this kind of all week, and sometimes they're not getting filled. But on the bid, we got 1,000 on the bid, 68.16 in the S&P, where we just saw that 800 lot get filled as well. So keep an eye on that price, 68.16. Ton of volume trading down there. Right now we're trading right
at 1,050.
Yep. Right now we are trading right at yesterday's low, 68.22 and a quarter. We'll see what happens here in the S&P. I think it's going to be an interesting trading day for sure. Yesterday was, and we'll see here. Still getting some comments out of the president. We're going to take a look at crude oil. Crude oil opens up in about 8 minutes or so. I think we are working on getting the president's speech in here as well. But JD, before we do that, any news we want to get to before crude oil? Should we go right into the charts?
Actually, we have got that feed of President Trump live in Davos right now at the Economic Forum. We're going to pipe this in. We'll listen to it for a minute or two to see what kind of see what he's talking about, and then we'll jump back into the charts.
Of many new nuclear reactors, we're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger, but they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are. I got to hand it to them. But we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks, but most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land. Destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea, and they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. Sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China is very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of
just moved up in the S&P,
big
6825.
wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal mostly. But China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit, and they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though, and I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds. They ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe. Scotland and Germany, 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West, because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. These beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not serious.
We will come back to that in just a minute. We're going to take a look at this crude oil opening range breakout trade. Crude is about to open up. Top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time, the opening bell for energy futures. Crude's currently trading at 60.35. See if we can get into a 1 minute opening range breakout trade here. You guys want to talk through some charts? You want to rip through those charts real fast? Then we'll
Sure.
see what's happening. Then we'll see what's happening in Davos, and then check in on the NASDAQ after that.
Let's do it. So crude trading above $60. This has been the upper extreme of the range. If you look at a trend line, we're kind of at if you pull a trend line from the middle of July to where we are right now, we're kind of trading right at that trend line right now. This is an area where we've seen the market reject, but I think with everything going on geopolitically, crude has been somewhat interesting. I'm not going to say that I don't want to take the opening range trade in either direction, because yesterday it turned out to be a hell of a trade. But you know, this is an area where I would maybe expect to see some sellers start to come in crude oil here. Right now, we are up just above settlement right now. Settlement price in crude 60.36. We're trading about 6 ticks ahead of that right now. But this is an area where we've seen sellers come in before. Do they step in here again? Coach Vince, what are you seeing on the daily in crude?
On the daily, hold on, let me grab that. I was on the shorter time frame. Okay. So on the daily, we have a build of open interest. No, we lost open interest, almost 15,000 yesterday. Okay, here's yesterday. All right, so we kind of have an indecision candle here. We're in a range. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So far, we have 6 days of balance. All right, so right now, I had this area where we broke out of this. It was a resistance zone. We broke out, and now we've kind of built balance for the last week. You know, so I'm going to be working these extremes for right now. So the extremes would be 61.50, call it, down to 58.50. So it's a $3 range. We're up against the 200-day moving average right now. So we're going to see if we can fail and maybe rotate lower, or if we're going to break above it and hold. But, you know, on the daily, though, I'm going to be watching out for this because we do have a range. Okay, and
looks like hold on real quick here, Vince.
that's
Looks like we may be
pretty much it right
triggering
now.
a long. Looks like we may be triggering a long in the opening range trade. 1 minute candle close. We got a 1 minute candle close outside of that range. Yesterday I said I didn't want to take it, and it turned out to be a great trade. We're in there, JD.
Yeah, we are in there. Picked up a pair of micro crude. 60.47 is our entry price. 60.47.
Okay. Where's the CYA, JD?
Putting it in now. We're only going to take about $50 worth of risk on this trade. 60.22 is our CYA.
Okay, nice. All right.
25 ticks. 25 ticks away.
Yep. I like it. Because we're right out. We're about to get outside of range and value from yesterday. If we can hold above 60.50s, I like this trade. So yeah, let's see what we got here.
Let's do it. We are in.
Go Crude.
Go Crude. House count is long. Like be like your friend natural gas, right? Just go up 22% on the day.
I think Crude got jealous. Silver took the show. It's like, oh man, we need to get back into this thing. We better start moving.
Right. House count long from 60.47, 60.42 last trade here in crude oil. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Overnight inventory we have to the long side. Right? Here's where we opened up last night. Crude really starts to move around the London session open, which is 3 a.m. Eastern time. You can see that 200 moving average, this white line on the 30-minute chart. Somewhat of a support. We found some buyers down there. We are a little extended from VWAP 60.30. $60.03 is that VWAP price right now. Crude looks like it wants to break out potentially, but again, this is an area where we've seen sellers come in. We rejected up there at those $61 that right below that $61 level this morning. Feels like it could go either way. Personally, here, that 200 moving average is starting to flatten out a little bit, where it was in an uptrend from $55 up to the $60 level now. This has been an area of contention for a little while in crude. On a higher time frame, I think I'd be looking maybe for shorts, but I think we've said it a couple times now this month so far. Crude has been a better swing trade, I think, than a day trade. But what are you seeing here on the 30, Coach Vince? It still moves pretty well. Is there opportunity in this crude oil market?
Yeah, I think there is today, especially today. So we left a week high yesterday, 60.51. All right, point of control sitting at 60.30s. We're trading 60.42 right now. Like I said, if we can stay above that 60.50, I like it. That's where that week high is. I'm going to be targeting the overnight high and 60.97 as my upside target. And then, I do like a potential continuation up to 61.5 at some point today.
You're some movement here. Go ahead, Vince. We're just seeing the gold and the equities move big right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, so if we pull back, I still think I do like longs. We have excess down all the way down to 59.50, like I said earlier, which is kind of like an area where I might look for longs. But downside targets, we still have the overnight low sitting out there, 59.22. We know what happened yesterday in the ES, right? We targeted that overnight low at some point later in the day. It took a while, but we're in between the overnight high and low at this point. So it's possible it could trade both sides of this, right? And take out both at some point. But, I do like, if we are now getting short at some point today, I'm going to like a target of about 59.34 and the overnight low. But I might look to maybe grab some longs down there if we sweep the low around that, using about the $59 level kind of as my risk limiter. So that's pretty much it in crude, but I do like the long side here. I do. I like the long side, but we'll see where we go. What's going on with gold?
Gold just dropped in the last minute or so. Just dropped about $35. The president is speaking about Greenland right now. It says we are seeking immediate talks on Greenland. Greenland would not be a threat to NATO. It would enhance it. We just saw gold sell off pretty aggressively there, about $35. The equities popped there as well.
Dangerous.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, right? The gold market could make an all-time high and sell off $80. Are we in the midst of that right now? Is this a buy the dip opportunity in gold potentially? We just saw, a tag of that VWAP 48.49. That's what we were looking for, JD. They just had to stop us out first. We had the right idea. But all right, let's take a
I
look.
think the market
at,
is waiting for information. It's just, it's tough right now.
Yeah,
It really is.
it's
tough.
it could be anything. It could be anything, and that may not even be concrete information, right? Just like this Supreme Court thing, right? Where it's, hey, potentially we're going to get an opinion about this, and the market's moving on that potential of an opinion. So headline driven markets, comment driven markets right now present a bunch of opportunities for us to trade, but just understand that we might see the ATR increase across the board here. So just keep that in mind, right? If you were trading last February through April, you know exactly what we mean. Size down because the markets are going to move for sure. A pretty big move there in gold again, $35.
Look how it bounced off that VWAP.
Yeah, really nice bounce off of VWAP there.
Now, if
Really
we
nice
break below this VWAP and get a close, I mean, like I said, it could be bombs away here. It all depends on what gets said today.
Yeah.
But right now, overall, I'm a bull on gold. But look at that hit right there. That was nice.
Yep. Yes, it was tagged VWAP and bounced from there. 48.65.50 last trade there in gold. The equities are bouncing here as well. 25.135 last trade in the NASDAQ. 68.38 last trade in the S&P. We're going to take a look at the NASDAQ chart in just a minute here. House count is long crude oil from 60.47. But the equities are moving right now. JD, before we get into the NASDAQ charts, any other news we want to get to?
Yes, Netflix. Netflix tops 325 million subscribers. How about that? It's a new milestone as it looks to buy a part of Warner Brothers Discovery. Let's roll that. In a shareholder letter yesterday, Tuesday, Netflix reported it had more than 325 million global paid subscribers at the end of the fourth quarter in 2025. That's up from just over 301 million in 2024. According to the streaming service, its ad revenue exceeded $1.5 billion last year. Netflix also announced plans to raise its content spending this year by 10%. Netflix getting bigger. I thought it was just the opposite. I hear people talking about canceling Netflix because they can't find anything good to watch anymore. But apparently that's not the case.
It's the case for me, JD. It is the case for me. Maybe I'm in that same bubble, but I can't find anything good to watch there. Did you see it? Who was it? Was it Matt Damon who said he confirmed the fact that Netflix's direction for their movies is to repeat the plot multiple times because people are distracted by watching on their phone. So they're supposed to repeat the plot throughout the movie. Yeah. So that's not how movies are supposed to be done. It's supposed to be interesting enough for you to want to watch. But here we are, I guess. Maybe it's us. We're at fault. All right, let's take a look. Gold is still running here, but let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which is getting pretty volatile here. Extremely thin markets right now, everybody. I'm looking at the S&P. There isn't a 50 lot within 20 ticks of price right now. Just be careful out here. These markets are going to be moving a ton here, but let's take a look at the daily in the NASDAQ. October 10th, that candle. Vince, you were on the other day. You were talking about 25. You were in a short the NASDAQ. You were talking about 25 12s as a target to the downside. And I remember that trade, and I'm like, man, if Vince could hold this for a swing trade, I really like it because 25.20 is the 50% level of that October 10th candle, which we pretty much made the low at today. Today's low 25.25 in the NASDAQ, and we've seen a little bit of bounce from there. Again, the NASDAQ, the weakest of the four equity markets that we have. We'll see. Is this an area, this 25,000 level, big fat round number? Clearly, everybody who's trading the NASDAQ is going to know that we're at 25,000s. Is that an area where we see buyers step up, or are we going to sell, or do we see some selling pressure below this 50%? We haven't in a little while. Again, the moving averages, we're below the 20 and the 50 on the daily. We got the 200 down right under 24,000, which isn't too far off. We were just talking about 26,000s last week, right? But no convinced buying above that level. Could we continue to see a sell-off here in the NASDAQ? What are you seeing on the daily, Vince?
Well, we've lost open interest in the NASDAQ every day since the 14th of January. Okay. So we're looking at, where's the 14th? Right here. All right, so we lost open interest, we lost open interest, lost open interest, lost open interest, right? So money has been flowing out of the NASDAQ and, you know, it's pulling back. Ultimately, we do have this extremes. Here's our two extremes, right? 150 up to 2660, 662. You know, there might be an opportunity to take longs, maybe around the 24,600 level at some point. But right now, I do like the downside push. We're below the 50, we're below the 100. The 200 is sitting at 23,985. I think it's just a matter of time before we go and check that. You know, the October 10th candle is still sitting here. But if we put the same thing, I'm going to put a composite profile like the ES, right? Off of that candle. And, well, it doesn't want to work. But anyway, you know, value low is going to be sitting down here. All right, so let me just draw it in there manually. So this is going to be like value low down here. All right, so this is where I might, on a longer time frame basis, look to load up on maybe some longs, right? Using this extreme low as my risk limiter. And, you know, same thing, this 200 days going to creep up. As long as we stay above right here, I'm going to have a massive sell-off. This is going to keep creeping up every day. It's going to keep creeping up, and then eventually there might be a long opportunity up around this zone, you know, and see if it holds. But for right now, we've been having money pull out of the NASDAQ for 4 or 5 days straight. So we're going to see what happens here. But I do think I like the short side right now. And we broke out of this pennant too, by the way. We were in this consolidation pennant Dorito.
Yes, we were. Yes, we were. Seeing the NASDAQ push up here, 25 to 11. And the president is speaking right now, so these markets are extremely volatile. He says, president says he will not use excessive force with taking Greenland, basically.
Okay.
We can't defend Greenland on a lease. We are building a golden dome atop Greenland. That is what he's saying right now. We're seeing the NASDAQ continuing to push up here, 25,209 last trade here. We got an overnight high, 25,246. Overnight inventory was just short until we see the comments coming out here. We talked about it. We got down to... Say it again?
I said until it wasn't.
It was short until it wasn't, right? Yeah, it was short until it wasn't. Comments come out, and you know, that's what we've been saying. These comments can come out and just change the trajectory of the market for the day. So I think what's extremely important is to stay fluid in your analysis of the market, maybe not get married to a bias, and trade the flow. That's ultimately our job here, right? If you're a day trader, even if you're an economist, you got to take your economist hat off and say, what is the market doing? What do I expect it to do? And trade from there. And, you know, anytime we have the president or a Fed speaker or anything like that at a microphone, it has the potential to move the markets around a little bit. So maybe you don't trade news, but, you know, also pay attention to when the market changes direction here. So overnight high, 25,246 and a half. We'll see if we go take that out right now. Honestly, the market looks like it's liking whatever the president is saying right now. We'll see if we go take out that overnight high. I have a pivot. Shout out to Coach Paul, who's doing a pivot class in Discord. 25,236 is the daily pivot in the NASDAQ. So what I'd be looking at is when we trade up to there, 25,236, and that volume comes in for the New York session. Same thing we were talking about. I actually kind of welcome this if I'm looking to the short side in the equities, because it's helping me with the risk to reward on this trade. There might be more room to the downside. We saw a very similar move yesterday. We rallied for the first 2 hours of the New York session and then sold off for the rest of the day. We'll see what happens here. I'm going to be paying attention to what happens at this pivot at prior day high. Do we see volume trade above this level, or is it just price? If it's just price, I may be more inclined to kind of fade this back into the range. If volume goes with it, then my job is to trade to the long side. We have been under this 200 moving average on the 30-minute. 25,489 is that price right now. The NASDAQ is up. Where's the NASDAQ on this thing? Up just 0.2%, just under 0.25% on the day. So we're trading back above settlement now. Two-sided opportunities. What are you seeing on the 30, Vince?
On the 30, so yesterday we had a double distribution trend day to the downside. We are sitting, the overnight high is sitting pretty much right at value low from yesterday. So that's interesting to me. The overnight low is at 25,025, kind of that zone where I was targeting, you know, earlier last week. And, you know, today I think it's going to be an interesting trading day. I am looking for maybe a potential repair up to 25, say 335, right? So I'm looking for a potential repair zone today. If we stay range bound, okay, 25, 335 to around the 25, 130 area, okay? So that's going to be my potential for repair. Now, if we do have a gap above the market, I don't know if we're going to test the gap, if we're going to close the gap, but if we're looking for upside targets, the 25, 335 would be a target, 25, 430s, and then potentially all the way up to 25, 590s are upside targets. If this market really gets some steam underneath it and starts to lift up, that's what I'm looking like to the upside. But now, if we cannot trade above this 25, 340 zone, you know, and we struggle up there, I do like maybe a short somewhere up around that area. Test the overnight low of 25.025s, and then below that, let's see what we have down here. We have this low down here sitting at 24.8, call it 24.890. All right, so I would like to see a trip down here to maybe test these lows at some point as well. So it's tough. I mean, we gapped down. You know, Martin Luther King Day. There's a little bit of funny business that happened overnight, right? We gapped down. This is where we closed on Friday, right? Way up here. And then we gapped down and we just kept on pushing lower. But anything can happen when, you know, with the tariff talk. Now, look, now we're friends with Greenland again. We're not going to bomb them or take them over by force. You know, who knows later this afternoon, you know, we might end up going in there later this afternoon, you know, unannounced. Who knows, right? I don't trust anything that's going on at the moment. So just be very, very cautious. Okay, these markets can change on a dime. Wear a stop, and you know, let's see what happens up here around this value low. Okay, so this is interesting right here too. So if you look at this here, 25,225, this is value low on the volume profile. We just tapped it. Let's see, do we reject it or do we accept it and rally? All right, so keep your eye on this level here, 25,225.
25,225. Yeah, S&P just made a new high of the day, 68.60. Made a new high, trading a couple points below that right now. The president just said the dip in the stock market is peanuts. I guess not to worry about it. He might be telling us to buy. He might be telling us to buy it again soon. So make sure you keep an eye out on those headlines. If it's coming from us, you can't consider it financial advice. But if it's coming from him, and you look at the history, markets never been lower since that point.
Well, I'd rather peanuts than a bloodbath, right? So.
Right, exactly. Stock market took a dip yesterday because of Iceland. The stock market dip is peanuts. Stock market will double, is what he just said. Wow. Okay. So he is just.
That's
he's
why
going
we're
off
rallying.
right now.
Everybody's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stock market will double. All right. Well, here we are. JD, who do we got trading with us on Topstep TV today? It is sure to be an interesting and exciting trading day.
It sure is. The schedule's a little funky, though. Coming up next in Fast Markets, my apologies, Jack and I will be here hosting, and we're going to have some rotating guests. We got Mandy coming in from 8:30 to 9:30. Vince is going to be back from 9:30 to 10, and Dakota will be here from 8:30 to 11 all morning long for Dakota. 11 o'clock, I believe Jack and I will be back for the morning recap. We'll talk about the trades we took here during the opening call and in Fast Markets. 11:15, Power Players. Coach Jay will be back with Dolby Time and our buddy Antonio. That'll be a good one. Shoulder Tap with Jack and Ben at 12 o'clock Central Time. Group Coaching, 12:15, Deanna and Hoop with a guest host. We'll find out who's going to be there in just a little bit. Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. We've got Jay coming back again with Aaron Ellis and Jack. And then Power Hour closing out the day. I'm going to be back for Power Hour with Mandy and Dolby Time. That is what the schedule's looking like for today. Plenty of trade entertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV. Let's play 2. I can't believe I just said let's play 2. That was horrible.
What was that?
I don't know.
Was that a reference to something?
Yeah, is that Ernie Banks? Mr. Cub? Let's play 2.
Sometimes you try stuff. Sometimes you try stuff.
Yeah, you got it. You got to test the waters there, JD.
Not even a Cubs fan. I don't know. That's okay.
Someone in the chat knew what you were talking about.
There you go.
Yeah,
see, he's always one, right? There's always somebody there.
These
No matter
markets
what.
are, again, extremely thin markets here. I'm looking at in the NASDAQ, that last 1 minute candle was a 50 point sell off and right back up. So there's going to be opportunity in these markets. Again, when there's opportunity to make money, there's equal opportunity to lose money as well. So just make sure you're trading with a plan, know where your risk is in these markets. Still seeing some size in the S&P book, 68.25. There's still 1,000 on the bid there. They're kind of just hanging out now, got left behind.
We did get tagged out in that.
When it gets crude
Trump
got
did
tagged out
just
in that.
say that. Go ahead. My bad.
Oh, we got tagged out on that crude oil opening range trade. That's all I was going to say. What's the headline you're seeing, Vince?
No, I was saying Trump said the market's going to double. Look, now we're rallying, right?
Of course, he said it's going to.
Come on.
Is that trading advice?
Buddy. Do your own
Is
analysis.
that trading advice from the president?
Don't listen to words. Don't listen to words. Do your own trading analysis. Oh my god.
I believe we can save that last piece of news for fast markets. We got to get out of here.
We do got to get out of here. I see the team getting ready in the back. Jack's back there with the influencer lights looking pretty good. JD, you're sticking around. I see Dakota there as well.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm going to take a quick look because I've been trading this. The Russell. Got my little drawing here. We got a little head and shoulders pattern here. But the Russell, I'm just going to go to the 30-minute really quick. Back above that 200 moving average. To me, it's been the cleanest moving equity market. Looking at the NASDAQ today, it has the potential to be pretty clean. But the Russell has been a pretty nice trade. If you saw yesterday during fast markets, I was trading the Russell as well. I'm going to keep this up on the side. It moves pretty nicely. I think today we might be seeing all the equity markets move in the same direction. Because if they're going to double, that means they all have to go up, right? But yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on the Russell.
Yeah, go back to that screen. Go back to that. Go back to that chart.
This one here?
Can you put a bubble? Yeah, can you put a bubble next to his mouth and say, "Eat my shorts, man," and just write it on there?
looking maybe like Bart Simpson over here. I see what you're doing there, Vince. Yeah, it might take me a little while. Man. Right. But yeah, the Russell looks like it has the potential to continue to rally here. I think we are good to go. Let's take it over to fast markets. I see Mandy in the back. Jack's there. JD's sticking around, and Coach Dakota. Coach Vince, thank you as always.
All right, thank you.
Do this thing, take it into fast markets. Trade well, everybody.
See y'all later.
And what we just said was context for the markets. There's not a guarantee of what's going to happen, but trade with a stop loss, execute your plan, and let's get ready for fast markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Maybe not.
We're going.
We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere, Vince. We're here.
Oh, Vince dipped.
This is out. It's just me here.
See you, Vince.
Reform Jazz.
And here we are.
All right. The NASDAQ is just continuing to rally here. We're going. We're just going a little slower. Says Nick. We're getting there. Here we go. NASDAQ continuing to rally, 25,255. That is a new high of the day there. The S&P continue to make new highs as well. I'm honestly kind of interested in shorting gold here, chat.
I won't leave you hanging here, Jay.
Awesome.
How's it going?
I'm here too,
well,
Jay. Jack. Going
What's
well.
Up, guys?
What's up, guys? It's all good. Oh, here we go. We're not ready. All right. We'll be ready in just a minute. But yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting trading day for sure. Looking at gold here, I thought about potentially taking a short at 48.70s there in gold. Price kind of ran without me. I'm not going to start singing, George. We're just going to talk about some trades here. Let's see. What is everybody looking at in the chat? What trades are we looking at? Hey, what's up, Dakota? What are we looking at? 67% long tilt in the NASDAQ right now. All right. Now we're good to go. Now we're good to go. All right. Let's get out of here. Let's get into fast markets in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets. We got a hell of a morning coming.
Oh,
Guess what, guys? Today, officially, Walmart is in the NASDAQ 100, replacing AstraZeneca. They'll be ringing the bell. Will it be Cyborg Sam Walton? You're going to have to stick around and find out. Let's take it away.
the
Let's
NASDAQ?
do it. Good morning.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Dakota?
NASDAQ's I guess Walmart's considered tech now, or what?
Apparently.
I guess you could call it that. Yeah. It's a little bit of everything, right? Well, good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to Fast Markets. Today, Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. We've got Trump at the podium in Davos right now. He's been speaking all morning, and the markets are whipping around. We're going to start piping that back in for you guys in just a few minutes. Let's go around the horn and say good morning to everybody. You all know Jack up at the top there. Down below, Mandy at the bottom. Good morning, Mandy. And you all know Coach Dakota, too.
Welcome to be with you guys. So happy to be here. Fast markets. Exciting.
We love it when you're here
Nice.
for Fast Markets. Anything in the
Yeah.
markets yet today? Have you done anything? What are you looking at?
Nothing yet.
Nice.
Got chopped up last night. I tell you what, in that XFA. So I'm trading Combine this morning because I do not need to lose any more off of the chop that we were seeing last night. That was on both silver and MNQ last night. But curious to see if we continue to range this morning, rest of the day. It's as you guys are saying earlier, I feel like it's going to be kind of a weird trading day for sure. So be smart, size down, make sure your entries are, good entries, A+ entries, not just trading just to trade.
Yep. Headline risk is definitely on today. Like we said, the president's in Davos. He's going to be meeting with some business leaders later this morning also at about 10:30. We might get him in front of the podium again. He is still speaking. I still see these headlines coming across the tape. Let's talk about these markets for a few minutes with Dakota and Jack, and then let's get that press conference back in, or not the press conference. Let's get a speech right back in here if we could. But Dakota, what are you seeing in the markets this morning? We're moving.
What markets? Which ones?
What
Which
markets?
ones do you want
There
to
are
know
no
about,
markets.
JD?
All of them. Tell me everything.
The ones that are
Get the silver.
supposed to double. The ones that are supposed to double.
Yes,
I don't know
stocks
what-
are going to double. That was a
Yeah.
direct quote from the president about 10 minutes ago. Expect the stock market to double.
The question's
Prepare
Prepare for
when,
that.
right? Is it going to be 5 years?
How do we
10
time
years?
this one? Yeah, how do we time this
I
one
don't know.
out?
That's what I'm trying to figure out now. Okay, that's what I'm like.
Mhm.
Ever since that came out, that's my job. When, but we're starting to open up here. Stocks are slightly higher. Been trading silver last night. I'm up, 177. Silver is taking around 94 half. I mean, Intel's up another 5%. I've been waiting for a pullback there to buy it, and we're not getting it. But the rest of this market seems to be hanging around. We're right. Might be going to test settlement. Yesterday, when Hogan and I we were shorting the market, it tended to be the high of the day. So today, I think I'm going to be looking for something maybe similar. I don't know. We'll see what price wants to do. Maybe just buy it, looking for it to double. But we do have the market's moving.
So
It is indeed
real quick,
moving.
Kitty, I think that the big pop before the open was right after Trump explicitly said in the speech that they wouldn't be using force, presumably military force, in their hostile takeover of Greenland.
Yes.
So market likes that, of course. That would be kind of like the most out there tail risk scenario. So that's not coming to be. On that also, the VIX dropped from, VIX dropped from close to 21 down to 1850 right now. Markets like that. So that's where we're sitting on the open. I'll let things populate and get back to you.
Yep. Trump also said that Greenland is part of North America, and it only makes sense that it's under our control. So quite a few quotes coming from the president about Greenland. If we're ready in the back, let's pipe this in for a few more minutes. I believe he's still at the podium. Maybe we can catch the end of this little speech.
Okay.
Sir, we'd rather not talk about this. It's amazing how people change once they have the job. It's too bad. Sort of disloyalty, but they got to do what they think is right. We have a terrible chairman right now. Jerome, too late Powell. He's always too late. And
He's talking
he's
Jerome.
very late with interest rates, except before the election. He was just fine for the other side. So we're going to have somebody that's great, and we hope he does the right job. Last week, the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. Another
Not
major
anymore.
factor in driving up housing costs was the mass invasion of our borders. And I have to say one thing about housing, because nobody ever says this. I am very protective of people that already own a house, of which we have millions and millions and millions. And because we have had such a good run, the house values have gone up tremendously. And these people have become wealthy. They weren't wealthy. They become wealthy because of their house. And every time you make it more and more and more affordable for somebody to buy a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses, obviously, because the one thing works in tandem with the other. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt the value of people that own a house who, for the first time in their lives, are walking around the streets of whatever city they're in, very proud that their house is worth $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now, if I want to really crush the housing market, I could do that so fast and people could buy houses, but you would destroy a lot of people that already have houses. In some cases, they've mortgaged their house, and the mortgage would be very low, and all of a sudden the mortgage without any changes becomes very high, and they end up losing the house. I'm not going to hurt, and I speak with Scott, who's doing a fantastic job, and Howard, who's doing a fantastic job, and all of my people. And I always say, look, I can crush the hell out of the market. We can drop interest rates to a level, and that's one thing we do want to do. That's natural. That's good for everybody. The dropping of the interest rates, we should be paying a much lower interest rate than we are. We should be paying the lowest interest rate of any country in the world, because without the United States, you don't have a country. I mean, I had a case with Switzerland. We happened to be in Switzerland. Maybe I'll give you a quick story. But they were paying nothing. They make beautiful watches, great watches, Rolex, all of them. They were paying nothing to the United States when they sent their product in. And we had a $41 billion deficit. $41 billion with this beautiful place. Flew over it, isn't it nice? So I said, let's put a 30% tariff on them so that we get back some of it, not all of it at all. We still have a deficit, big deficit. We had 41 million. That's a big deficit. And I said, let's put a tariff on. Different tariffs, different places. You're all party to them. In some cases, victims to them. But in the end, it's a fair thing. And most of you realize that. But we put a 30% tariff on Switzerland, and all hell broke loose. They were calling, like you wouldn't believe. And I know so many people from Switzerland, incredible place, incredible, brilliant place. But I didn't realize that they're only good because of us. And there's so many other examples. Us, probably other places, but a majority of the money they make is because of us, because we never charged them anything. So they come in, they sell their watches, no tariffs, no nothing. They walk away, they make $41 billion on just us. So I said, no, we can't do that. So I'm going to bring it up. I still would have a deficit pretty substantial, but I brought it up to 30%. And I guess Prime Minister, I don't think President, I think Prime Minister called a woman, and she was very repetitive. She said, no, you cannot do that, 30%. You cannot do that. We are a small, small country. I said, yeah, but you have a big, big deficit. You may be small, but you have a bigger deficit than big countries. He said, no, please, you cannot do it. Kept saying the same thing over and over. We are a small country. I said, but you're a big country in terms of, and she just rubbed me the wrong way, I'll be honest with you.
We have
I
a
said,
big deficit because
"All
people,
right, thank you,
consumers in the
man.
United States
Appreciate
want to
it.
buy these
Do not do
things.
this. Thank you very much,
They don't
man."
have
and
to.
I made it 39%.
We make watches too.
And then all hell really broke out. And I was paid visits by everybody. Rolex came to see me. They all came to see me. But I realized, and I reduced it, because I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt them. And we brought it down to a, lower level. Doesn't mean it's not going up, but we brought it down to a lower level. But they pay now, tariff. But I realized that we have many places like that where they're making a fortune because of the United States. Without the United States, they wouldn't be making anything. Think of it. Switzerland made $41 billion on us. And as she said, it's a small place. And I realized with that, I don't know, it was so, because she was so aggressive. And I realized in that conversation that the United States is keeping the whole world afloat. Many places, I could give you 6, 7 places just in the people in this little area. I know every one of them. They're looking down. They don't want to see me, and they don't want to stare me in the eyes. But they're taking advantage of, everybody took advantage of the United States. But I've been very fair, and I gave them a tariff, and it was fine. But I realized that without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. Without us, it's not any of the countries that are represented here. And we want to work with the countries. We want to work with them. We're not looking to destroy them. I could have said 39, 40%. I could have said I want a 70% tariff. Then we make money with Switzerland. But Switzerland would have been probably destroyed, financially destroyed. I don't want to do that. But we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. I hope Scott's listening to this, because we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. Without us, most of the countries don't even work. And then you have the protection factor. Without our military, which is the greatest in the world by far, without our military, you have threats that you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe. You don't have threats because of us, and that's because of NATO. One other thing, and I have to say it so importantly, in the old days, and I used to say I'm the youngest in the room. Now I'm among the older. I hate to say it. I don't feel old, but I'm among the older. But I remember not long ago, 20, 25 years ago, when good news came out about, let's say, the United States. The United States had a great quarter. The United States had a great month. All the stocks went up. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Now when they say the United States had a record quarter, it's unbelievable how well it's doing, all the stocks crash because they say, oh no, inflation, they're going to raise interest rates. And they do. Some of these stupid people like Powell, they raise interest rates. And what they do is they stop you from being successful. It used to be when we had a great quarter.
There we go. Dakota is in the market.
Any good news?
What are you short?
25,164.
25,164.
Yep.
That was good, Dakota.
Yep. He said stocks and pointed down, so I took that as clue. Let's see if we could get the breakdown of these 150s. 150s.
So this trade is based off a hand gesture that you saw. I know that. I know you're joking, but
I'll walk through. I'm just gonna. This is one of those quick trades. We could get a push through these
little scalpy
30s.
Quick 25 points right there.
Settlement here. Yeah, I'm looking for a retest settlement.
Just settlement. Just kissed it. 25,157 or 25,129 settlement price.
Yeah, let's see if we can get there again. One more.
So Dakota, what got you jumping in?
I'll review it in just 1 second, Jack.
No problem. Let him cook.
Let me
watching it cook. Here we go.
Quick 100 ticks. 100 ticks. Yeah, I usually switch it to points, but quick one.
States are coming in from Canada. They're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. They're coming in from China. They're coming in from all over the world. We have more plants being built now, car plants, than we've ever had built, even in the
Right on
heyday
flat.
from the 1940s and 50s. And they're bigger. They don't use
Review the
renovations
trade
anymore where they take an
want.
old, they rip it down, they build it.
Okay, so this is
Go
what I was
flat.
looking at. Yeah, I'll go through it. I'll review this trade. So we had a higher
it.
low here in the 100 tick chart. We failed to break higher. Very similar to yesterday's trade with Hogan and I, where we were getting in short up at this area. I talked about it. You know, maybe we see something like we did yesterday. We tried to break through the overnight highs, failed, rejected, and then we just couldn't. We came back. We tested these 150s a few times. I'm watching Nvidia, Apple, the major stocks that are in the NASDAQ. Microsoft's down 1.2. We got Amazon down 1.7. Nvidia was up almost 1%. We've came off the highs. And so a test of settlement was my target. So it makes sense to me that we could test settlement. And so as soon as we rejected these 200s again, that's what did it for me. Get in short. Just a couple micros for a retest of settlement. And man, it seems like we just can't get below settlement. Just a quick,
Nicely done.
Quick scalp.
Yep. And we did see some rejection off settlement there in the NQ. Again, settlement price 25,129, bounce right off of it. ES catching a little bit of a bid right now too. We will keep an eye on these markets. Trump is still talking. I see Andre in the chat. He made the quote, you trade the economics, not the politics. We're listening to what he said, see if anything's market moving. He does move markets when he speaks, This is a very headline-driven market right now. Talking about that during the opening call. So it makes sense to have it on live, right?
Yeah, of course.
Memphis also, Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana. We were there for 3 weeks. We've cut the crime down by 64% within another month. We'll have virtually no crime there. We can do that all over. We're going to help the people in California. We want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And we're going to, if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd love to see. We did help them a lot in Los Angeles, a lot with the early in my term when they had some problems. But we would love to do it. I will say this, if I were a Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump. I'd say, come on in, make us look good. Because we're cutting crime down to nothing. And we're taking people out, career criminals who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries. But where we've done it, it's been amazing. And we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits, and I have directed that starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get out of the country. Murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They emptied their mental institutions into the United States. And despite that, we have the lowest crime numbers that we've ever had in the history of the country. Just came out. But equally importantly, we're cracking down on more than $19 billion in fraud that was stolen by Somalian bandits. Can you believe that Somalian? They turned out to be higher IQ than we thought. I always say these are low IQ people. How did they go into Minnesota and steal all that money? And we have, they're pirates. They're good pirates, right? But we shoot them out of the water just like we shoot the drug boats out. They're not pirating too many boats lately, do you notice? When they go out into those boats, they want to take over $1.5 billion tanker loaded up with oil, and they say, we're going to blow up your boat. They have powerful weapons. You hit the side of the boat, you blow the whole thing up.
Over an hour ago?
The insurance companies are petrified.
Just about an hour ago,
just give them the boat. We'll give them money instead.
Can't imagine it going too much
And I
longer.
don't do that.
Sort of rambling
We
now.
blow them right the hell out of the water. We see them
pulling
going
Bruce
out, we blow them
Springsteen,
out
man.
of the water. We don't have any pirates so much anymore.
Go 4 hours,
We
play the
do.
hits.
They won't be there long. We've cut down with the hitting of the boats that are loaded up with drugs, including submarines. Can you believe they actually buy small? They call mini subs, very fast. They're meant for drugs. We've knocked out 2 of them. The Democrats say they were fishing. You have ruined somebody's fishing weekend. I would say a submarine is not a fishing boat. You don't fish. But we've knocked down drugs by water. the oceans, the sea,
It is
by
incredible.
97.2%.
This would
Think
be
of
my
that.
worst nightmare to
And
go
I
up
actually say, who the hell are the 3%?
or the World Economic
Because I would
Council
not
by
want to be
myself
traveling
and
on one of
just
those boats.
talk for
We knocked it
like
down.
over an
Now we're
hour.
gonna start on
That would
We're
be
gonna knock it all out.
it's like nightmare
But
fuel.
that is the easy part. The sea is incredible, and that's our great military.
It'd be exhausting.
The situation in Minnesota
Yeah, right.
A whole
reminds us
hour
that the West
without
mass import foreign culture,
written
which have failed
on
He's supposed to
paper.
be meeting with leaders right now. I have him on the calendar to be meeting with leaders at 8:45. So he's going overtime on this little speech so far. I imagine he'll be wrapping it up pretty soon, though. But Mandy,
All
did you
right.
take any trades during in the last?
I
10
did.
minutes?
I
Anything
got
going on?
short right. or Sorry, I got long right before Dakota got short and took a loss there. It's a little bit hesitant on that one, and Dakota read that a lot better than me. But I'm gonna go for a long here. I like that we are holding well above these 220s. See if we can go for a new high of day. See if I can make back some of the red that I have on that. Wasn't sure if I should interrupt our Trump listening, but
I think we're good for a few minutes. He's still there, but I had a feeling. I knew it. I knew you guys couldn't just sit there on your hands. I knew somebody had a trade on.
yeah,
I had a feeling. I had the feeling.
absolutely. Yeah, if we can maintain these 15s, I'm going to be here in the next couple, like another minute or two. I think it'd be great, but we need to actually put this lower below the 200 mark on my stop loss. I might just get chopped up today, but I have some room to play with. So let's see if we can get a retest closer past these 40s. Love to retest 50s. It might go even up to higher than that.
See if we can break through these session highs.
Yep. It'd be
Session
nice.
high. Session high in the NQ right now. I'm looking at the micro 25,257. That is our session high. More quotes coming out. The West has to become. Oh, it just flew right past. West has to become stronger and defend its culture. All right.
Man,
Let's check it on
Intel
markets.
just
Jack,
doesn't
you
stop
have
going up.
Yeah,
Intel's up
good
7% now.
Yeah, and it's been odd the last couple of days. What's up versus what's down? For instance, my beacon of everything, Carvana, is up 1.3% today. Oracle's been getting taken behind a woodshed recently. It is down trading 176 right now, down 2.2%. Mag 7,
Yeah, this is
not much.
good.
Biggest loser is Microsoft down 1%. Nvidia's up a little over 1%. Everything else is somewhere between. The 10-year rate's still at 4.29. So I'm still breaking out of that 4.2 range.
Session
Weird
highs are
day.
excellent.
good.
I haven't seen this combination of stocks up and down before, where it's like some of the memeified stocks are up, a lot of them are down. Like Quantum's down, Palantir's down, Carvana's up. Odd day.
It is an odd day. Silver is red. That's very odd. Silver's down
Illegal?
0.8. I don't know.
Here we
Well,
go.
we're finding out today.
Nice
gold
push
rolled
here
over a
on
little bit
NQ.
too.
We
Is
hit
Mandy in the markets?
250. Yes, 250. Almost there. I need to lock that up.
I think
Let's
if
go
we
ahead and
could
put
get to
it
300 if we break out here.
I know.
Breakout
I'm like,
looks. We're close to that breakout. Trading
got
on
out
the
of it.
highs.
We
Yes, just
got
put in a
dang
new
close.
high.
It's just gonna go without me. That's okay.
You covered?
Goes.
Mandy's out. All right.
Yep.
Nice work.
Up.
Nice trade.
Like another 75.
The
Very good,
runway
very
is
good.
clear to the upside here. It looks like, at least from the options. Let me check the 0-day. Yeah.
Just put in a new high in the S&P 6870 half last. We never checked in on the tilt this morning either. What do we got? We got 66% long in the S&P, 75% long in the NASDAQ. About 60% long in crude and just a little bit short, 57% short in gold right now. So longs getting paid in the equities, shorts getting paid in gold. Russell's up on its highs, gold's still breaking. ES just is about to put in another new high, it looks like. And NASDAQ is ticking higher. NASDAQ about to put in new session highs. There it goes. NASDAQ is off.
Off to the races.
And it goes.
This is how you start to double stocks, by the way. You start by going
with a rally, yeah.
1%
tick at a time.
Yeah, 1% at a time. Yeah.
All right, looks like Trump is doing some Q&A right now, it looks like.
I didn't know that was an option.
Could be. Neither did I.
If you get 1% greater a day, you'll be 37 times greater in 1 year. That is the power of compounding and passive income. This light's going to my head, JD. I just want to talk about passive income.
Go ahead. Feel free to cook, Jack.
Oh,
do it.
No, that's it. They got to buy my course.
Okay.
Oh
We're working on Jack's course right now.
We're gonna sell box spread loans and buy real estate in the Sun Belt. It's gonna be freaking fantastic.
About
all right, we're pushing near the high.
Jack.
What's up?
You had a good spread call out on the gold and silver notional value that played out last night pretty well. Gold just pumped, silver's down. So that spread.
It would seem so. For posterity, I did put a line on the board here so this white line right here is let's go to like a 4-hour chart. This is where we talked about I just put the line on earlier. So anything above this line is that trade working out. If it goes below it, we'd be in the red.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Turned out pretty well last night. Gold was just straight up. We're getting close to 5,000, and silver started to sell off, showing a little bit of weakness now. Maybe some hesitation before a push up to $100 an ounce. And these equities are mixed.
Lucas Stocks, I don't do that, but actually, he says, imagine betting against America while living it. In risk management, that's what we would call a hedge. Actually, if you think about it logically, if you're living in America, it's probably good to have some exposure against America.
A little bit of a hedge.
Wow.
Hedge.
Here you think of it.
Yeah.
Oh, Trump is answering. He's fielding questions on recession right now. Trump on recession fears. Sometimes things unexpected happen. We're getting a lot of quotes out of this speech, and I got a feeling we're going to get some more out of this Q&A in the next few minutes too.
You want to pump the Q&A for a bit?
Yeah, let's bring it back in. Do we have the Q&A?
Video's pumping too, up 1.5.
World War I. A lot of people don't know the Spanish flu in World War I ended the war because all the soldiers were sick. The soldiers were so sick on both sides, and that war was raging, and they were all dying from the Spanish flu. They were sick as dogs. They couldn't fight. So, you don't know how that would have turned out. But so we do, subject to that, and I always have to put a caveat in for it, but we're poised to have the greatest growth of any large country, I think any country that there's been. When you look at what's happening in the United States, it's really amazing.
Thank you. One thing that maybe keeps you up at night, I know you don't sleep that much anyway, Mr. President, is the debt. The U.S. debt is high, is now the biggest expenditure on your budget. How to get out of that impasse?
Well, the big thing is growth. Growth is the way. If we grow like this, we go from having at $37 trillion, we go from having high debt to low debt. But we also are cutting expenses, the old-fashioned way. We have extraordinary growth. I think we're going to be growing our way out. I think we're going to be paying off debt. We're taking in tremendous money from tariffs fairly. And again, I'm using them judiciously. Switzerland's a case study. I could have gotten much more. I could have asked for much more. But we're using them judiciously. But I think growth, most importantly, and then cutting costs. Now, if you take a look at Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud and other things. People going to airports, they came into the country, they don't have 10 cents, and they're leaving with hundreds of thousands of cash in their bags. When we get to that, and our DOJ, Pam, and Todd, and all the people that work over there, and all of the people that work in here, I can tell you, Scott Bessent is working on that. It's a priority, right? You have your whole team. We're in there looking for where this money is coming from, how much it is. It could be more than $19 billion. Can you believe that? That's just one state. If we were able to cut out 50% of the fraud, 50%, and we should be able to do better than that, we would have a balanced budget without having to talk about even growth. So we have a lot of options, but we're working very hard on that. That's a big deal. It's not just the protests, the fake protests done by agitators and, professional insurrectionists. That's what they are. They're professional troublemakers. But we are looking very strong at the money, too, in Minnesota and other places.
I think, Mr. President, also the $500 billion invested in artificial intelligence and the frontier technologies last year also were driving growth exponentially in the U.S.
Well, AI has been a big factor. AI is massive. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg showed me a plant where he put it over a map of Manhattan, and it was basically the size of Manhattan. This is not, I said, you got to be kidding. It's a plant that was miles long, miles wide, very high. I don't think it was high like the Empire State Building, but it was high. And it literally covered most of the island of Manhattan. That's called a big plant. And, when I heard they're going to spend $50 billion building it, I said, if you spend $50 million, you can build a nice little shopping center. If you spend $500 million, you can build a good shopping center. But how do you spend $50 billion? When I looked at this thing, I said, you think you'll be able to do it for that? It's amazing when, some of the plants that I see, and I see them all. And again, so big as we're letting them build their own electric generation. This way we have no problem. And otherwise they'd be complaining. There'd be nobody able to, but we have an old grid system. And not only that, they're going to sell at a very cheap price the excess electricity that they create back into our grid. So that'll solve some problems for certain states that don't have enough electricity.
We also know that on the AI, there is fierce
Stocks pumping up to new highs.
In the U.S.
Pumping
is the
up to new
largest
highs
economy
again.
in the world, 27% of the global
50
GDP and
SPX.
5% of the global population.
So we've taken a little breather here.
And China.
Yeah, there hasn't
Russell
been much
Dow,
of a
NASDAQ, S&P, all pumping. What's up, Dakota?
not much of an opportunity to get into it. Like it just went without us. Like you said, Mandy, right? You're like, man, we start breaking out, it's gonna break out and go without you. And you can see on this hourly chart here on the left, it sure has. The next target I have for the NASDAQ is going to be these 420s. That's been the resistance level through most this week. And we still have that gap. See if we can come up and maybe fill it. Like there's that gap. The weekend, I mean, we're still a ways to go. But first stop, maybe these 420s. If we can continue to find these buyers, which it looks like so far so good.
Hey, we just had a couple
Question is-
numbers come out. We had pending
we
home
did.
sales and U.S. construction U.S. construction spending. Construction spending up about 0.5%. Previous up 0.2%, and U.S. pending home sales down 9.3% compared to up 3.3% previous. We've also got potentially we might be getting some comments from the Supreme Court. They're having that hearing on arguments to on Trump's bid to fire Lisa Cook, the Fed Governor Lisa Cook. That is happening. Should be starting up in just a few minutes also. So a lot going into the top of the hour here. Mandy, did you get into a trade during that rip while we were listening? What happened?
I did not, because I had gotten hit my TP, my trailing profit. So it went without me.
Oh,
You need to learn how to have a runner. The volatility
Gotcha.
this morning is a lot higher, so I needed to definitely size down. So I didn't feel like I had much to play with a runner. I mean, I did have 2 cons on that play, And I did start heavy, so that's why I'm down this morning, because it's just moving a lot more than I was expecting, which I kind of talked about, but didn't quite listen to myself. I am most curious, yeah, if we can continue to hit these 420s, where is a good buying opportunity? That's where it's running into my mind right now. And yeah, do we close that gap? I have had my eye on that gap, I'm sure, like a lot of traders, but gaps do not have to fill. And it can take a while. Our last daily gap, I think I was looking back, was in October, and it took 7 days to fill, but it did fill eventually. So yeah, where can we buy this?
Looking for spots to buy. Jack with the keys to the house account. Anything looking good to you right now, Jack?
This is the first place in the ES where maybe I would look for some sort of turnaround pattern to get short. Really, I can't argue the longs up for now until a little bit above 6,900, like 6,908 is a spot where I might be looking to go short to the downside. I don't know. There's not a lot unless you're just very aggressively buying dips.
Yeah. Do we just caveman into this market right now?
That would be
Looks like
it,
we're about
right,
to print
JD?
another new high. Yeah.
It's like 10, 20 point pullbacks. You caveman get into this. But I mean, we've seen what happened yesterday. A lot of these pumps lately have been met by some very vicious sellers once they start to slow down.
Little bit of rejection, 68.85 on your Topstep daily levels. In the S&P, that would be yesterday's value area high. Hit it to the tick.
Also
Bounced right off of it.
That's 68.50 in the SPX, so we would expect, even if it blows through here, there should be some resistance from options hedging.
Very good.
I mean,
what's up, Dakota? What's on your mind?
Just thinking of asking some upside targets and 50,000, 50,600 to be exact.
Big fat round number. There you go.
Yeah, that'd be double.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're looking for the double, like today.
Yep, the double.
Okay.
Yeah, this would be cheap.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Like everybody in crypto is the same thing, right? They're looking for what, some outrageous number. Crypto, Bitcoin's hovering, staying. The spot is below 90,000.
It is. It did rebound a little bit. It got into the 88 handle last night. Our friend is still holding tight, not having a great time of it at the moment. Probably down close to $50 million.
Our 600 lot guy is back in the ES today. He was buying yesterday. He's got some offers up above the market right now. 68.86. 700 offered there.
There's some big orders last night too with Coach J and I in the equities. I never did see
them
get filled.
Obviously, we don't know if it's the same guy, but we did see quite a few of those 500 lots, 600 lots, 700 lots getting filled towards the end of the day yesterday as we were approaching the lows. As we're ticking higher, the offers are coming in.
See if we get a pullback here in the NASDAQ. Kind of had, I mean, since the open, it's been straight up, right? I had that nice little scalp to the downside, but every 5 minutes it's been red. That was our first red or green. This is our first red candle. A little indecision here at these 320s, 330s. So maybe a 3-bar reversal. Do I want to take it? Not really. Maybe if we get up to 420s and see a 3-bar reversal there, sure. That'd be a lot more tempting to short. But there's a lot of momentum this morning to go against it right now.
That is for sure. Plenty of momentum to the upside. Ticking higher in the ES again. Could be putting in another new high in just a couple of seconds. 2 points away from new highs. Sound off in the chat. Who's in the markets this morning? You on the right side of this? Go ahead and tag us on social. Hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hours. Share your trader wins with us. We want to hear everything. Show us your trading setups. You're trading pets, anything you want. Share it with us. Tag us on social.
Oh yeah.
Can't find my trading pet. She usually sits right by me, but she's not here.
Aw.
I'd love to get long if we can have a 5-minute candle close above 95, but I would want it to retest that area. That would come and be what I call a pressure play. Come touch my EMA, looking for continuation. Invalidation for longs would definitely be a close below 70s, so below my moving average. But we might just hold here and continue to go to 400, 420s. Might even close the
let's
gap.
get it.
Who knows? Anything can happen.
Yeah. Silver's not really moving much. Silver's also just hanging around 94. That's where we were at yesterday, 94 to 93.
Been the place.
Yeah.
We've been hanging around there a lot. Over, what was that? Even I think Thursday, Friday of last week.
Was it? No, we haven't been in the 90s for a while. I mean, that was the all-time high last week. This week,
Yeah.
a lot of this has been, it's like a slow grind, you know, all-time high. We've hit it a few times. 95s have been the all-time highs, 95.50s up to 95.75. But we are continuing to make higher lows. Like, so the buyers are continuing to step in, which it's hard not to see this market. I mean, $100 is just so close here for silver. I don't see a reason why we wouldn't get there between now and the end of the month, maybe end of the month. See $100 an ounce. Not sure.
Quick update, guys. Oral arguments have begun at the Supreme Court in regards to Fed Governor Lisa Cook. That is going on as we speak. I don't think we can get a feed for that, but President Trump is also still doing Q&A. You see that on the screen right now. We'll be piping more comments in about that as they come across the tape, or the wire, I should say. Did we just double top in the S&P? To the tick?
Yeah, well, we like had small rejections like 3 straight times off of that 5850 SPX level.
Mm-hmm.
Lower low on this 5-minute guy. What's this Bitcoin? Yeah, Bitcoin spot is above 90,000. It is a scary, very scary short here.
Are you in, Jack? Did you put something on?
No.
Just scoping it. Gotcha. We are getting
I like
that
the
rejection,
question
though.
we ask,
What's the question?
especially in Power Hour, what's the scarier position right now, the short or the long?
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see what the tilt's up to. I'll tell you what our Topstep traders are doing. Kind of flat, relatively flat. 62% long in the ES, 56% long in the NASDAQ. Crude is flat, and gold 55% long. So not a whole lot happening tilt-wise. Our longs in the ES are long from 66.72, so they're in the money right now. Longs getting paid.
For the time being.
All right.
Got up a 300 lot in
Wow.
the bid. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong.
We tested my EMA on MNQ. Might bounce here. I kind of want to see it pull down to 85s and then bounce, and then I'll enter long once you get above 97. Let's see what we can do here.
Looking for a
Very
long?
good.
Yeah, looking for another long. This might be the spot.
President Trump has wrapped up his Q&A in Davos. He just walked off stage. No headlines for the time being.
I'm going 3 contracts just below my MA. Looking for upper. Let's go session highs. Go for like 360s.
Mandy in the markets.
All right.
What was your
Oh,
entry price again,
yeah.
Mandy?
Entry price was 307.
307, 25,307 in the money. Long
We got
3
those
MNQ
290s.
25,307.
This is a
In the-
tricky spot though at 300. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like if we're gonna fail it, that's where my CYA is at 281. But would love to
Okay.
continue to see a push here. Let me see if there's another level on a 15-minute. That would be a good upside target.
How far does the market got to move before you start trailing your stop, Mandy? How far
That's a good
into the
question.
money?
It's like I
Kinda
let it
arbitrary?
trail and then it just flew, and so that's where it's not. I'm toying because I used to be just straight NQ, just throw on a mini, call that good.
Mm-hmm.
Been a lot of volatility, so that is you got to be very, very picky, tight stop losses, things like that. For this, I'm trying to not go full mini, so hence the 3 contracts. It's still moving a lot. I'm trying to learn how to be better about scaling in, scaling out because I have these micros. Yeah, that's a good question, JD. I haven't quite figured that out yet. I'll be honest. Where is a good spot to trail? I think probably a break of highs would be like excellent spot to trail.
Yeah, I like that too. It's different for everybody. Trailing stops is Hogue would call it an art form. It's not an easy thing to do. It takes a little practice. It takes time to
Sounds way easier said
figure
than
out your
done.
system for it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Buyers keep stepping in here in the
Hammers are working
NASDAQ.
hard right now. What do you see? What do you see, Dakota?
Just buyers just keep stepping in. I've been eyeballing Intel as well. We're up almost 10% in
What in the
Intel. Maybe
world?
maybe they could pay off the national debt if they just keeps buying
They grow to be,
Intel.
was it $38 trillion? Yeah.
Yeah.
So here in about 40 seconds, if we can maintain where we're at here, we should be able to see a next leg up.
Okay. Looking for more upside in these equity markets.
Yeah.
Mandy.
I think holding about these 20s. Yeah. Get it back.
I can see 420s.
Yeah, I did put my
Shout
upper
out.
side. I think I'll try to scale out as we move up. I do have a multi-touch point level, so you could call that resistance, right? At 406. So not too far off of Dakota's 420s. So that's where I put my ultimate take profit, but let's see if we can.
406.
I want to play this out.
Mandy has scaled down
There
from
we
minis to micros today too. Nice pop.
Yeah. So
Stops went off there.
Yeah. Call that a minor liquidity grab. 25,353 on your top step daily levels. Yesterday's value area high in the NASDAQ. Missed it by a couple tickies. We're still right underneath our highs. About 3 points away from highs in the ES. The big offer did pull that 700 lot up at 86. No longer there. Scrolling through the dome, I don't see it resting above the market anywhere.
I set my stop loss to just below my moving average. So it would be like down 19 is as much risk as I'm going to have on this.
Here we go.
We're just gonna let
Stock's
this
not done.
continue around.
More highs.
Nope.
More highs. More highs.
Yeah.
86.5 new high in the ES. NASDAQ ticking up. We're through yesterday's value area high in the NQ. And still
We're locked
popping.
in at 171.
Ooh,
Very good. Taking a few off.
I am.
Taking off one here.
Scaling out. Here we go. Taking profits, locking it in. You keep a runner or just wait for that profit target?
I'm just gonna go for that profit target. See if I take off one here. Come on, you can do it.
Dobie and Andre in the chat saying this could be the longest hold they've seen you on TopstepTV.
I know, you guys.
Yeah.
Keep track of your hold times.
I mean, it's not very
an
hard. If it
abnormal
gets past 5 minutes, I think we're getting up against the high mark.
Did we just unlock a
Yeah,
new
that's-
feature? Is this a new strategy
new
from
handy
Andy?
in the markets level.
Yeah.
We're gonna add some XP to me or something, you know. I love how they know how I trade, so it's great. But when there's so much upside potential, right? It's just like,
Mm-hmm.
come on. We're gonna get
Pulling
tagged
up
out
just a
here,
little
but that's
bit.
okay. We'll be at break even on the day. So
See some offers stacking up in the ES just underneath the highs. I bet we go and run that liquidity, as the market loves to do. Pulling off just a little bit
all
from
right,
those
got
highs.
checked out, break even. I might keep going.
Jack,
but
how close?
I didn't want to give it up. I whole times, you guys know this. I don't like to give up profits. So there you go. We're back to scratch. And I'll look
Fair
for another
enough.
entry.
All right. The wood's been chopped.
Okay.
Let's get back in there and make some money now, right? Jack, how close did we get to your reversal point?
Not there yet. We'd have to go. Not seeing a ton of levels today, but like 69.08 or something in the futures.
Okay.
It's a tricky day. I'm not much of like a momentum trader like that, and that's, you know, like Mandy shows us right here. That's kind of what you got to do with this. We'll see. We did, as mentioned, I think the biggest takeaway from that WEC speech was what happened early. They got us started going about saying that they would not use force, like, to get Greenland. And then
I'm short
I'm
silver.
not sure how much that's worth. All right, Dakota.
Dakota's in the
So
market.
fun.
What'd you do?
I got short silver and I'm out. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that was a
there
quick
you
one.
go.
I'll tell you, that's probably one of my
That
fastest.
Did you
A
just
quick
cave into
250.
that move?
Dakota and I are switching. Like,
That
this
was
is secret.
yeah, that was a quick.
Was that a straight
250 right
caveman
there.
trade? Was that a
That
straight caveman
was.
trade, Dakota? Did you see it
That was
breaking
a
and you just sold
breakdown.
it?
That was a breakdown trade here on silver. We was getting a lot of momentum and new session lows. We were breaking through these 93.50s that we were holding throughout most of the yesterday and most of overnight. We broke through it. I got in and instantly out. Like, this market just goes. And one micro on silver, you guys know
Ooh,
the
a
damage
lot.
in both directions it could do. Like $250
bucks
just
in a matter of seconds
yeah,
on a single micro
less than
contract.
with a micro. Yeah. Now this thing could keep going. We could see these 250s session lows here on silver. We're moving down almost 2% here.
Silver not done.
It's not.
Man, they
going.
swiped us out of our gold trade, our gold opening range trade. We get on the short side. We sold it at what was our entry price? 48.6840, and kind of ripped in our faces early on. Tagged us out, and now everything's just rolling over on the metal side. Couldn't let us go for the ride today. That's okay.
Yeah, it's hard
All
to
right,
have a runner
everybody's.
in silver.
Say again?
It's hard to have a
What
runner
does that
in
mean?
silver when you
I
can
know.
only
I've been saying
use
that
one.
every single night. I've been saying that, Mandy, is like what you just demonstrated, right? Where you could get into like multiple contracts in like the micro NASDAQ and manage risk relatively easy. It's like, oh, I'm going to leave a runner on. I haven't been able to do that in silver because of this exact reason. You get on one contract. I mean, look at silver just keep going, and
All right,
it's
I'm
like
long again.
$500 just a blink of an eye, and you can't really get into a scaled position very easily. I wish I would, because I would have had a runner, and this thing is just going down 2% now.
Not done. 92.70 last trade in gold. Mandy, did you just get in a trade? What'd you do?
I did long 2 micros. We had a nice little bounce here off of my EMA moving average. They haven't crossed yet, so I'm looking for, like you said, that continuation back to 400s. So the question, my question, and this is how I'm answering it, is where can I buy? And that's where that was a buy for me. So it was preemptive for sure. We still have 2.5 minutes on this candle, which it might come and bite me. But the way it bounced off of that was giving me a good buying idea. But let's see how this one plays out.
All right. What was your entry price on that, Mandy?
They're 333. 333.
333. Got it. If you know, you know. 333. If you're from Chicago, you know what I'm talking about. Dakota, you eyeballing a 3-bar reversal here?
On the NASDAQ? No, I've been eyeballing silver, actually. Just watching the silver market just move. It's not done. We're at the 92.50s, and we're breaking through 92s. Maybe we go fill the gap here on silver, down to 2.4% now.
Wow.
Oh boy. Yeah, silver is
on the move.
And you'd expect this to happen too if we're getting some of this the VIX has dropped, we had this pop in stocks. Like the silver can't keep on going up like 7% a day on bad news, and then when the market relaxes, just not go down. Some point.
Correct. Yeah, it's been just daily grind, and silver's had an 8%, 6% down day, and then recovered and starting to hit all-time highs again. I could see silver go back down to 90. Go retest this gap. If we start breaking through these 92.30s, definitely more selling to come. We've been watching it every single night in slow markets. Coach Jay and I last night. He's going to be joining me again tonight.
So fun.
Oh, very nice.
Volatility coming. Andre was joining us in the chat last night.
Oh, okay. I was like, he's on air? What?
I need to get it. I need to bring him on the slow market. Yeah. How wild the metals have been every single night.
All right. I'm locked in with 50. We'll be green on the day. Got 20 seconds or so until this candle closes. I want to see it to keep holding above these 45s. Then we should see hopefully new highs.
There we go. Not done. Gold still got quite a ways to go to fill that overnight gap. It's closer to the 4770s. Bit of a distance. Not out of the realm of possibility, though. We were looking for some of that overnight inventory to start pairing off earlier this morning. Didn't quite happen. So we're playing some gap rules, or applying gap rules to that market. But it looks like it wants to fill that overnight gap now.
Well, we found our stickiness around 68.50 SPX. We've been kind of trading around there since, for the last half hour, pretty much. We're right at it right now.
Locked in at 355 for 90.
Nice.
And we're tagged out. All right, up
Great.
78 or $79.
$79.
Lands on you.
$79 is $79.
Hey, from where I was at, I'm happy.
That's a great comeback. I don't care who you are. Yeah. Going from red to green on the P&L for the day makes you feel good, doesn't it?
Yeah. That was
You're
less
paying
than a
for
5-minute
Yogurtland,
trade.
right, Mandy?
What was that?
You're paying for Yogurtland?
Oh, yeah.
Yogurtland?
When's our
Yogurtland
Utah
cost $80.
meetup, Dakota?
What's Yogurtland?
Yogurtland?
I think there's actually a
That's right. You guys
rodeo
don't know. Yogurtland.
opening up right by my
The
house.
Utah thing?
So, yeah. Oh, it goes back.
Is it frozen yogurt, or are you going there for a bowl of yogurt? Or a cup of
I
yogurt?
guess we'll have to do
Plain
the
Greek
froyo.
yogurt.
It's ice cream. It's frozen yogurt. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
It's,
Frozen
okay.
yogurt. Right.
It's the hot spot right down there in
Give me the
Orem.
plain with a squeeze of lemon. Yeah.
I'd tell you to go to Swig with me, but I'm taking it as you are not a soda drinker.
No, I haven't had soda for a very long time. But then I'm sitting here with a Bloom energy drink.
Oh yeah, there you go. There's
But-
Bloom. Okay.
Yeah.
Man of flexible principles. I love it.
I need to wait till they sponsor me to show this stuff on there.
You fishing for sponsors, Dakota?
Yeah. I mean, if I wouldn't say no, I would not say no.
Let's get sponsored by Patagonia. That'd be sick.
Oh yeah, for sure. Vests all day.
Before Bloom, Dakota, were you a Celsius drinker?
I've tried a little bit of everything. I don't like one can would last me like 2 or 3 days. I don't really drink them. I'll just sip a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't. That stuff gets to me, man. I'll be all jittery and it's insane what energy drinks do to your body.
You do pre-workout when you like go boxing.
Yeah.
So the
Jack, you
energy
ever get
drink
into-
and the pre-workout, you feel are different. Like yours isn't like a because pre-workouts I feel like are really caffeinated, like as much as an energy drink.
It depends.
So I get like jittery. Depends, on the brand, right? So
Back when I was much younger, I used to rip some of that pre-workout powder. You guys mess around with that?
No.
Was it like
back
Chad
in
will
college
know?
days.
Like C4. What was the other? What was the big one?
Yeah,
My
C4
heart was
a
strong
big
back
one.
then.
Yeah,
Here we
so-
go, pushing new
well,
highs.
Pre-workout,
Ripping.
yes. Celsius, no. Well, energy drinks are so acidic; they screw with your teeth. You need to really take care of your teeth if you're going to be drinking energy drinks.
Amen. Use a straw. It bypasses the teeth. Don't fish.
Yeah, Jack 3D. Somebody says like it made you feel like you had ants on your skin. I was looking for a way to describe it. That's absolutely perfect. That's what it just
That's
felt
a
like.
great
Your
way.
skin was tingling and like paranoid. You wanted to say things about the government, and then you would maybe lift more. I can't remember if it actually worked.
Say things about the government and then maybe lift more.
Do we
That's what it does.
400.
Silver bounced pretty aggressively off the 92 quarters. Maybe come back up in 92.78. NASDAQ's continuing to push. I'm looking for those
It is.
420s here on the NASDAQ.
I kind of want to caveman into an S&P
Long.
position here as the
Yeah.
NQ rips. S&P is just kind of standing still.
Where would your stop be?
In the ES, that's a good question. Let's pull up the chart. I wouldn't give it more than a couple of points, though, since it's really just, like I said, a caveman trade. I would say the stop below that volume point of control, below 85, just below. Not a lot of
So
risk.
NQ made new highs.
NQ made new highs. S&P feels like it wants to follow, but it hasn't yet.
NQ's continuing to pushing new session highs.
All right, I'll play. I got long 5 MES. We'll keep it short. JD, where do you want this stop at? Let's see if
Just
we can
below
get the new
85,
highs.
probably. I wouldn't put too much risk on this since we are just bulldozing our way into it. Where's your entry price on that, Jack?
89 quarter. See if we can make the new
89
highs
quarter.
here.
There we
New
go.
highs, NASDAQ. Bulldozing into
Sure.
it. I haven't heard that analogy before.
We're in it. New highs,
Here's my
ES. New
upper
highs,
target.
ES. Take your
All
risk
right.
off the table on this trade, Jack.
Yep. We're risk
Steal a couple
free.
off.
There you go.
And look at that. Caveman trade. Market's going up.
There you
go.
You go up. Nice.
Got a
All
caveman
right,
with
we
like
are-
5 minis.
Nice. How do we end up on that, Jack? Would you take some off?
It took not gonna be a very big trade, but that's the caveman thing. I'm still looking at that green line above as being my eventual where I would think about going short. So
Okay.
let's see if we get lucky here.
Well, guys, we do have to do a little lineup change here. I see our man Vince in the back. Mandy, it was great having you on today. Thanks for trading it up.
Hey,
Excellent
of
seeing you go
course.
from red to green. Good luck. We'll catch you
Thanks,
later
guys.
on today. I believe we're back for power
Yeah.
hour. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
power hour.
Let me double check
Gotta
the
look at that.
schedule. Yes, me, you, and Dolby Time will be here to close out the day. We're putting
Oh.
our time in today. That's for sure. All right, Mandy.
Nice.
See you later, Mandy.
Okay.
Great session. We'll
Thanks,
catch up with
guys.
you in just a little bit.
Sounds great.
We're gonna get Vince in here in just a minute. Dakota, you said you never heard the term bulldozed
Into
used
a
to
trade.
enter a trade, huh?
Nope.
That's basically what we did, though. Just plowed right
And
into
it's
the
working.
market.
NASDAQ
Mhm.
session highs again, pushing through these 400s. I'm looking for 420 here in the NASDAQ. Tesla up 2%. That's the gainer outside. Man, Intel's up almost 11%. It's not stopping.
It ain't. I might reverse it when we get to that green line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still holding on to a pair.
A pair as in 2 contracts, right?
A pair is 2. Yes. One
Yeah.
and one is a pair.
Trio is 3. 1 is 1.
Yeah. Let's see.
Still ticking
Keep
up.
going.
New highs coming. More new highs coming.
Here's a beautiful example to not overthink your trading.
Mhm.
Andre preaches it all the time. You know, market's going up, the trend's going up. You find a place, you get in, you manage your risk. And off we go. NASDAQ keeps
More highs coming.
lagging session highs. And NASDAQ's already through these 420s.
Someone's at the door. Who could it be? Coach Vince is here.
All right.
What's up, Vince? Welcome back.
How you guys doing today?
Very good, very good. What's new in your world? We haven't seen you in an hour since we ended the opening call.
Yeah,
Did you get in the markets? You catching any of this move?
No, actually, I got stopped out. I got long gold before we took that fall. So down $186 right now.
All right, little wood to chop there. Mandy came in the same way.
Trying
We
to get
made that
into
money
this.
back.
I'm trying to get into these equities, but not getting a pullback yet. So
Yeah,
waiting to see
I
if we
literally
get
had to
something
just
here that we could play with.
slam into it.
Did you?
Yeah, it feels good, man. I can see the momentum traders, like why it feels good.
I've been trying to do that.
I mean, you'd definitely rather be long right now than short.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It just keeps going.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like well, Trump did say it's going to double, right? So
we're doubling. What do you mean today, though?
Sure, just
Are we doubling today?
Who knows? Maybe.
Just joking, guys. We're not going to double today.
You never know.
Yeah, like maybe there's a bunch of marginal buyers at 40,000 in the NQ. Who knows?
Intel might. We're up 11%.
And we have a range extension right now over the initial balance. We have that gap closed all the way up there at 69.60 in the ES. Are we going to get there today? 69.60.
Still
NASDAQ's blowing. Yeah, NASDAQ's blowing
More
through
new
these
highs.
420.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
More new highs in the
NASDAQ
ES.
is talking 25,992s for the NASDAQ. So we can get up there too.
So strong. Yeah, this is that level of resistance I see. If we get through that, my next level is going to be where we opened up Sunday, which is these 550s. And then we have that gap. Can we get through that too? Look how strong this is on the hourly chart.
All
Super
right,
strong.
we're out. We're up 110. We're getting kind of close to the line where I would probably start looking for shorts.
Gotcha.
Nice trade.
Great opening trade. Great opening fast markets trade for the house account there. Diving into the market.
Nice trade.
Plowed right into it.
There we go. Nice trade.
Hey, that's all
69.02
JD. That was
new
JD. I don't caveman usually like that. That was JD.
Boy, oh boy.
All right.
Just keep going.
Everyone's flat. Oh, let's check into the tilt real quick. We got some live leaders to share in just a second. We've got 64% long in the ES, 66% long in the NASDAQ, 53% long crude, and 55% long in gold. Everything's long across the board.
Yeah. Positive 7,800 in Delta in the ES right now.
Average long in the ES. Average long in the ES, 68.83. Long's getting paid on the tilt right now. Topstep sim traders getting paid on the tilt.
Nice.
All right, guys. We've seen some impressive trading so far here on fast markets. Let's take a look at some live leaders. Let's see what some of the live funded traders at Topstep are doing here today. Look at Omar up at the top. We've been talking about this guy for 2 weeks now, putting up huge numbers. Took a huge payout last week. Omar L up 21,629 in that live funded account. Man, this guy is locking in some decent profits to start this year. Excellent start to the year for Omar. Hi, 21,254. Anthony, 13,817. Ajit, another popular name. We've been saying this name quite a bit. 13,112 for Ajit. And Juan G, 10,927. Impressive numbers coming from our live funded traders to start this day. Very awesome work. I imagine some of these traders either got on the long side of the equities or the short side of the metals going into fast markets.
I would love to get the chance to talk to Omar at some point. We reviewed his trading card for shoulder tap, and the thing that jumps out at me is that he must be very, very good at picking his spots, because he has an expanded loss limit. It's like $5,000 or something like that. And every trading session, he's either up a bunch or down 5,000, but the frequency which he hits these big up days is it's no random shots at the board, man. It seems like every fourth or fifth day he's hitting somewhere between a 4 and I saw 13-to-1 trade on that. He made $60,000 in one day.
Nice.
He's a gold trader too, isn't he?
Yeah, only gold.
Only gold, yeah.
Only gold.
That's right. I thought I remember that correctly. Only gold for Omar.
Daily loss limit is just so extremely important, and he's using it very effectively.
Yeah, he has someone says he's a 24% win rate. Yeah, but his reward to risk is out of control.
He hits him. Yeah. He dings him pretty hard.
That's why you can't take just a win rate alone. It drives me nuts when someone's like, I got a 90% win rate. It doesn't mean shit.
Yeah.
Until you add
Exactly.
reward and have the expectancy.
I'm with you, Dakota.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I mean, I
started at 38%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in my personal trading and a lot of my trading, it's 38. 40% is a really good win percentage for me for a month.
Yep.
And no combination of those things is wrong. I've seen some really impressive cards that have higher win percentages with lower takes. I mean, none of them. The only time I get nervous with those is when they're way out on one end or the other. When someone's taken, when someone's risking a few ticks, when someone's trying to make a few ticks and risking hundreds of ticks. The problem becomes, or more often we'll see, this isn't Omar, but like folks that it's like they have a big day and then hit the DLL for like 30 straight days. When you get too far out on either of those distributions, they can look good for a very big time, because it's very unlikely. Say the example of risking a very little or risking a lot to make very little. Depending on how far you take that can look really good for a really long time. And then you lose it all. Like
good example is
like Deleshian.
Who was he? Who had the long win streak? $1 a day or $5 a day. Yeah, great example.
$10 a day. Yeah.
And then
I mean,
It just turns upside down.
Especially the long side of equities. If you think about it, like take it to the extreme, if you're gonna risk 10, like just go long and risk $10 versus 3,000, and you're trading like 1 micro to do that or something, you know, you would have probably got blown out during the tariff stuff, but like since then, you probably would have never gotten your reckoning.
It works until it doesn't.
Yeah.
Session highs in the
Everything
NASDAQ.
works till it doesn't, right?
Yep. Just gonna say it, Dakota. We're back on the highs in the ES and the new NQ, ticking up again. Made a new high by 2 ticks in the ES, 69.02 half, and it looks like we're about to hit another new high. We got 1,000 lot offered at 69.04. Check that, 930 offered at 69.04 in the ES. 0375 and 04, over 1,000. Almost 1,400 offered between 69.0375 and 69.04. Big offers coming up here in the ES. Let's see if we can get them. Just a couple ticks away, 1.5 away.
We're getting to my zone. One last, and this is like mathematically, statistically true. This has nothing to do with trading or anything else. If you have a strategy that's way out on one of those tails, either just gunning for huge reward the risk infrequently or taking huge losses infrequently, the uncertainty around what your expected value is increases dramatically, right? If you're a 50-50 trader, after very few trades, we can tell you're a 50-50 trader. You're not going to have like these huge droughts or massive drawdowns. But if you're in some strategy that works out like 1% of the time, well, it takes a lot of trades before that can play out. So you have to be careful with your capital.
Yeah, what is it? I can't remember. It's the further away from the curve, the bigger the sample set that you need.
Right. Well, the example is, like the odds, like let's say, I'll just do one right now. Let's say that
Ooh, all right.
you have a 1% chance of blowing out your account. Okay. After 100 trades, there's like a 37% chance that nothing's happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, quick update. 1,500 offered at 04 in the ES. 1,550 offered at 69.04. And that 300
I forgot to tell you, I put that order up there.
Was that you, Vinny?
Yeah, that was me.
Vinny wants in.
I'm telling you.
I'm
telling you that.
I think they talking
This is why
code.
I picked this level.
Yeah,
there's going to be
talking code.
Yeah.
Some of it just pulled. Still 950 offered at 04. Man, it feels like it wants to go for it, doesn't it?
It can. I think I don't think we're going to blow through the 6908. I think we're going to run into some sort of resistance here.
It traded. 900
right,
traded at 04.
Up right at 907. Let's see how serious you are. Is there any news?
Not
what
that
time
I'm
is it?
seeing.
9:43. Nothing out right now.
We're gonna double.
We're gonna double. We're going for it.
We're gonna double though. That's it. They're taking them literally. So everybody's just buying. Hit the buy button.
NASDAQ keeps
Still
going
going
as well.
Wild.
07. They got 50 of those. It's gonna trade out. They want them all.
They want them all. I have the chutzpah. Let's see.
Let's do it, Jack.
Yeah. Do we short, Jack? Is this what you're looking for up here at that?
A little bit higher. Like this is the level where I would start looking for us to run to some resistance.
Yep. Saw it a little bit,
but I'm not going to be. I'm not going to jump the gun because we're just pounding new highs here.
Sell 23s. I like to sell 23, 69.23 maybe.
Sell on the way back down, on the way up.
Yeah, 69.23. Yeah, I'm not there.
Not a bad move either. 69.08. That was your call, wasn't it, Jack? Stop there to the tick.
Yeah.
69.08.
Stop there to the tick.
Nvidia up 2%. Google 2/4. Tesla 2/3.
Not done yet.
All right, we're into the MLK Day trading day profiles right now. Let's see here.
Another 1,000 offered at 09 in the ES. 1,000 offered at 09.
My brothers and options
Saw.
are with us.
We saw a lot of
NASDAQ
buying going
still-
into the close yesterday in the ES. Sellers not too long after the open today. Nice overnight scalp, possibly.
And look at the 5-minute chart, just all green candles since the open.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just been straight up. I can see it's getting to 69.45 and up there to 69.60 at some point today. If we continue with this rally, I mean, we're getting some volume building up here at this level, which is good for the longs. We'll see if it can hold.
Oh, 06 half left trade. 1,000 lat. 1,100 still offered at 09. 1,100 still offered at 09 in the ES. Looks like it wants to go take a run at it.
NASDAQ session
making new
highs.
Yeah. Got 1,092 at 69.09 right now. 1,100. 1098. 69.09.
I'm not seeing those big orders coming in the NASDAQ, though. It's just been pushing.
Mm-hmm. 08's holding is the high right now.
30. There's 30 at 480s in the
NASDAQ.
NASDAQ.
I'm going to layer into this. Maybe
Go ahead,
we'll...
Jack.
Jack's getting started. All right, house count. Putting on the position. You got one on, Jack?
No.
Just one for now. I mean, this is so strong going into it, but if we do turn around,
Yep.
I mean, one can be a good position.
What was the entry price on that one?
69.06 3/4.
Got it.
Yeah, I'd like to see it pull back here. We got to get through the 69.03 level, though. I get some buyers coming in there.
Seeing a little bit of rejection in the ES. NQ is still just underneath its highs. That 1,100 lat at 09 ain't going anywhere. Someone's selling and they want them all.
Yeah, I want to see a pullback in the NASDAQ. If we do have a big order on the NASDAQ now, 270 at 480.
Delta. Who's got Delta? I don't have a Delta reading.
Delta on ES 9,000 positive.
Delta's lining up. Positive
9,000
9,000 Delta.
positive.
A lot of market orders coming in. Again, house account short one micro ES from 6906 orders. 6906.75.
Right.
$12.50 positive. NASDAQ.
Big order in the NASDAQ at 480. There's 280. We came up within 2 ticks. Not filled yet.
NASDAQ ladder got thin. Does it average like 4 on the bid and offer?
Did it?
5, 6. Yeah, it's pretty thin. 278 offered at 480.
Working to more new highs in the NQ. NQ wants more highs. Yes, about 3 points off new highs.
We're defending value high from yesterday right now, 69.03. So if we can't get acceptance back inside 69.03, I think we're going to move this market higher. So hopefully for Jack, we can get back inside of yesterday's value and maybe rotate lower a little bit and get a nice pullback. But 69.03 is my...
On this type of short, I'm risking very little. We're risking like $50 right now. Because I recognize how strong we are going into this, but it might be worth a shot.
What invalidates this trade, Jack?
$50.
My
Can't
stop
even buy
loss.
coffee for $50.
Filled.
Or
NASDAQ filled.
Yep, filled. There it is.
Yeah,
or
300
if I
contracts.
see things changing in the options gamma.
NASDAQ is getting into this gap from Sunday. We are pushing through it.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. More new
gap
highs.
still is 670s.
New highs,
25,500 next
yes.
stop for the NASDAQ.
Man, it's just not stopping.
Nah. Trump said buy them.
Another
they
big
just
order.
pulled
300 at 490. There's 300 contracts at 490 in the NASDAQ now.
Just pulled that 09 offer in the ES. 1,000. There was 11 hot. Moved it up to 10. 69.10. 1,200 offered in the ES. Moved it up a point.
Man, I want to pull back so I can get long. This is
too.
this is frustrating, you know.
I want to
It's
pull
so
back. And get
frustrating.
long.
Oh my god. I would love to see the NASDAQ pull back to about 20, 25, 430s or something and maybe try to get long around there. But geez,
Yeah.
doesn't want to let us play, guys.
Buy high, sell higher. That's the game today.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
When it won't let you play, you know it's a strong market, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get a pull back here for Jack, and then we can get long later.
Mm-hmm.
Russell
Okay,
on the
an amazing
highs.
quote I got reminded is intuition whispers, and yeah, I got a brain fart right there. What is it? Intuition whispers, and
Yeah, impulses are like
impulse
they're
screams.
very loud, right?
Yeah.
Impulse screams.
Yeah.
So if there's a
Shorts
trade
looking a
screaming
little
at you,
better.
might be
Mhm.
impulse.
Impulse yells. House count shorts looking a little
Yeah,
better.
impulse
Again,
yells.
short 1 micro ES from 0675, 690675. Got about 2 points in this one so far.
Got positive 8,800 delta in ES.
Those 300
And
contracts
Q
still
is
sitting at
at
490.
1,600.
Where's that 300
Let's
left,
get the
Dakota?
pullback here.
Say the price again.
490. 490. 25,000,
490,
490. The other 300 got filled at 480, so this one's 10 points higher.
Every 10
Has that
points. Got
continuing
it.
to hold?
We got 1220 offered at 69.10 in the ES.
Yep,
Nasdaq
they moved
making
up
a
from
run.
09 to 10 a couple minutes ago, and it's still there. 1250 offered at 10 in the ES.
Yep.
Session highs
new
in
highs.
NASDAQ.
Oh, here we go. ES wanted to do it. It wanted to. Couldn't quite push it.
Depending
Wanna
on
see
the
that
price
1200 get
action, I
filled.
will add one more. I think I'm trying to generally be more conservative with the shorts. We are getting the pause here that one would expect. How
Right.
much do buyers want it?
They pulled that for the NASDAQ. They pulled the order, so those 300 contracts are
Oh.
pulled.
ES protecting this
first
08
time.
level.
Yeah.
Those 08 quarters keep trading. They won't take a bid, though. Not taking a bid. One more push. See if they
65
get it.
offered at 10 now.
There we go. New high by a tick in the ES. New high by a tick. And pushing. And pushing.
Let's see if these trade.
Same with the
yeah, my
NASDAQ.
eye on it, Vince. I got my eye on it. I'm watching it.
Andre, metals are popping. We got silver pushing 93.50s.
Yeah.
All right. NASDAQ starting to come off its high. They pulled that
Yeah, a little
order.
rejection.
All right, come on. Get a little rotation here. Here we go, Jack.
Decent rejection. Decent rejection off of new highs. Pulling
Here we
back.
go,
Let's check
Jack.
back in on the tilt. Actually, I'm going to refresh my platform and check back in on the tilt real quick.
We got Nvidia up 2.8%.
Yeah, rebounding. Rough day for Nvidia yesterday. Elsewhere, Microsoft's down 0.2%. Broadcom's down 0.4. Biggest winners, as Dakota mentioned, Nvidia up 2.8. Google up 2.5. Tesla up 2 and a little bit %.
There you go, Jack. I think you're going to get your pullback here.
Okay. I'm short one
All right.
micro in the NASDAQ. 466.
Dakota jumping in on the short side. Let's get that tilt check in now. ES paired off. S&P was about 65% long a few minutes ago. We are now at 52% short. Those longs are, looks like they took some profits up at the highs there. 62% long in the NQ, 59% long in crude, and 55% long in gold. We haven't taken a check in on the metals markets in a few minutes. Last trade in silver, 93.725. Last trade in gold, 48.5420. I'm still looking at a 1 minute chart in gold. I'm going to switch that up. There's a 5 minute. All right.
Let's get below 69.03s.
I added to this short 2 from 66, 466.
Here we go.
Yeah, this is the first time we crossed the low of the previous 5 minute candlestick. So it's interesting. We've seen that 300 contracts come on the ask and they pulled it. Now this is the first time we're seeing the market actually cross the previous low. So if we can hold below 463 in the next 3 minutes, if we could break through that, then that would be technically a 3-bar reversal. So that's what I'm looking for. Being a little preemptive, going against this momentum for a little bit of a pullback. Nothing too crazy. Small size.
$25,472 on your Topstep daily levels. Yesterday's high. We are right at yesterday's high right now in the NQ.
What do we got?
We got the stochastics up there at 97 right now.
ES looks like it wants to take another run at the highs, doesn't it? The 1200 isn't going anywhere.
I think we're going to pull back. It's, at least temporary pullback here. I mean, we're super oversold. RSI is at 80, 81.5. So things are pointing towards it. But who knows? Things could keep on going, right, when it's trending. So, but I think we're due for a pullback at some point and then continuation.
That's all I'm looking for. I'm looking for a pullback down to 420s, possibly. That was that nice level we broke out earlier. So a retest of these 420s, 430s is a zone, is what would be ideal for me. I mean, I'd love to get into a long.
That's where I want to get long. Right. That's where I want to get long. So that's a great exit there. Yep. Ooh, what just happened there? Look at that volume bar on 25 480s. Look at how much volume came in at that price.
Yeah, that's where that big 300 contract was. What it got filled up.
Gotcha.
You still feeling the short, Dakota?
Yeah, I really like the short. I was gonna say love it, but I'm not. I don't want to marry it. We do have 30 seconds, and I want to see us, close below these 63s. But this is the first consolidation that we're seeing since this nice run up. I mean, what is it? For an hour almost?
All right. Let's see if this opens up and we can dump off here. 2 seconds.
And the top of the hour. Do we get an injection of liquidity? Not much.
Does one red bar beget more red bars? We shall see.
First red bar in a while.
Yep. Only 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 total red bars on a 5-minute chart so far for the day session.
Well, we got our Gen Z reporters. I see in Financial Juice, Punchbowl reporter post on X on Fed Cook's hearing. The Supreme Court hasn't been super, this is direct quote, the Supreme Court hasn't been super jazzed about the White House's arguments this morning.
Super jazzed. I did add.
Famous jazz man, Neil Gorsuch.
I added a third contract here.
All right. Here we go, Jack.
Right. And we just have one micro on. This is more for a fun of, if we can call the top.
That was a good call, those 08s, Jack. Excellent.
Nice entry. Cheap.
3 ticks of risk on that trade. 3 ticks of heat, I should say. Only took 3 ticks of heat off that 08.
Bond. Jack Bond.
Or
Jack Bond.
now.
All we need to do is break the 6903. I think we're going to get a nice little liquidation event. temporarily. But
Liquidation event.
yeah. Now it's starting to pull back here too.
Yep.
NASDAQ.
Sideways. NASDAQ sideways for now.
Yeah, it's chopping.
Just a little bit. Vince, we got you for about another minute. What's up for?
Yep.
What's up for the rest of the fast markets for you? What are you looking for? You looking to get into a short? You want to see some liquidation below 3 in the ES? Will you look for some structure to buy there, or you want to keep getting into shorts?
Ultimately, I want to be long, but I may get into a short here in the ES. I want to see how we react to 6903. This is kind of where the buyers might try to defend because it's value high from yesterday. So if we try to push away from value, you know, the short might not be good. But if we start to get acceptance in there, I might try to take a short and ride it down until I can get to an area where I might like look for longs, probably 68, 90s, maybe the IB high, see if we, trade around that level and then try to get into a long at some point. But I do like you short here, both of you guys.
Yep.
So good luck with that. I might be joining you in a minute. So
very good, very good. Thank you for your time, Vince. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Stock's still slipping a little bit, 6902. All right, Vince, we'll catch up with you in just a little bit.
Sounds good. See you guys later. Good luck.
Thanks, Vince. Good to see
you. And with that, we're going to bring in our main man, Dr. Volatility, with some announcements. Take it away, James. What do you got to tell us?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Hello out there. It's me, James. Today, I'm here to talk to you about the things you need to know to stay in the know with all things TopstepTV, including Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. We all know that Topstep X is the greatest trading platform out there, but do you know how to use it? Well, if you don't, we've got a series made just for you. Aptly called Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. All these videos have been curated by Coach Robert, so you know that they're airtight and you know what he knows, what he's talking about. When it comes to Topstep X, only Coach Robert knows the insides and outsides of it like no other. So learn from the guy who knows knows his stuff. You can find out how to favorite products for ease of access later on. You can split your screen and have 2 charts up at the same time, and so much more, including having your order filled voice be Hogue. You want to know how to do that? Click on the link we're going to drop in chat, and then be sure to review those videos and make sure you strengthen your trading plan with them. Watch these videos, find success, and stick with TopstepTV bell to bell. Also, later on today on TopstepTV, we're bringing back group coaching. That's right, group coaching. It happens at 12:15 p.m. Central Time every day, and it's the point in the show where you can ask questions and have them answered live right here on TV. Now, you may be wondering, how do I get my question read live on TopstepTV? Well, wonder no more. We're going to drop a link in the chat. We're going to pin this one. So whether you have a question now or you think of it in an hour, that link will be there for you to click on, fill it out with your question, and then just be sure to be back here for group coaching at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. It's right after Shoulder Tap at noon, so 2 amazing back-to-back segments in the middle of the day. Stick with TopstepTV bell to bell. We'll be here all day, and we hope you will be too. Now, before we throw it back to the guys on Fast Markets, we have a quick news break. Heart disease remains the leading cause of death in the United States, and now experts are analyzing another risk factor, financial stress. Worrying about money and food may age the heart even faster than traditional risk factors of cardiovascular disease, according to a new study published in the journal Mayo Clinic Proceedings. Ivan Rodriguez joins us live with the latest on the study and what steps people can take to improve their heart health.
Get him, Pudge.
Researchers analyzed data from over 280,000 adults who sought treatment at the Mayo Clinic between 2018 and 2023. These patients completed surveys about their social and economic factors in their lives and underwent evaluations of their cardiovascular health. Instead of only looking at whether people developed heart disease, researchers focused on their cardiovascular age, which is how old a person's heart and blood vessels look compared to what one would expect given their actual age.
People who reported higher levels of financial stress had more advanced cardiovascular age.
Dr. Lena Wen was not a part of the research, but says the study shows financial stress tended to increase heart aging at a rate that was similar or greater than other risk factors like high blood pressure and diabetes.
We also have to think about the issue of compounded risk factors, which is that somebody could have high blood pressure and they also have financial stress. That person now has two significant risk factors for worse cardiovascular health.
Certified financial therapist Rick Kaler says people with financial stress need to separate the numbers from the emotions.
We need to slow down the nervous system. Trying to solve a money problem when I'm flooded and I'm in fear and panic often backfires.
Once those feelings have subsided, Kaler says work on one small financial action at a time.
Just making a call, researching one thing, rather than feeling you've got to tackle the whole problem.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
So my heart's like
Make
80
money.
years old.
Yeah, not
Make
good
money
for
or
the
die. Yeah.
the
Yeah.
day trading
Talking
crew.
about
Also,
yeah,
financial
dog years.
therapy.
Our hearts are just like you said, Jeff. Poor day traders. Our hearts age
Right.
a little bit faster.
Seeing a little more continuation of the downside on these trades. Dakota short, NQ, house account short, micro ES. Everything's looking good right now.
They have looked worse.
They have looked worse.
Still liking that wall up there. Because this is short in this market, debating, we kind of got our little sell-off. I kind of brought us the break even. I'd rather not lose any money on shorting this.
Mm-hmm. Emery wants to know your target, Jack. Do you have a target in mind? New lows?
I'm gonna trail, but just like I said, by the way, we could have had a real great trade if I had just done what I said and caveman it and then reversed it where we were looking for the target. But
That was the play.
I'll trail it ultimately down around the 6850 SPX. So I got one micron. I'd like to take it for like 20 points or 25.
Very nice. Very nice.
This may change
There's a
depending on what I
healthy-
see building here, but I don't. Let me see. I don't see too much, at least an option, stopping this from selling off.
Yeah, I want to see 420s to 430s here in the NASDAQ as well.
Only 30 points away.
Yeah, this is the first
20
5-minute
points.
candle. I think we'll get a confirmed 3-bar reversal in 40 seconds if we could stay below this 60, 61, 62 level. 461, 462.
Are you done adding to this trade? Is this
Yeah,
max
yeah,
position
3
size for this
contracts.
one? Yeah.
Yep. 3 from 468.
Last trade in the
20 seconds.
NQ. 20 seconds as this candle closes, yes. Ooh, we got a couple bids down here below in the ES. Couple 100 and 200 lots sprinkled in down to 96. See if we can get those filled. Last trade in the NQ, 25, 456, 55. Last trade in the ES, 68.90, 68.88. 68.98.
Okay,
Apologies.
we closed and we closed below, so I'm happy with this for a confirmed 3-bar reversal. And now see if we get momentum burst down to those 430s, 420s.
So he
So
says
that or we just go
Intel-
sideways.
Intel
Yep.
back green. My friend, it's not just green, it's up 11%.
Ooh, that 1,000 lot that was up at 10 has moved down to 69.06 half in the S&P. Moving that offer down, trailing the offer. They're chasing the market down a little bit. We're off 10 points from the high. If they miss that, where do you think they would just go to market at it? On it. I ask myself these questions. When you see a big order like that chasing the market down, you got to assume eventually they're going to go to market if they don't get a pullback to fill, right?
Yep.
Possibly.
I'm considering getting out of this trade. The fact that we didn't see any more momentum to the downside. We've seen a little bit of a pullback earlier. at the top of the hour before this big run up, and that's starting to look very similar to the pullback we just got right now. So if this
Yeah, it
market
looks like
just
it's
keeps
turning around a
going,
little bit. But we'll stick
yeah,
by. We have no risk on.
Little pop in the NQ here. NQ going for more new highs?
not yet. Let's hope not yet.
We're sitting right on top of yesterday's high in the NASDAQ. 25,472, yesterday's high. Make sure you have your Topstep Daily Levels indicator up on your Topstep X platform so you can see these levels in real time, just like the rest of us. Trading above yesterday's high now. 80s trade. We'll follow through in the ES on this little pop that we're seeing in the NQ. 69.03 last in the ES.
Gap. Yeah, we're in the gap here in the NQ. All right, I'm out.
Little
Minus
pop.
$100 or so dollars and probably a year and a half off my heart.
New session highs in the NQ. 1100 offered at 06 half in the ES. 4,900 already trade there. I'm going to keep an eye on the volume to see if this trades or gets pulled. Hold it. Offer's gone. No more offer at 06 half. They have not put it back in.
Yeah, we're losing a little bit of that positive gamma.
We got
Let's see.
it keeps going. Nvidia up 3.1% now. Google up 3%. Tesla up 2. Only thing that's red I'm seeing is Microsoft down 1. Broadcom down 0.8.
Nice reversal in the Mag 7 there.
From yesterday, yeah.
Jack, quick Carvana update. What's going on over there?
Oh, I'm sure it's up. The future is bright for Carvana. Currently up 1.7%.
That's what I like to hear. Our new benchmark.
I think it might even be like Linda Raschke on Twitter is also like in on the. I think it was her. Like she kind of said like was saying it's kind of a joke, but measuring that the market's strong because people are still buying every dip in Carvana.
Awesome.
Oh, this is starting to feel just like yesterday for me. My stop loss is better entry and high of day. Yesterday, my stop loss was the high of day. A little bounce, and I'm going to get back into it. The trade's
ES
still
did not
valid.
follow suit there. ES could not follow suit and print a new high there. Got as high as.
Alex asked, why am I short when the price is moving up without any pause? Well, looks like it paused to me.
Looks like a pause to me too. Are we watching the same markets?
More importantly, I thought it was a it's been paused. I mean, we hit our all-time high, or sorry, the high of the day like 20 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it was just a level that's there's certain levels that it's like, well, it's worth it. I only have 1 micro on. I'm not cannonballing into this short. I have 0 risk on, so screw it.
Why not?
Yeah, Jake went into pretty solid detail about why he put that trade in at that level. He called out that level long before we got there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got a 10-point pullback off of it. I just have 1 micron, so I'm looking for.
There's that 1,000 lot again. 69.09. I was looking for it too, Grillionaire. Thanks for the heads up. 1 tick above the high. 69.08 orders. 69.0875 is the high. 1,000 offered at 69.09. 1 tick above the high.
Jimmer says, "Why do I like Carvana stock?" No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if my tone was not in line with my feelings on it. I think it's one of the dumbest stocks in the world.
I have yet to see anyone purchase a car from Carvana.
I see it. I
I've
think
only
we
heard
did.
about it.
Dr. Volatility, our man James, has purchased a car from Carvana.
Yeah.
He said
See,
he had
I've
a
only
wonderful
heard. I've never
experience.
seen. I heard they're more of a finance company.
They're 100% a finance company
with a vehicle vending machine. I haven't seen the vending machine yet either. Where are they even at?
I mean,
where do you have to go?
To be clear, all car dealerships are essentially finance companies.
Yes.
Like they don't. JD, you used to sell cars. They don't want you to buy in cash.
No, they don't. It was an interesting experience. After the trading group I worked for shut down in 2012, it was tough finding a trading gig anywhere. Dodd-Frank really put a stranglehold on the industry also. You couldn't even open a retail brokerage account for less than 50 grand in cash plus extra collateral to put up. It was a tough job market over a decade ago. Real tough.
NASDAQ still going sideways here. Still like a pullback to these 430s, 420s.
Got some movement here.
1,000 lot down to 06 again. Moved it from 09 down to 06.
They're chasing.
Is this is Trump meeting with business leaders? Is this televised?
10:30. Doesn't say if it's televised or not, but 10:25 should be coming out in about 10 or 15 minutes. We'll keep you posted on that. Oh, actually, there is a YouTube link for it. Happening now. Trump meeting with business leaders in Davos. Hasn't started yet.
I'll get my portfolio this year, maybe for like next month. I'll get my like a Dow 30, and I will go long it for some amount of money, we'll say, but I'm going to try and find the 30 stupidest stocks I can find. If there's a dip,
just buy the Russell.
Yeah, it's got some of them. There's a few good companies in there. I want pure garbage.
All right, NASDAQ. Let's get some type of movement to the downside here. Finally, maybe.
Feel the power of the dark side here. Let's go.
1,000 lots still sitting at 06. They've been moving that order around for the last half hour or so now.
Gold's
what are my bonds doing?
What are the bonds doing?
Little 4.267 10-year. 30 years, right? It was below. It got above 4.9 last night. Up to like 4.93. 5%'s a important thing to watch out for there.
Man.
Crude oil has played both sides of the initial balance, and now it's sitting right back at settlement price. Little whipsaw in crude today. No real direction. Sideways. What were you saying, Dakota?
I was saying these equities are having a hard time to pull back. NASDAQ cannot get below 450. The past 20 minutes. I think if we do, we might see a nice little flush. Don't know how long it will be. There's a lot of times where we'll see it's just a wick down and right back up.
We I think we can officially call this a pause now. I I think there are more, even on these like pops, there are some sellers that are, I've only seen it anecdotally, so I don't know how much it goes, but there are, probably some places de-risking a little bit from U.S. assets. We see this in the bonds. Yesterday, we saw it in the stocks.
Tristan Trout says GC is selling hard now. It's a little pullback. I wouldn't say it's aggressively selling hard right now. 48.38 half, 48.39 last print in gold. Our session low is all the way down at 48.14.10. Put that in about an hour ago. It's a clean looking chart though in gold. Lower lows, lower highs. Could be poised for another leg lower. See what happens. Trading below VWAP, below that 9 EMA on a 5-minute chart.
All right, NASDAQ's going.
Very possible.
We're finally going a little bit. We broke below 50 for a split second and right back up.
Yep. 68.98, 68.97 last print in the ES.
7 minutes until we got the London close.
Yes, London close coming up. I'm keeping an eye on the juice also for when this meeting with Trump and world business leaders starts. I don't know if we'll be able to pipe this in. If you guys are listening in the back, do we got a feed for this? There is a YouTube link for it.
See if we could get it. NVIDIA pulled back just a little bit. See if we could have it follow. It's a, what do you call it? A quant scuffle here. These 450s.
So, Jack, the people want to know for real, how did you feel about getting in that caveman trade? How did you feel about just diving into a market that was rallying based on correlation between the NQ and the ES? NQ making new highs, ES stuck in the mud, and we made the call. How'd you feel about it?
Pure adrenaline. It was going like bullish right then. The other thing is what gives me pause about that trade. Why I asked like right away, like where's our stop? It happened to work out. Those trades, like we talked about earlier, with the high win rate, lower risk reward, is like, yeah, if we're testing on those highs, it's gonna break them the majority of the time. You'll be right. The question is, okay, you're buying near the highs, so where do you put that stop?
Right.
I
think we had a good stop level there. I had that 9-period EMA. Where did we get in at again? Was it 91 quarter? Does that sound right?
Yeah, probably. I could look it up, but here.
And I believe we had I believe our 9-period EMA was right around 85, 86. So that was our
we got it. We got in at 89 quarter.
89 quarter, yeah. So we were only taking 3-4 points of heat on that. 3-4 points of risk. We really didn't take any heat on the trade.
So you'd say it's a higher win rate, lower risk rewards, or you're just...
I mean, you could hold it. I was just not feeling great. We're still not down to where I bought it before, but I had that. It wasn't a trade I wanted to hold all day because, as I've been saying since the beginning, I've been looking at that 68.75 level, which is for now at least where we did turn around. I do feel more comfortable. Like I will, this year 2026 things, I will size up more and hold longer the long positions, and I'm going to try and be conservative with the shorts.
Good plan. What's your prediction for end of year price for the S&P? I know you guys talked about this a couple weeks ago, right at the turn of the year. Jack, you had a good
Okay.
you wanted to see a rip, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I can't go back on it. I said at the beginning of the year that I would always do 10% higher than Tom Lee. It looks like Tom Lee is looking for 7,700. All right, Tom Lee. I'm gonna go for 8,500. You heard it here.
8,500. That's the call.
See,
Mr. Pelzer has set the
I don't think
price.
12,800.
12,800. All right. That's double. Dakota wants
That's
to see
double.
the double.
That's double. No, I
That's being silly though, because it's like, okay, think about like the COVID year or something like that. It's like you're gonna be right to the upside if nothing drastic happens, and then if something drastic happens, you're all gonna be wrong. So it's just kind of like whatever that probability is. The one thing that would obviously watching earnings is, I saw someone explaining, and it's true. It's like how expensive the market is has to do with its relation to earnings. So if you look at forward
Mhm.
earnings and they keep growing, even if we're not moving higher, the index is getting cheaper in terms of forward PE. And we're in the thick of earnings season right now.
Sure are. Who's left? We had most of the banks already, didn't we?
Next
Yeah.
week's going to be a big one. Wednesday, we got FOMC. We got some major tech, earnings on that same day. All right, I'm about sick
Yeah,
of
what
this
was the-
trade right now.
What was the quote yesterday? If the Fed cuts rates 100 basis points, there will be no inflation. What are they? What rates would be? I can't even remember what it was now.
We need to clear up a misconception here, because I heard a little bit of it when Trump was talking too, but we should have the lowest rates of the world. The thing is, we don't get to decide that. You and
Mhm.
me, all of us get to decide that together. Interest rates are set on the market. So really the only way, so in the most basic sense, you've literally no control over what your interest rates is. It's whatever the market set it at. But the only things you can really do that would generally make interest rates go down would be some of the following: provide stability, be fiscally responsible. And unless those things happen, the interest rates aren't changing.
Look at
There
this
you have it.
NASDAQ. Yeah, from 440 to 470s, back down to 450. Look at the 5-minute. It's just flatlined back and forth.
Yep. ES catching a little bit of a bid. 69.01 last trade in the S&P. Just a little bit. We got London close coming up in 30 seconds. 30 seconds to London close.
Survive the London close.
So we will not be piping in the feed for Trump's meeting with business leaders in Davos. Unavailable to us. But there is a YouTube link for it. Looks like people are starting to pile in there right now. 500 people waiting, and there's 3 comments in the chat.
Now, there are drastic ways to, if you wanted to lower your interest rates, you could do. But I don't think they certainly wouldn't be in the best interest of the country. You could just have the Fed just buy as many 10-year treasuries as they can until we get the interest rate we like. If you're holding silver, you'll love that idea, but that would be dumb. That would be dumb as S.
The old S word.
All right.
Don't be dumb as us.
Come on,
All right.
Nazi.
Short-lived buying. Short-lived buying in the equities.
It's short-lived on both directions. But now we're starting to maybe see a little bit of direction to the downside after this New York session close, or the London close. Maybe we could
London
see these
close has come and gone.
Yeah, 430s. We're tapping into the 430s here. Do we get any momentum? Any momentum? Any follow through? That's the question. We're just gonna buy it right back up.
The dip buyers are in there. See it.
The government can't set interest rates. What do you mean? They just set the over, like, guys.
Oh, here we go.
Guys.
The government sets interest rates.
Guys.
Here we go. Let's make this a teaching moment, Jack.
When you hear about, everyone's got a lot going on in their life. All right. We can't expect everyone to be tracking what these things mean. And I know it's tempting when they're like, oh, the Feds is like didn't cut interest rates or they raised interest rates. That is only in the very, very short term. That is just the rate at which they lend overnight. Okay. They can set a floor and a ceiling on that. That has nothing to do with the interest rates we interact with. Okay. If you, any loan you're getting, unless you are involved with like the overnight repo market, which I doubt anyone is set by the markets. QE sets. What are you talking about? Yeah, like you can manipulate it, but then you get. Okay, I'm not going to argue this.
Man has spoken. Dakota, we hit your 420s. Did you do anything?
We did. I'm flat. I'm flat. Yeah, it worked out pretty well. I mean, that's what I was looking for. That's what Vince was looking for. It worked really well. Are we getting the Jack class in real time? Jack, hey, I don't mind. So you're telling me that the market sets the interest rates? Because I know we talk about this often. We have FOMC next week, right? They discuss interest rates, and many times we talk about it's like, oh, well, they could technically move by just the verbiage that they're using during the meetings, right? Whether they're dovish.
Very clear. Even if you're of the opinion that QE sets interest rates, what I said's not wrong. The market sets rates. So yeah, if you print a bunch of money and go buy 10-year bonds, you are going to lower the interest rate. You're also going to destroy your currency.
Very true.
We
Still
got
seeing
that
some selling
breakdown.
stuff in these markets, guys. Yeah, here comes the breakdown.
We got that breakdown. You still short ES?
Mm-hmm.
Is this one for the auto liquidator? Have you started trailing at all, Jack?
No. Yeah, I mean, I went the break even. I'll do a little more here. Oh
yeah, you wanted to see about 25 points on this. That's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. We're coming up on time. My full target would be down a little bit above this line. I have one on, so it's like, what am I gonna? Maybe. I mean, we're talking about like 5 more points. I just took it, so we're flat.
Nice trade.
That might be the high a day we just put in.
Very well could be.
Yep.
Like I said about shorts being a little bit more.
It's about
Trump's
the same
meeting
time
with business
we
leaders.
day, yeah.
All right, one at a time, guys. Go ahead. Dakota, you first.
I'm saying it's about this is very identical to yesterday's price action when Hogan and I was shorting the NASDAQ and the ES. And about now is when we put in the high of day from yesterday.
Gotcha. Jack, what was your comment just a second ago?
I didn't know I was talking. Sorry about that.
Oh, never mind.
What was my comment?
No worries.
I
don't know. I think all three of us started talking at the same time. Trump's meeting with world business leaders in Davos has begun. There's a lot of people just sitting in a circle. I can't hear what they're saying yet, though. I will check for... Oh. Denmark has rejected Trump's demand to negotiate the takeover of Greenland. That came out just a minute ago. Maybe that's why we're seeing a little dip.
Just keep selling off. Yeah, we're at 25,400 here in the NASDAQ.
Are we down? Is the stream down?
I'm not seeing it. We're good.
Hello. Well, my comment's going in there.
Yeah, all good on my end, man. But sell-off's starting to pick up steam.
Oh, I saw some comments. Are we down? Are we down? Yep.
No.
Rolling over a little bit
We
in
are.
the equities. Here we go.
Only we had a
25,390. If only we had a runner, right?
Yep. Yeah, I kind of I messed up my trade. I Lennied it. I had quantity of 3, and when I went to peel a couple off, it was all out. So I just flattened it, and here we go.
Okay. So we hit what this would be regardless. I would have been out at this point. So we missed out on like 5 points. It's okay.
$25. What's our P&L in that account, Jack?
180, and so we made 15, 16 points on 1 micro.
Very nice.
It was
nice.
a very
Trade.
counter trend trade. Now, I have no
Went up
position
nicely.
on, but I don't see any natural place where this is going to stop.
No. Settlement?
Settlement.
Picking up steam.
Settlement's
Look
all
at
the way
that.
down at
69.08.
25,129.
You had that level before we even got there, Jack.
Long before we got
That's
there.
the high. That's the high.
We were trading at...
That was a good level.
So at 8:30, we were trading around... I bet Jack called that 08 level around 68.70. I'm going to go out on a limb and say you called that 40 points before we got there.
Yeah. You also said you're going to go up there, going to reverse. And now look at it. There you go.
Yeah, if I had just done what I said, it would have been a real performance. But, we're green.
I mean, you basically did what you said. It didn't happen back to back to back.
It's recorded.
You put it on.
It's recorded.
Caveman into the long, got short at your level, and nice little day, $180. That's one day closer to a payout.
That's right. Only thing I'm seeing in the NASDAQ is where we kind of hesitated earlier this morning when we first opened, right around these 320s, 330 level. Maybe find some buyers step around that zone. But that's quite the reversal.
Still selling 68.76 last in the ES. Got overnight VWAP at 68.67. Decent target to the downside there. You got any more downside targets in NQ from here, Dakota? Where can we stop?
I mean, it's these 320s, and then we could just go back through and basic support resistance where we broke out this morning, 240s. Settlement, right? That's 200 points lower from here, but I mean, we've seen how fast this market could go when it starts to sell off.
In about 3 minutes or so, I might have an update, but for now, nothing.
Keeping my eye on the news for this little conference, meeting of the minds in Davos. All we've seen so far is a remark from Denmark rejecting Trump's demand to negotiate the takeover of Greenland. And we all heard Trump this morning claim that Greenland is in North America.
Well, let's think through that. And we're kind of either okay and we move on, or I would think tariffs come into play.
Yes.
That's what's spooky for these equities. Did that 1,000 lot ever get filled in the ES that we was talking about chasing it lower?
I did not see it get filled. It moved from 09 down to 06, and then it pulled. I didn't see it come back in. I don't see it in there now. Order is not in the book right now.
Interesting.
Oh,
They
I take
wanted
that
the
back.
top.
It is 69.49, 1,000 offered all the way up top. 69.49 in the S&P.
Okay.
They moved it 40 points away. 43 points away.
NASDAQ not stopping. 320s now. That is a back-to-back days where my stop loss was the high of the freaking move. 170 points. Yeah. My stop loss was 491.
I mean, I don't want to be Nostradamus, but it would seem I guess it would seem like are we gonna be up today, boys, or we're gonna be down on the day?
Hello.
40 points to go till settlement.
Market's not liking this meeting so far. No headlines coming out though. Just that one.
I think it's the Denmark thing.
Yeah.
Nvidia
Gotta be
was
more
up
behind that,
3%.
though.
It's now up only 1.75. Wow, same with Tesla.
Where's
It's getting
Tesla
a
at
little
now?
spicy here. Tesla was up 3%. We're only up 1.25. So at least by half of a lot of these. And we have Microsoft down 1.8, Apple's red, Amazon down 0.7. So honestly, if we get to settlement, I wouldn't be surprised, which is still 200 points lower from here.
Mm-hmm. Tesla did get some bad news over the weekend too. Canada made that trade deal with China to import electric vehicles.
Ooh.
I mean, they're not a car company anymore.
Yeah.
They're a robotics company, and then 5 years from now they'll be whatever's next. Tesla's destined to have pretty much the same revenue for the indefinite future. Whatever's 5 years out.
See, Elon Musk was thinking about buying Ryanair over the weekend.
Oh, really?
Random
Yeah.
airline. Yeah.
That's not a I guess if you own the platform, it's not a big deal, but Ryanair is pretty good at just like clapping back at everyone. So it's like I don't want to start a fight on Twitter with Kevin Durant or Ryanair. Yeah, it's the worst, but it's so cheap. I've only flown Ryanair once. It was like 3-4 years ago, maybe. Can't. It was definitely after COVID because we had our son was with us, but we flew from like Dublin to I want to say Paris, but it was someplace hour and a half outside Paris or something like that. But can't say no to what like $17 tickets or something.
Wow,
Oh,
that's
wow.
pretty cheap.
Anne Marie, did you hold it for VWAP? We're coming.
Look at these sellers stepping in here. Sellers ain't
They
done.
are. It's not
Sellers
stopping
ain't
either.
done. Yep.
It's
25,280. 25,290 last trade in the NQ. 6868 last in the ES. Coming in rapidly. I wonder what the change in Delta is. Anybody have a Delta update? Coach Vince, I see you in the chat. Give us a Delta update. Did that 9,000 plus 9,000 pair off as we started moving down?
Coach Vince. That's a interesting.
Well, I think what we're waiting for now is so Trump's in a meeting right now. Like, does he know they said? I guess we got to wait for Trump's reaction. If Denmark says that they're not like, we're just not going to talk about it. Like, what's the next move? And I don't know.
Trump's in a room with about a dozen world leaders, and he is the one talking right now. Oh, it's over. And it's over.
NASDAQ's just showing so much weakness now.
Trump has ended his comments to reporters during the Egyptian leader meeting. People use their best judgment on Greenland. Trump reiterates military is not on the table for Greenland and that it will not be necessary. No troops to Greenland.
All right.
He made an offer, though, of what was the offer? $700 billion plus $100,000 to every resident of the country for a takeover.
Yeah, it was a cash offer to the residents, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
How
it
far
was
does
real. I
100
hear the
grand go in
price.
Greenland?
Dude, but they're talking about like if they want to go to the sales route, it's like Denmark wants to sell for like $700 billion. That's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of money.
NASDAQ's not stopping. We're continuing to push lows.
Got overnight VWAP on a 5-minute, 25,264. Looks like we want to take it. 68.70 last trade in the ES. Are the metals doing anything on this move?
Not really.
Oh.
Not for silver.
Gold
Hanging around 93.30.
Gold kind of petered out. We were talking about possibly another leg lower in gold. Didn't quite get it. 48.33, 48.34 last trade in gold. Silver, 93.4, 93.40 last trade in silver.
NASDAQ trying to hold these two set ladies.
Nearly forgot, guys.
Ooh.
You know what we forgot to do?
What?
Was it some sort of tip?
Yes. It just so happens to be the tip of the week. Stay updated with market news. We've been doing our best to do that for you right here on Topstep TV today, bringing in everything we possibly can. Know the events that are impacting your market. Watch for news-driven volatility. Avoid trading during major announcements and use news for contextual awareness. I believe we did a pretty good job of coaching you through that today. I think we did. Hey, look at this. We got a 600 lot on the 67 bid in the ES. Bids coming back in. We saw the sellers up top. Of course, we don't know if it's the same person or same trader. But somebody is willing to buy the S&P down below.
Pick it up right at the overnight view.
As well. Right at, yeah. Bounced right off of it. All roads.
And we got an update on Delta from Vince. Thank you, sir. ES Delta still positive 6,500. NQ Delta minus 615. Oh, fresh update. Positive 7,100 in the ES now. Minus 380 in NQ. Thank you, Vince. Appreciate that. Got about 5 minutes left here in Fast Markets. What's going on for the rest of the day, guys? Dakota, what do you want to see? Anything in particular?
Oh, I love volatility, right? We're traders. Volatility brings opportunity, and just making sure we're not just overreacting over every move, right? Because it also bring too many opportunities for a trader to ruin their day. But I like this movement we've seen so far. I'm actually watching for a long right now. Like we had an indecision candle, maybe look for a little bit of a bounce above these 300s. Other than that, I'm up $500. This is day number, I believe, 29 for me. So one more green day and I hit 30 green days in this account, which unlocks the daily payouts and up to the entire
Daily
account balance.
payouts.
So just looking for that, small base hits, consistency. I have Coach Jake joining me tonight on slow markets. And yeah, these markets are rocking, and I love seeing it. Either direction. We love volatility.
I haven't moved in 4.5 hours. I'm going a little numb here, guys.
Well, I'll let you stretch your your glutes. I'm kind of seeing it as like a reset for the day now. We're down around VWAP. We had a big move higher. We turned around where we saw resistance, kind of the middle of it. Kind of looking for new theses right now. I'm not seeing much in the realm of options right now, besides maybe, like, I'm not in the trade, I just want to say it, but like, there's room to go lower here. Like, I don't see any firm resistance here where I'm like, oh, at this level, like, I literally see like nothing. Like, even my old faithful like 6,800 SPX which would be down, around this green line. Now that'll change, especially if we drift lower. But I'll be waiting to see if anything pops in that looks like, okay, this is where it's a buy.
So you like
We
68
got gold selling.
I don't like. It's a good position to be in where like I'm flat right now, and I don't. Unless we were playing reversal challenge, I don't like being long or short right now.
Okay.
It's gonna move.
Even make an argument. I could even make an argument to say, you're at this position where locking out and being done for the day is very attractive instead of trying to force something.
Gold's making that move right now. We're seeing another leg lower in gold, 48.26 last trade in gold. Decent little move in the last couple minutes there.
You know what? I spoke it into existence. I made a promise to myself, and I've talked to this with Coach Jay. Is the moment you think about locking out is the moment you probably should. You don't want to look back and say, I should have. I'm locked out. So there we go.
It's like
Just
moving
locked out.
Yeah. It's like moving a stop to break even, Why break even?
Yeah, exactly.
You took the risk. You should reap the reward. If you want to go to break even on a stop, I don't know, maybe it's time to consider just exiting the trade in general, right?
Exactly. I mean, the more I watch this, the more it's going to be tempting to get into a trade with this volatility, increasing. That doesn't mean I can't like switch to a practice account, test a few things out. But we're traders. We come in, we put in our work, and then that's what at least I became a trader for, is that I could work for a couple hours trading, and then I have the rest of the day to go do whatever I want. Go boxing. Get punched in the face.
And before it gets painfully cold, like epically cold for the next 5 days, I'm gonna enjoy the 20-something weather and go walk over to the 7-Eleven and get a beverage of some kind.
Go to a 7-Eleven. Do they still do the, what is it, free smoothie on 7-Eleven?
The Slurpee?
Slurpee,
Probably.
yeah.
I would explode if on 7-Eleven on like July 11th, they tend to give a free Slurpee out.
That's right.
It's a good deal.
That makes perfect sense. All right, guys, it's been a wild couple hours here in the markets. We're going to step aside, though. Dakota, thanks for joining us all morning for Fast Markets. Jack, I'll see you in just a minute. Jack and I are going to be back for the morning recap. In about 3 minutes or so, we're going to take a real short break and come right back in. Well, coming up next after that, we've got Antonio. He's back for Power Players alongside Coach Jay and Dolby Time. These markets haven't been the easiest for Antonio, apparently, but he's back and ready to put the work in live right here on Topstep TV for all of you. All right, guys, we are going to step aside. Short break coming up. Morning recap in just a couple minutes. Topstep TV. We got them. Let's go get some more.
Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with Topstep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. Topstep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now there's 2 paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. Topstep's got the best program, the best payout policy, and now the best all-in price. I can't wait to see what it offers our traders on their way to a better lifestyle.
Hey, everybody. Hoag's filming some stuff for us today, so you'll have to deal with us. And we'll run through the morning recap real quick so I can go to the 7-Eleven and get my sustenance. JD, you've been on for a while. You hanging in there?
Hanging in there. Good morning. It's like we never left, you know? I could do this all day, though. We love our jobs here at TopstepTV. All right, let's take a look at those opening range trades that we took earlier this morning. First up, gold. Gold, we were talking about it. That overnight inventory to the long side, it was a similar setup to yesterday. Yesterday, we wanted to see markets retrace after that gap open to maybe back and fill a little bit before ripping higher. We didn't see it yesterday. Today, we were kind of expecting the same thing based off the setup. Overnight inventory to the long side, a lot of buyers coming in overnight. So we figured maybe a pullback would be good. Turned out to be good. But yes, we triggered a short off that 1 minute opening range breakout trade. You see it on my chart right there. And we just got in too early. Couldn't hold it long enough. We took about $130 worth of risk on a pair of micros. And it came and ran through our stop and kept going too. So I don't think it would have mattered if we had put on $250 worth of risk on that trade. It still would have tagged us out before making this move to the downside that we're watching right now. Looks like we were just about poised for another leg lower. Let's draw in our channel to see how gold is faring. Look at that textbook channel line, right? Following that upper channel line pretty, or respecting that upper channel line very nicely. So possibly poised for another move lower in gold. Again, this is not trading advice, but it's just what I see when I look at this chart right now. All right, let's move on to crude oil. Lost $136 on that. Sorry, yeah, $136 paper cut on that gold opening range breakout trade. Next was crude oil. Crude has not been kind to us this week. That's why we're not taking a whole lot of risk on these crude oil trades. We got into a long, triggered a long, got in at 60.47 off that 1 minute opening range breakout after 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Took a dip, came and tagged us out. Again, only $50 worth of risk on that trade, 58 after a little bit of slippage. But you see crude oil has been, it's played both sides of the initial balance from low to high, and now it's drifting right along settlement price. So not a whole lot of movement in crude, basically a sideways market for now. That's what I got for those opening range breakout trades. Jack, we were on fast markets together. How'd we do?
We will.
Put on a couple trades.
We'll talk about, we got us back to scratch basically in the house account. Dakota had a silver trade too. I didn't see it in real time. I believe it was a short that pretty much instantaneously worked out. But we took trades in the MES on the suggestion of one Mr. John Doherty. Right about here when we were raging, we did a caveman trade. We put on 5 MES, a few points below the high, and it worked out nicely. We began peeling that off. Took about $110 out of that. And then we had been talking about basically at this SPX 6875 level, I was seeing there was like, I haven't seen this really before. It was a weird thing in the options, but there was basically a ton of like positive gamma at this level and really nothing else on the chart. So we took a flyer at it with 1. We got some of the pullback, and then we got some help from the news, I think, with Denmark not negotiating. We took that off for about 15 or 16 points. I encroached a little bit. Like this green line here was probably my out level. We've obviously gone through it, but fine with keeping it light and breezy on the shorts. So that's what we did. The house account is basically flat right now. And we still got a lot more trading today, JD. You got any final words here?
Certainly do. Just a reminder, pinned to the top of the chat right now is that group coaching forum. If you want to hear Gabe and his radio voice say your name live here on Topstep TV, make sure you fill out that form. Put the correct name in there and ask your question. We got a great lineup for group coaching today. One more time, we've got Gabe, Deanna, and Hoop. It's going to be at 12:15 Central Time. So grab that form, fill it out, ask your questions, get it answered right here live on Topstep TV. I'm going to go take a break.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the 7-Eleven. But that doesn't mean there won't be people here talking to you, trading markets. Coming up next, we got power players. Power players today. We have, I believe, Jay, Dolby, and Antonio. So stick around. We'll be right back with lots more action right after this on Topstep TV.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
I love the manual lockout feature on Topstep X because it helps you avoid temptation. That's right, the devil on every trader's shoulder that says, I'm down a bunch, but I can just cannonball this and make some money. Well, you don't have to worry about that with Topstep X. You can take that option off the table by clicking the icon at the top of the Topstep X page and lock yourself out for an hour, a whole session, some custom time. It's all up to you and helps you stay within your trading plan.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Power Players Edition. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got Antonio, and to the far right, DJ Profits, Dolby Time in the building. Antonio, Dolby, how are we doing today?
Doing good, doing good.
Doing all right.
You-
It's been just chaotic, absolute chaos. Pick your market. It's been insane. Pick your when you want to trade. That's been insane too. Whether it's overnight, regular trading session hours. I mean, either you're making real good money or you are in pain train land. It has been
Absolutely.
tough.
Very two-sided trade today. Very two-sided trade. We are seeing the equities selling off a little bit here. 25,205 last trade in the NASDAQ. 68.51 last trade in the S&P. We made a high of the day in the S&P, 69.0875. Shout out to Jack calling the high of the market and then taking that trade. Get my chart shared in just a second here. But what are we seeing in the markets right now? We can really pick a market, find some opportunity, whether it's the metals, the equities. The Russell just made new lows of the regular trading hours. What are we looking at here, Antonio?
Well, here I'm just waiting for an opportunity to get long. I'm not seeing much. I already missed the long this morning at 8 a.m. and I'm missing this short now, but I'm just looking for something solid that'll give me a signal to get long again because I like the pullback in the NASDAQ so far.
25,210's last trade here in the NASDAQ. Antonio may be looking to get in a long here. Dolby Time, what are we seeing here? Which market, first of all? Which one are you looking at? Russell?
Looking
NASDAQ?
at Russell and RTY. I mean, I got to be honest. It's a lot easier talking about charts after everything has already happened. But the volatility has just been crazy today.
Yes, it has.
I think in hindsight, which is great, what we ended up seeing in the micro NASDAQ was sort of like this rejection on the 4-hour sort of consolidation we have over here. And one of my favorite saying is, come failed moves, come fast moves. And the bulls could not push this price over 460. And my goodness, was that a fast move back to the downside? We ended up having a really, really nice consolidation up there. I didn't take any of that trade. I was on the wrong side. But once that kind of fails, I think you have to adjust. And that's something I did not do today. But once you kind of get that consolidation failure, you have to start, flipping through your Rolodex of, your trade setups. And it would have been real nice if I had just recognized the fact that was a range break right there. Switch to the short side, and find a smaller time frame and be like, okay, where are my stair step trades, and where can I get short on a pullback? Clearly the range failed, and ever since then it's just been kind of stair step shorts to the downside. But there it is. That's kind of it. I mean, the downside targets for micro NASDAQ, I mean, maybe we go back and test the Dorito low here. So that'd be around like 25,050 or so. Maybe we test that overnight low that we missed by like 5 or 6 points in power hour. I mean, that was pretty exciting.
Yesterday, that was pretty.
Yeah, I mean, it was like it's like watching like a turtle race, you know what I mean? It's like, what's going to happen? And like we just ended up not doing it. And so maybe there's some unfinished business at like those 95s. Crazy markets. Pick one. Actions there. Let's pull up the RTY though.
Pull it up. Maui Man in the chat saying, tell them about the white line in the micro NASDAQ today. It was so perfect. What we're talking about is that we actually mentioned it during the opening call, right? The 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, 25,481. If you look at the high of the NASDAQ today, 25,494. So we looked above it, could not find any buyers there, and we're down about 200, maybe 300 points from that point. Yeah, 300 points from that point. So interesting stuff here. Janish is asking, after seeing volume fail up at those highs, would I be looking for longs here? It depends what kind of day you think it is. It's going to be, right? Would I be necessarily looking for shorts here? Kind of near the lows of the range. Could we go take out that overnight low like W was talking about? I think so. But either way, either side of the market, right? Establish your risk. I think if you're married to either side for too long on a day like today, you could get in trouble.
Yeah, a tough day to have a bias for sure.
Agreed.
And it was tricky too. I mean, this is like a inverse, V bounce, and that's not something we see a lot in the Nasdaq. Typically, it's test the bottom and rally forever. But this time we tested the top and just sold off. Like RTY is still
Yeah.
selling, Nasdaq is still selling. I mean, sellers are in the house for sure, for sure.
Well,
So
right
I mean,
back to where we came from.
yeah, we all have different setup types. For me, this would be like a trade type 2, which I only have 3 setups. You got the standard range trade, then you have the stair step trade, and then you have range over range reversal. This is stair step trade land for sure. So can we sell pullbacks is all we're looking for right now.
Yeah, we are seeing the pullback continue here. 25,160, down 40 points since we started this segment in the NASDAQ. Seeing micro Bitcoin on its lows as well. Gold starting to sell a little bit here as well. 48.19 last trade here in gold. Some size on the NASDAQ book here. About at least 100 lot right below the market. 100 on the bid, 25,150s in the NASDAQ here. We do have settlement price right below us as well, 25,129 and a quarter.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that become a support in the beginning of the fast market session. Dakota took a short into that level. Antonio, you have prices that you're looking for potential longs here, or is it just price action?
Yeah, I like to look. I'm looking at this now on the 15-minute chart. I want to see some type of failure on these shorts around these prices.
Yeah,
just
winning
around,
right now.
Looking around these 125s, 100s. I want to see some failure here. And if not, then I would like to see a pullback for more shorts to the downside to clear some of these lows that are, cramped up here around the 25,000, 50 to 25,000 level.
Gotcha. Seeing some selling here in the NASDAQ. Did take out that 100 lot on the bid. 25,154 last trade here. 68.3950 in the S&P. Dolby, you were looking at the Russell. See a trade there?
Right now. I'm trying to find any sort of little range. I'm looking at the 1 minute because price is, so volatile right now that, if you go to almost any other candlestick, like 3, 5, 15, it's just, you're not going to see a range to even try to manage risk here. So
I'm actually going to take one long here.
Okay,
one micro.
All right. Antonio, long one micro price you get there?
I'm going to go one long micro. It says 158.5. And my stops are going to be 158.5.
158.5.
And I'm going to put my stops around 0.65.
All right, we got Antonio long one micro NASDAQ from 25,158, 25,148 last trade here.
Why here says unconditional love 38.20.
Because this is where no one else would like to sell from. I mean, if we're going to have buyers step in, this is a great price to get to buy from.
Nice. There you go. There's the answer. I mean, that would be a hell of a call. I'm looking at this RTY for a potential short, but we're starting to get into some old ranges from kind of the overnight session early this morning. So you kind of wonder if this is going to be the bounce here that ends up getting some bulls in. That level in RTY would be right around, let's say 26.62. But I mean, RTY is down 36 points right now.
Yep.
Pretty big. That's a lot.
Still technically red on the day. We haven't had a settlement test in the regular trading hours. Settlements at 26.58.70. So maybe some room, but Antonio in a long here from 168, 158, 10 points right now. Hey, sometimes it's a scary trade, but looking good.
It's interesting location because it kind of corresponds with some levels that we have in the RTY. I think there's also some like nice wicks that Antonio maybe called here. I could be looking for maybe joining Antonio here, but in the RTY, I'm just looking for like a range over range reversal kind of
Okay.
established that 1 minute range between like 2662 and 2664. So if we can get another range kind of forming over these 64s, we might be able to get the reversal back to the upside. So that's kind of like the third tool in the toolbox here as a range trader is the range over range reversal or range under range reversal. Let's see if we can do this. Let's get a bid in actually at 2664.
2664. Dolby looking to get in the Russell. Antonio up about 30 points in this NASDAQ trade here. That 100 lot that we saw on the bid there at the 150s, just saw 100 lot on the offer. Is it the same person? Who knows? But they just got filled on the offer there. Passive seller, 25 190s. So maybe somebody just scalped 100 contracts for 40 points. It's a nice trade. Nice trade. Antonio, you got a target on this one?
I just want to go and sweep the highs. Maybe just take out the highs and have some type of upside wick action. So
When you
just
say
a
highs,
couple
high
of
a
points
day
above the
or-
highs. High of the day, yes, of course.
High a day. Got you. Looking for about a 300-point trade here to the upside. And we've had a 300-point rally already today, 300-point sell-off. So why not NASDAQ? The president said we're going to be doubling the stock market. So the only way to do that is to buy it. So let's see here. Nice trade so far, Antonio.
Yeah. I know chat was kind of losing it with Trump on screen, but this is why you have to listen to him because there are certain keywords that he says and, algorithms pick it up and all of a sudden, you get some just bonker volatility. And I think, I mentioned Greenland, mentioned tariffs. And if that's moving the markets, you got to pay attention, even if he drives you crazy. Because, this is 300 points worth of action right here.
Yes, it is. Dolby, did we get into the Russell there? I don't think it's kind of
No, we
running.
did not. We're looking for a pullback, and all we have right now is just bid. So nothing so far. Not even really seeing a range trade to take. If we did want to get short, it'd probably be right about here at like 2668 if we're trying to do a stair-step trade. But with this kind of price action right now and the fact that we just bounced so aggressively off at 2662 and we just had a range, I think bulls might be back in the house here.
Bulls on parade potentially.
Mm-hmm.
2668 last trades, 2669 last trade in the Russell, 25 191 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Antonio, you're looking for about a 300-point target. Do you do any trade management on this as it's going up, or you just kind of let it rock?
Yeah, since I have one micro on right now, what I'll do is I'll just manage that one micro stop loss. It's at a decent location now for a decent loss on the day if I was to take that loss. So once we get some pressure to the upside, maybe a little bit holding over VWAP, then we'll be looking to go either in profit, stops, or maybe 10 to 20 points in profit. Wherever the next swing low that we can get would be a nice target to sit some stops up under if we can get a nice swing low. But if not, then we'll just go break even after we get some pressures to build up and hold over VWAP.
Nice. Got a plan there. 25 188 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Looking at the delta, this may actually help you here. Negative delta in the NASDAQ right now, negative 1200. It was negative 1800 at those lows, but negative 1200. If sellers are not getting what they're looking for, maybe they cover and push price higher. That's probably more something to worry about towards the end of the day, but we'll watch as that develops. Delta in the S&P right now, positive 9,500. Positive 9,500.
Nice. Okay.
Taking a look at the tilt, 58% long in the S&P, 55% long in the NASDAQ, 62% short crude oil, and 50-50 in gold. Gold trading 48.2610.
What, did we take like 3-4 points of heat on this one so far?
Yeah. It was no more than 10 points. I don't think, right? It was pretty nice entry there. And again, sometimes that's the scary trade, right? It's like, why are we buying here? It's selling off 300 points. Sometimes that's a scary trade, right? Good trade location doesn't look at Jack's trade, Jack short, right? 69.08.
Terrifying.
Super scary. But is it actually scary if you know where your risk is? Because above that high, I probably don't need to be in the trade that long.
Yeah, right.
To me, the scariest trades are when it feels like a 50-50. You're in the middle of the shark tank and there's sharks on both sides, right? We're right in the middle of a range, Dolby, and it could go either way. That's when it's scary because now it feels like a guess. But
right. I mean, either way, you're going to lose your whatever your stop is, right? So if your stop is $250, you're going to lose $250, whether you're taking the scariest trade of your life or if you're taking a trade right at VWAP. So
right,
it's all. I mean, it's kind of the same. Definitely just paper handed along here too. That RTY reversal is actually looking pretty solid. We ended up getting kind of that range over range reversal there. Good point is after you take a couple beatings, Antonio, how do you, in your opinion, how do you recover from that? Is it just like sizing down, getting down to like 1 micro, just to kind of get like a winner on board, get a little bit more confidence?
It's tough to come back from beatings. It's tough to size down.
It is tough to size down.
It's tough to do all of the tough stuff.
Yeah.
It's tough to do all the tough stuff. Like like I said earlier in the green room, sitting today and missing out on the initial 300.5. Actually, was it 500 point buy? I saw that thing coming at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah. From the lows of the day, yeah.
Missed out on it. Okay, cool. Then I was ready to get short with Dakota. Missed out on that one. Okay, they're going to give another opportunity. So those were the tough things for me to do today. Discipline won today. I wasn't too proud about it because we don't like the discipline thing.
Nobody likes vegetables.
No.
When you're a kid, I love vegetables now, but like when you're a kid, nobody wants to hear that.
Yeah, I'll tear up some vegetables now, but that's why discipline won today.
Frozen peas?
Exactly.
No way.
Peas are for offers here in the NASDAQ. 25, 222, 160 on the offer here in the NASDAQ. Let's see if those get filled. We saw 100 light get filled earlier. But yeah, no one likes frozen peas.
Frozen peas are to chuck at people you don't like.
Yeah.
Tell Dakota that.
Put on a bruise or something.
100 lot just got filled. Wumu in the chat is saying short's going to get wrecked.
We were just short buyers, weren't we, guys?
I mean,
we were.
Go ahead, Antonio.
I'm confused that they said why long here, but shorts are going to get wrecked now.
Yeah. Well, different chat participants, but yeah, that is what makes the market. Different opinions, but yeah, we definitely just flipped a little bit here. We got a VWAP in the NASDAQ 25,260, New York session VWAP 25,313. Nice trade so far here, Antonio.
Yeah, we're going to drop down time frames and magnify it a little bit so we can maybe get some better management going on. So we'll get some more information with these 5-minute candles.
A little sell-off here in RTY.
A little pullback, yeah.
Yeah. Is NASDAQ doing the same? Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
Not much.
Holding up better.
What I would like to see is a VWAP reclaim, and then we'll just see where it goes from there.
Yep.
Seeing a VWAP 25,259. Taking a look at the tilt again, still building to the long side here. 61% long in the S&P now, 60% long in the NASDAQ. Metals definitely slowed down. Gold kind of sitting on its lows of the New York session so far, though. 48.19 last trade there in gold. Antonio, have you been trading the metals at all overnight session?
Overnight session, yes, slightly. I've been doing a little bit of metal trading. Did some silver yesterday evening on the shorts. Did some silver shorts, and those paid out pretty well. And I tried to continue them this morning after they did their little rally, and that paid out pretty well also. But I want to get a little bit more versed as well back into gold because we all know gold is the one that tore me down last year. and I divorced her. Picked up silver as a side thing, so I want to, kind of reconcile with gold a little bit.
Yeah.
Man, gold was cooking last night. My goodness.
Was it, Dolby?
Yeah, let us know if you were trading some gold last night. It was doing its NASDAQ impression to the T. I think
I rushed along last
rallying
night.
So hard. So hard.
The momentum definitely caught me last night. I lost money buying gold last night. It's like, how the hell do you do that? It's when you try to rush into a trade, you buy the highs. Definitely just a misjudgment of timing there. Seen 100 lot chase the NASDAQ up a little bit here.
I lose money on the right moves a lot. I mean, it happens a lot. I'll be right.
Timing and location.
The move won, but you lost.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about full target.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I did the classic, this is rallying. Let me, wait for a pullback. And then you wait so long that you end up being like the only person to lose on a long trade because that's like the time it starts reversing. It's like uncanny how I have like the ability to time that out. It's like when the market's bidding that hard, you kind of just have to throw, strategy out the window and it's just press the buy button, set a stop.
Saw Jack do that this morning.
And hope you don't get hit because it is.
Yeah.
It's like waiting for that setup when the market is just going like parabolic like that and like gold is just bidding up $5-10 at a time. Like how are you gonna press the buy button and hope it doesn't
jump on the
back
train?
On you? Hop on the
jump
train.
on the train.
Yeah, and it's hard to do because I don't think a lot of people have that tool in the toolbox because it's kind of like a brain dead trade, but it works. If you really want to trade that momentum, you just got to press the buy button, and it's hard. I think it's hard to do, especially as a range trader. It's like this is the opposite.
Goes against what your natural inclination is to do. We saw Jack do it this morning. JD was just like, hey, you know what? Sometimes you just got to buy it, and
Caveman.
It works out, right? It works out, and I think what you were saying, Dolby, before is what your risk is, right? A lot of times, I think what happens is somebody sees a market running, it looks like it's on its highs, and then you look at where it came from, right? And I'm looking at the NASDAQ, and if I buy it up here. This move started 200 points ago. Well, you don't have to risk that whole 200 points, right?
No.
You could risk a lot less than that and make it a little less scary. Seeing the equities kind of stall out a little bit here to the upside.
Yeah, a little bit of stalling. I'm just now realizing how ironic my stop loss is.
Why you say that?
It's red and it's 187.
It's that trade clarity.
That's like police scanner talk.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
It's a stop loss and it's murder.
Yeah. That is what a 187 is. That is correct.
Watching too much Midwest safety videos. That'd be me. One of my favorite channels.
Now I want to reduce it if we do get a little bit of a stall here on this pullback. If we can get a little bit of stall on that, then I'll reduce the risk and I may add one more contract.
Okay. Tony, maybe adding to this. Jay Stores with the quote in the lyrics there in the chat. I don't know how I got there, all right.
Yeah, let's go. Man, we had a candlestick in the RTY just cover the entire 1 minute range, which is typically indicative of a range break. It's something as a range trader you got to be very wary of. So if you have that covered almost 4 points in the RTY from top of range to bottom of range.
And I'm going to add one here and reduce the risk.
Ooh, okay.
All right, Antonio long 2 now. What's your average now?
My average is 178 half.
178. Move that up about 20 points. Adding to a winner so far. Gold continuing to sell off here. 48.11.30 last trade there in gold. Just saw another block of selling come in. About 200 contracts traded in a second. Most of that was negative delta.
I'm gonna keep the same risk though.
Selling. Keeping the same risks. Keeping it at 187.
Yeah, it just seems to be. Don't touch it.
Man, it's 1 minute range. It's kind of getting snapped right now. So now I wonder if range under range trade or stair step trades back on. Whoa, RTY.
It could be.
Look
could
at
be.
Trade it,
this.
Dolby. Take him, Dolby.
I can't, bro. It's too fast, man. It's too fast. I needed to hop in at like 68s. We're already down to 64s.
Stop the ride. Stop the ride.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that I at least identified the range, check mark there, identified the 1 minute candle that covered the entire range. That's bearish. Typically indicates range destruction, and we ended up getting a sell off. So next step is taking the trade. Did a good job identifying it though.
Do we get a break of the lows of the regular trading hours in the Russell and potentially low day 26.51.10 low day there in the Russell 25.180 last trade here in the NASDAQ. We got Antonio Long 2 micro NASDAQ from 25.178 right here right now.
I mean, we could get down to these 2650s in the RTY. That would be kind of the bottom of the daily range. Got a couple wicks on there. Got one today, one 2 days ago. Acted as resistance twice on the 13th and the 9th. Yeah, 9th and 12th of January. So that could be a target. I mean, if you're going range to range on large time frames, that means the other side is totally in play. And it might seem really big and scary, but that isn't, in fact, the range. It is very doable. It's just hard to believe sometimes.
$26.64. Let's take a look at that tilt. It did start to build long there. Now it's back to 50-50. 58% short in gold getting paid right now. 48.09 last trade there. Silver getting ready to make new lows of the day here for all of our silver traders. Potentially. 92.11 is the low of the day in silver. 92.44 last trade here. Kind of hanging out near its lows. Antonio, nice ad so far.
Yeah, wow, just crazy good ad right there. What conviction.
Let's get these 300 points. Just a reminder to everyone in the chat, we got group coaching coming up after shoulder tap today.
Mm-hmm.
Who is on group coaching? You might ask. Well, I have the answer for you. That is going to be Gabe, Coach D, and Hoop. So make sure you get your questions in there. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. Again, group coaching, 12:15 Central Time after shoulder tap today. Gabe, Deanna, and Hoop. Make sure you get your questions in. Pretty quiet right now compared to the craziness we had this morning. Had the president speaking, stocks are going to double, stock market's going to double. What a wild fast markets. Let's get a vibe check after that fast markets. How's everybody doing today? You up on the day, down on the day? Anything you learned from the day? For me personally, I'm down on the day. Hit a daily loss limit. Had some little technical issues and had that lead to some less than par trading, right? Some bad trading for me personally. But the good thing, Coach Paul and I talked about this yesterday, actually, having a daily loss limit set. It could have been a lot worse. But got an account to trade tomorrow.
Yep, always try to trade for tomorrow. It's just kind of, I still think the hardest thing to do in trading is just losing a little bit of money. It is the hardest thing to do in trading. And just trying to pull yourself away from the screen, let that like refractory period kind of just go away. And that sometimes the lockout button is the only way to do that. Smash the lockout button so you can't keep on taking trades and let that feeling kind of just dissipate so you can get back into like a normal mental state.
100%. Why does that always seem to happen after a good day? That's a good question. John asks, he's like, why does a daily loss limit seem to happen after a good day? Maybe you throw the rules out. Maybe you think that you are better than the market. I know that's happened to me before. I've told this story on TopstepTV, but at the time, an $11,000 day was my biggest winning day at the time. I remember calling my mom and being like, oh, I'm quitting my job. Like I'm doing X, Y, and Z. Like I'm the best trader ever. And she's just like, it was on a Friday. I'll never forget this. And she's just like, okay, well, just like enjoy your weekend, right? Like you made some nice money, enjoy your weekend, but like you have to get back to work on Monday. And I'm just like, nah. That next week I lost, I think 3 times that amount. So you kind of start to throw your rules out when you think you know better than the market, and the market is very good at teaching lessons. Very good at teaching lessons.
That's exactly what I just went through, Jay. I was trading pretty well in the overnight session, kind of feeling myself. I'm like, I got this. I had, had expectations. I expected I was going to be winning because I was reading the market real well. And then you start forcing trades, start thinking like you can call tops and bottoms. You start, forcing things, and it's like, well, there goes everything. And I think that's one of the trickiest things with trading. It's like, if you're doing really poorly, you're going to have mental hurdles to get over. If you're doing really well, you're going to have mental hurdles to get over. They're just different, but they're always going to exist. So you're just always kind of trimming the hedges for like what is going on mentally. And it's like, you just slip up even a little bit, whether you're winning a bunch or losing a bunch, it's going to be pain city. Market will teach you the lesson. That is right, Jay.
True that.
100%.
True that.
I like first of all, I like this trade. 25,200 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Antonio long from 178. But I like what Srinath said in the chat. A good mental reframing is to think of each trade like a quarterback throws a football. If you take a 1-yard sack, you don't just throw a Hail Mary right after. We should be like quarterbacks. It's a great point. Like that is a great point.
Take what the defense gives you. Don't have to force it.
Man, I don't want to. We don't have to talk about it, Dolby. But that just we don't have to talk about it. It's okay. It's okay. Yep. It's over. Next season. Next season.
Props. Yep. It was great. We had a good time. We're under budget and ahead of schedule. The rebuild is looking good. We got a quarterback. Got to be happy.
100%. 100%.
This range over range would have panned out.
In the Russell?
Yeah, I mean the range over range reversal. It worked. It would have been a solid trade. We're looking for those 64s. I think it's just a little bit of shell shock. Got some salad hands going on right now, but that is a setup. That is a setup. Tony's trade should be looking
size there trading
very
Russell
good right now. Yeah, we had some volume come in on that 1 minute.
Yeah, what was that? About 250 contracts just traded into Russell in the last second. Some buyers stepping in there, 26.68. Let's see if they get some follow through. Be nice for Antonio's trade here as well. And pretty quiet. President is in Davos right now. Got almost a full hour. It's like a stand-up special. That's good. Almost a full hour, but he's quiet right now. See if we got anything else on the calendar. We do have a 20-year auction at the top of the hour. Outside of that, pretty quiet as far as planned news goes. Of course, with the meetings going on in Davos, of course, a comment can come out at any time that could have the potential to move the markets. But for right now, all the planned news is out of the way.
Starting to get a
look at the
little 5-minute range going on here in the RTY. Things have calmed down.
Yes, they have. Is it safe to range trade?
Hopefully.
Any good news will make this thing go to the moon, says Edgy Invest.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. Really nice range in the NASDAQ right now. The 3-minute range is looking pretty perfect. If you want to know what a nice range looks like, 5-minute or 3-minute time frame is very clean, kind of very level bottoms and tops here. Trade's looking pretty solid here, Antonio. Great conviction, man.
I like it. I like it.
What are your hold times like normally, Antonio? If we're looking for that target up there, maybe even a VWAP test. Right now, it's lower volume time, probably less likelihood of follow through, but the price is still valid that you got in long here. What are your hold times normally like on your trades?
They're a decent amount of hold times. They're more upwards of 20 minutes plus. If I have, a really good setup, they're upwards of 20 minutes plus.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in a practice account just the other day and up the hold time to like 134 minutes.
Wow, nice.
That is
It was
eternity,
crazy.
especially in a NASDAQ trade.
Yeah.
It was crazy. And actually that was holding silver.
Oh,
What?
that's an eternity.
Yeah,
Yes, it
I was
is.
holding silver.
That is a lifetime in the silver market. How volatile that market is. I've seen a lot of traders. We've seen a lot of traders trade silver recently, and it has been a lot of see profit, take profit trades. But you can hold on to it, especially when it starts to trend, and be pretty nice here.
Dakota does a great job of trading silver. I mean, his ability to take profit is just so intuitive, and his intuition is very, very good. I actually wish it's a skill I had, because sometimes I just get caught holding on to trades way too long. It's like, bro, you had it in your hand. Just take it. You can always get back in again. If you're up like 2-1 or 3-1, that's pretty damn good trade. There's no reason to not just take the profit. We don't have to go big game hunting on every trade. I do like the statistic of hold time, though. I think it's pretty useful. Because if you know what your strategy is, you should have a pretty good idea of what a healthy hold time is. Like, if you're a scalper, you should kind of be around like in the same time frame. If you're a range trader, you should be looking for 15 minutes plus for a solid range trade. I saw 168 on the offer in RTY, but it disappeared, which is about 6 to 8 times what I'm seeing typically. Got 103 on the bid at 660, which is about 5 points lower here. Trump is speaking again.
Yes, he is. Speaking of business leaders. Speaking of business leaders,
Yeah, I wonder what they want to do here. I wonder what they want to do here in the NQ.
Make people suffer.
Fix the audio on that video.
If I had to guess.
Right. Wait for a comment to come. Right now, he's speaking to business leaders, right? So that's probably what the market's waiting for. Comment on NVIDIA investment or something like that. Potentially. We'll see.
RTY is
slowing down. Again. Yeah, it is. Back to the lows of the range.
Yep. I think we're in that. Anytime Trump speaks, it's just those keywords you just have to watch out for. It was like, a couple months ago, we were playing that game where it's like, if someone says tariff, the market sells off.
Yep.
Someone says, AI, the market goes up.
Yeah. Someone says that we have a deal, the market was going to go up. That was a fun way to play bingo in the markets all 2025.
Market goes up.
Gabriella McDowell, early front runner for comment of the day, just says, hit the like button.
Thank you.
We appreciate you being here, Gabriella.
We're damn close to 200,000 subscribers.
Yes,
we haven't subscribed yet, there's a little button down there. It's free to subscribe, y'all.
Absolutely. Hit the like button, turn on your notifications, and subscribe to the channel.
Oh, Antonio, you practicing for your own channel? All's good right there.
Gift the gab.
Influencer lights are getting us all.
Bro, tell me about it.
Influencer lights are doing us all. 1,700 negative deltas. Delta starting to build to the down to the negative side here in the NASDAQ. Still positive in the S&P, actually growing positive in the S&P. Positive 11,000 now. Gonna see it get wiggly when the president is speaking. See the order book start to clear out just a little bit.
Did you just say the president makes the market twerk in very nice form?
Is that what? Who said that?
Who said that? I didn't say that.
Gets wiggly when the president speaks.
Who said that? Yeah, that was a little crazy. But,
yeah. It does get wiggly.
That was crazy. 87,950 micro Bitcoin last trade over there.
I like the way we're holding here in the NQ.
Mm-hmm. This range over range trade is range over range reversals holding up pretty good. Developed a nice range between those 140s and like 170s, and have not been able to get below the 170s. And we're seeing a similar pattern in the RTY.
I'm actually glad I kept the same risk instead of reducing it a little. So, I mean, it can go anywhere from here, of course, we know. but it's holding well as of now.
And that risk is not based on a dollar amount, right? That's just the point of invalidation.
No, that's
for the
just, I
trade.
mean, I like those lows, because if it gets any lower than those lows, I'm not really too confident in a long position from this trade location.
Yeah, I mean, the market does not like risk-free trades. I say going to break even, surefire way to get stopped out and have the market rally right against you.
Surefire way to piss yourself off.
Yep. This is my goal for the rest of January, is just not move anything to break even. I still have that habit. I've been talking about that shit.
It's
for
tough. It's
a year,
tough.
bro.
I still struggle with it too,
annoying.
Dobie.
It's so annoying. Just the money
I
you just
struggle
give
with it
away.
still too.
Yeah, I want to stop struggling with that one. That one's annoying.
Nice
That
pop
one's
here.
annoying. Just the math.
25,206.
Yep,
Listening
nice
to the
pop,
president
nice
right now
hold.
in my other ear. Right now, he's talking about Venezuela. He did just mention tariffs, but nothing concrete coming from there yet. Seeing an offer up here in the NASDAQ, 160 on the offer, 25,204.
Still got that 100 lot sitting in RTY to it, 2660. Starting to get some lower highs though.
Mohammed saying wooden buyers.
I would love to see some.
Might be.
Oh no, we don't want them to be wooden.
I don't like some diamond buyers.
Yeah, we need some diamond hands.
Might be some styrofoam
we need to
buyers.
We need
right
the
now.
president to say we're doubling the market again.
Yeah. Just buy it.
Facts.
Buy it.
This would
No,
be
got a
the
nice
dip
break.
to buy if it was ever
Nice
a dip
break.
to buy today.
And he just does not stop talking. He has to be exhausted. You should, like,
man.
What
I mean,
better does he have to do? He's the
know.
president. He doesn't have anything better to do but talk.
It's his job. I'm just saying, like, you know, Jay drove fast markets last week for
Yeah,
2.5 hours. I mean,
Right.
It's fatiguing.
And I get to talk
be
from my
doing
house.
that. Yeah,
I
from
don't have
his
to
house.
get on a
Imagine, like,
flight and
flying.
Yeah, he's on
doing
planes
all
and
that,
stuff.
riffing for an hour in front of like 1,000 world leaders, and then doing it again, doing interviews just constantly. I mean, it is a lot, man.
right now
Love
he's
him or hate
talking
him,
about
it is
Apple and
exhausting.
right now he's talking about Apple and Toyota investments, praising Apple for their investments. Let's take a look at
All
the
that
Mag
free
7, see what
time
they're
he has
doing.
on his hands, he fills it with talking.
It's messing up our markets.
He learns something in his free time, and then he talks about it the next free time he gets.
Antonio's still hanging on to this trade, adding in here.
Yeah. I mean, this range is
Just looking
setting
for
up
that
nicely.
VWAP. I'm looking for that VWAP reclaim, and I wanted to hold above and maybe even just zombie rally to the upside. I don't need to see any type of upward thrust of a move.
256. I got a VWAP at 256.
Well, we're gonna get a bid in an RTY at 2663.2.
All right.
Going one.
Just one mini RTY. Let's see if we can test this trade out. I mean, I feel like I've already salad hands this trade, but if we can get back down there, it might be good. There were so many opportunities to pull this trade off. There was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They were all legit trades. All legit trades. All worth about 4 points or so. Let's see if we can get it though. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely the scarier trade to get long. Oh, Toop saying Bitcoin back down below 90K.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the micro Bitcoin sales earlier. That's what kind of let me know that these equities might have been selling off, because it showed signs before they did.
Mm-hmm.
They do tend to move in a similar direction. We were talking about this during At the Buzzer yesterday. It's like, why does the Bitcoin chart look exactly like the NASDAQ? It's because all the suits are now in Bitcoin. When you get banks investing in Bitcoin, hedge funds, and all that other stuff, they're going to start to move like the equity markets. And if you put up a Bitcoin chart next to a NASDAQ chart, it looks identical. Seeing a nice
Correct.
rally here now
bid.
in the NASDAQ 25,215. Nice trade so far here. Antonio got a bid
we're doing
under the
well.
market 25,198.
I mean, fortune favors the
Doing
bold.
well.
What company used that as their slogan?
Fortune favors the bold?
Yeah, it was like 15 years ago.
Shoot,
feel like
I
it was
want
like
to
a
know
beer
now
company.
because that's a nice saying. I never heard that.
It was a beer company. I'm
Oh.
pretty sure.
Of course.
I saw that Dos Equis guy.
Which is
He's
interesting.
back. Most interesting man in the world. I saw he had a return. I saw his ad somewhere. RTY pushing the 5-minute range high.
That's a decent pop here in the NQ as well.
Yeah. So now we're looking for a
Was it
5-minute
crypto?
range over range.
No, it was before crypto. Maybe I'm showing my age. 16 years ago, Guinness used the slogan, Fortune favors the bold, for a commercial.
Really? Guinness?
Yep.
All right.
The crypto one was Fortune favors the brave. But Fortune favors the
Ooh.
bold.
I mean, they were probably like, did anyone use fortune favors? I was like, oh, Guinness did?
Right.
Switch up the word. Switch it up.
Switch
Can't
it up to
copy him.
brave.
Okay, little breakout here. Let's see if... Oh, maybe I only got 5 minutes left.
25,230. Okay, nice little pop here in the NASDAQ. Nice trade.
Yep.
Antonio, great job adding to this trade. It looked scary. Looked scary at the lows. We are back up 25,238. 26.73 last trade here in the Russell. S&P picking up a little bit as well, 68.62. Got the president speaking at the World Economic Forum right now. Fed's Cook, I will uphold independence as long as I'm at the Fed. The Supreme Court earlier looks like they denied Trump's request to immediately remove Lisa Cook from the Fed.
Yeah, what's up, Gus?
What's up,
We're
Gus?
doing great. Doing great, buddy.
Gus likes this trade.
He does. he just wants attention.
Gus likes this trade.
I mean, Intel is
Appreciate
still up
it, Gus. My dog.
9%. Yeah. Cat. Close. AMD. AMD up 6.3. GameStop.
I
up
heard him
2.8%.
meow. I know it's a cat.
Let's go. Yeah, I know. Like, that's a weird dog. Why is your dog meowing?
You know what I'm saying? He's one of those different dogs.
Yep. I know.
If we can get it, if we can get the hold over VWAP, I really do like to continue to hold this trade.
25,255. I got VWAP right around there, trading about 20 points lower than that right now. The S&P is at VWAP right now, 68.60. Last trade here, just rejected off of VWAP at 68.63. Got Antonio long from 178, 2 micros, 64% long in the S&P on the tilt, 58% long in the NASDAQ. Gold looked like it wanted to sell below 4,800, but found some buyers back at 48.20. You were going to say something there, Antonio?
No.
Got you.
RTY broke its range, so did MNQ. So the question is, can we sustain above the range here? So it'd be like 220s for NASDAQ, and about 2671 for RTY. But this is what you want to see if you're bullish.
Yeah, what price would you be looking for on the NQ if you were looking for one, Dobie?
For like a take profit or just in general?
No, for entry.
Probably 220s.
Okay.
220s, because you want to see like this, like 3 minute, let's call it 5 minute range. So that 5 minute range established itself really cleanly between like 25,175 and about like 25,000.
Okay, yeah, I see the close or the open of that last sell candle at about 219. So that makes sense.
So now we're looking for like a
Hold
range
above.
over range sort of trade. Yeah, see if we can get a stair step pattern to the upside.
I was actually looking at a lot of that last week, that range over range stuff. I was like, okay, this is what he's talking about, identifying it.
Yep, it's just a tool in the toolbox. You just got to make sure you get aligned,
time.
the right way. But it can be a pretty nice way to establish risk. You're just looking for it to not kind of retest the previous stair step.
100%. Really nice trade here. I just looked at the clock. We got to go. We got to get out of here. We got to make some room for the shoulder tap. Antonio, beautiful trade here. Again, it looked scary at the lows, but sometimes those are the best trades. Keep us up to date on how this trade plays out. Antonio long to micro NASDAQ from 178, 245 last trade here in the NASDAQ. We got a shoulder tap coming up. And then after that, group coaching, shoulder tap with Jack and Aaron, group coaching with Gabe, Coach Deanna, and Coach Hoop. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat. Get your questions in there. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. And we will be right back after a short break. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone. It has been a fascinating day of trading so far, and it's only noon right now, so we got 3 more hours. Looks like we just broke off of VWAP a little bit in the ES and are selling off again. Aaron, how are our traders managing? We had some two-way action today.
We did. a few of our traders were actually able to take advantage of the reversal to the downside in the equities. So some of our leaders that we'll shout out here in just a moment fared extremely well during that little falling out of bed in the NASDAQ in particular. But yeah, we can go ahead and pull those leaders up and give some shout outs. So Leah GC, Y, Mark, Omar, and Kaya have all put up some massive numbers on the day. Like I mentioned, though, those top three in particular took advantage of the reversal in the NASDAQ earlier today.
I was going to say short queen. When I saw this morning, not the poo-poo Omar, who's up another 21K today, but none of those names were on the list. So yeah, they called the top with conviction. So good on them. And we do have a card today of someone who's also taken some big swings. They've been featured a bit recently. Tell us about who we got here.
So we're going to look at Kyle trading with us in New Jersey. Not as much content on this card as we have seen on previous cards, but what I wanted to highlight on this one was the average daily P&L, $3,211. Nothing to balk at. This trader has done so in only 10 trading days. Got up to that average in only 10 trading days. So there's a couple things that I wanted to highlight when it comes to the strategy or how Kyle might have got to this point. It seems like there's a swing for the fence sort of mentality. I was looking at this trader from the simulated environment when they were in XFA. Some similar patterns that I saw, looking for massive days to grow a balance and then kind of a reliance on getting out of the markets by hitting daily loss limit in the live environment. To each their own. I think that this strategy is obviously working in Kyle's favor. I think there's something to be said for outsized days and relying on those outside days to grow an account consistently. I know that there's a lot of volatility in the markets we're seeing in the precious metals and equities. Make sure, and this is for everyone, not just Kyle, make sure that you don't start to pick up on or hone in on that level of consistency by relying on volatility in the market. Sometimes we are going to be in a period of consolidation. Sometimes the markets are just not your friend, and there might be a losing streak that gets thrown into the mix. Make sure that we weather the storm and we keep trading for tomorrow, as MP and all of us on the TV crew like to say every time. Something else that I noticed on this one, Kyle hasn't taken any payouts from this account. So again, I know, Jack, you and I have talked about in the past, what's the ultimate goal? I'm not sure with Kyle if the goal is to, continue to grow the account with some of these larger wins, outsized moves, and then take a larger payout from the result. Or if the intent is to just grow it to a certain level and, walk away with a larger chunk of money. But one way or the other, we like to see payouts get taken from accounts at every level of the funded level in the program. So keep in mind to take payouts when and where appropriate. I'll hand it over to you, though, Jack, and then we can go back and forth on what we think about this trader.
Yeah, we don't have as much data as usual. Just want to highlight this performance, only 9 or 10 trading days. Aaron, in that image you sent from the board, is that balance at the start of program correct?
Yes, it should be.
Okay.
That yes, the 32. Yes.
So this card, we'll start with the really good. It reminds me so much of a small sample of Omar's card. This gentleman is trading the NQ versus gold for Omar. But a similar thing where we're seeing, like, once again, we can't read too much into it so far, but using the loss limit of 5K, but really hitting more often you'd expect. 4 winning days so far. The average losing day is about 5K. Okay. Average winning day is probably like 12 or 13K. I mean, I'll just read them off. So has 9 days where he really traded. The 0 day, I believe, is just it didn't trade. Those 4 winning days, 8,000, 7,500, 16,760, 23,190. That's really good. You're really beating the statistical probabilities there. There's one thing that gives me pause, and that's why I asked about that starting balance. If I'm reading this correctly, and the starting balance was 7,800, that means that first day out they lost $4,700. That's like 60-70% of the account. So just looking at these numbers, if I didn't know that balance at the start, I'd be like, this is an aggressive trader, but the numbers are working out. And if they can continue this is awesome. Looking at that starting balance and seeing that first day, I'm like, so yeah, you talk about not taking a payout. Kyle could take a payout right now. I would, recommend it, but he can't take a payout. Even now with the current balance, I don't know if you should be risking 5K a day. Certainly if he takes a substantial payout, like say he took half out or something, although he needs one more winning day, doesn't he?
He needs one more, yep.
Okay, let's get one more winning day, Kyle. It can be, not everything has to be down 5 or up 20. Just take a few days, hit above 150, take a payout, and then think about what percent of your account you want to risk. Because once again, I don't know people's goals around these accounts or stuff like that, but that data point of the first day, if I'm looking at it correctly, makes me think, it makes me wary of where this is going.
You and I both. I think there's, something to be said when we have a card that we feature and the trader has won the account. Kyle has definitely done that. We are close to a payout at this point. He's 1 day shy of eligibility. But yeah, Kyle is really risking it for the biscuit here. I think there's, from 7,800 and then down to 47, they almost had a little over $2,500 in the account left over, and then saved it that second day, lost another 4,600, made a lot the fourth day in the account, made it quite a bit more even that fifth day. So again, it's swinging for the fences, risking it for the biscuit. Some of these analogies that I'm throwing out there are can be viewed as reckless to some. It's working in Kyle's favor, and I think one of the suggestions we're both making here is make sure the account management is always top of mind. Once you are eligible to take that payout, I think we featured a couple cards in the past where a trader might have sort of shot themselves in the foot after taking more than what the account would have allowed, or how it aligned with their strategy. So keeping some things in mind when it comes to how much you're going to have left in your account is always extremely important. But one way or the other, we can analyze, we can critique all we want. Kyle's killing it in this account. That average daily P&L is something to be proud of. 10 days or not, you're moving in the right direction and have already won this account. So continue to do what you're doing, Kyle. Just make sure that we are always diligent about how we're managing the account and what risk protocol we have in place.
Yeah, I have just like 2 more related just thoughts that I want to throw out there. Is you've heard me talk before about survivor bias, and we try and show like both sides of this. Sometime we could do it anonymously. I don't want to like dog people, but we should show the flip side of this too, where like there's probably a lot of accounts like this that wouldn't be particular interesting cars in themselves, but it's like there's probably a lot of accounts in the same area that doing the same thing. It's like, okay, they were in the account 2 days and they just lost it all, right? It wouldn't be super interesting to show, but that's what this is flirting with. When we showed Omar has a huge account balance, so he can weather the 5K. And one more behavior I don't super understand, and this is just in general. I see a lot of, you can be an absolute gunslinger and still have risk management. And I see people sometimes doing stuff that I don't super understand, like with the payout structure, right? I mean, it reminds me of like, what is it? Is it The Gambler? What's that movie where like John Goodman's talking about like your FU house or whatever, and like your fortress of solitude? It's we rarely see any of these folks like building up. Once you've won an account, I don't see what the harm is in taking some small wins, getting like eligible for payouts and stuff like that, and then you can let's call that your FU trade allowance. It's like if you have enough winning days, I don't encourage them to tell risks to say FU. Ultimately, you guys run the money, but ostensibly you're kind of untouchable at that point. It's like FU, I could trade 15 NQ. I don't recommend it, but I think there's smarter ways to go about setting yourself up to be able to do that. So just think about your account strategically, even if you do want to send it. There are ways to send it somewhat more responsibly, but can't argue with the results. He's picking some awesome trades right now. Kyle, go out there, get that FU status on the account, and please come to the chat. And you and only you can tell me to go F myself. That is my goal for this. So thank you, Aaron.
Of course. Glad to be here.
We got group coaching coming up next here on Topstep TV. In the house today, we got Deanna Hoop, who is, I think Hoag's out today. We got Gabe. That's right. Radio Gabe will be here to add his dulcet tones to it. So look forward to the rest of the trading day. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Gabe, you're live.
Yes, we're live.
We're live.
Doing it live.
We're doing it live. All right. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for group coaching. It is a time that we get to spend diving through your questions live right here on Topstep TV. And I have Deanna and Hoop with me today to join and answer some questions live and to chop it up in the markets. Both are VIP traders here at the Topstep VIP program. We will be kicking off season 4 very soon, so keep your ears tuned in. Topstep TV for any updates as we get more details to share with you and when that will be coming out. But for the moment, Deanna, how are you? Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm okay. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I didn't do much trading today, so we'll see whether we can have some opportunities towards the end of the day. But yeah, I couldn't really see. The metals were in a chop all day. They're looking a bit better now. We'll see if we can get something somewhere.
Sounds good. Oop, what's going on?
Well, I'm a pretty candid guy, so I pretty much got my butt handed to me last night. So I'm lost one account, and I'm a fader, and I fight directional markets. And gold looked extended. Thought I saw structure, and got run over. So it happens to the best of them. So, and natural gas, I don't know what the hell happened there. It's up 45% in 3 days. So if you look at my chart there, Dee and I were talking about in the green room, once we took out that trend line, I mean, this is the widowmaker. It looked like we had an early rally back in early December, and it failed and rolled over. And Dee and you and I were talking about it, how it rolled over, and we kind of really came to support. And in 3 days, we've taken out 2 months worth of price action. So
yeah, that's what it does.
I
had somebody asking
Dee,
today. Yeah. Go.
Go ahead, dear.
No, I was. Somebody asked me today, "Oh, do you think this is like a historic day?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean, it's big, but it's not like not gas doesn't have big days." So, so yeah, it was one of the bigger days. Is it the biggest day ever? No.
Well, and they used to have limits, Dee, right? I mean, the limit was 150 points was the limit in a day for a long time. And then obviously everything got expanded. So, but yeah, and it's rolling. I think I had said it, the front month had lost like 17,000 contracts yesterday. So, so it's, it's a little bit of a lot of things. And if you want to see a very illiquid dome, there you go. That's the micro. It is. This is why this is getting ready to roll too, right, Dee? Because
it
starts to look. Like
I was
platinum.
wondering about that. Because
yeah,
because I'm like, shouldn't it have rolled already? But then I looked at the CME and no, it was still majorly in the February contract.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a little strange.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So,
all right,
it's a day in trading, right? So,
let's go ahead and quote some prices, and we'll get into some questions here for the afternoon. We got obviously a pretty major swing in the equities that went down across the 10 a.m. hour. I know the house account got short from 69.08, or just a little shy of 69.08, which was an SPX level that Jack was looking at. We're trading kind of back inside the middle of the sessions range. We're trading 68.52s in the ES, 25,188s here in the NASDAQ. The Dow trading 48,911. Gold and silver both near the lows of the session, but getting a little bit of a bid here near these lows. Gold trading 48.34s, silver trading out 92.70s and pushing.
And then we got crude oil sitting near the highs of the session, around 60, 64 per barrel. Not a whole lot going on in the tilt right now. You got about a 55% long tilt in the ES, a 53% short tilt in the NASDAQ, 58% long tilt in the crude, and a 50-50 split out here in gold. But let's dive into some questions. We actually got a few good ones. There's one in particular from John C. John C asked, how do you tell the difference between following your plan, a trade that just works as planned, versus just getting lucky? Or is there a difference? I appreciate everybody. Shout out to you, John. But D, why don't you start with this one? How do you tell the difference
So the
between
first question
following
is,
your plan
yeah, it's a good question. The first question is that I have is, do you have that level on your plan way before you have entered it? If you don't, I would argue that you have no plan. And, most people will be just putting a couple of lines here and there and call that a plan. But unfortunately, in the heat of the moment, those little lines on the chart, to me, I don't think they're enough for people who don't yet have consistency. So I always force the people that I work with to actually write a plan with clear hypotheses around clear levels. And that immediately puts you on the critical thinking path, where now you know that you've picked these areas for a good reason, when you weren't in a trade, when things were not flying around. And if you can then follow those levels exactly, then you're following a plan. And I would argue that if you're not doing that, even if a trade works out, I would say that the plan is maybe in inception, but it's not really quite good enough. And, there's always a little bit of luck in trading, but only a little bit. Luck is not going to keep you in the game for a long time. But sometimes maybe the wick, the sweep, decides to not take your stop, turns around, and then heads to your target. So is that luck? I would argue that yes, that would be very lucky. But I would also argue that maybe the stop wasn't at the right place. So I would start by having some sort of a diagnostic process that will provide you levels of interest, first and foremost, ideas of what you want to do with that level, buy or sell, and don't do flipping and flopping around the same level. That's how people get in trouble very quickly. So if you don't have a plan, like for example, if somebody watches my old live streams that I used to do on my channel, I used to take people through the hypotheses way before I would even enter any trades. So they'd be like, hypo 1, we want to see maybe a value acceptance. Then if we fall sufficiently enough, maybe we want to see a long from ADR low. And, if I got involved in between those price points, that means I'm not following my plan. I'm just kind of winging it, right? So if you can get very close to writing your hypos from specific levels, knowing what you want to do with them, and then executing that, that's the pinnacle of trading skill. Anything in between, I would argue that it's a mishmash of a bit of gambling, bit of FOMO, maybe some revenge trading. The more you enforce that process of being a diagnostician first, and then a trader second, the more those skills will start to grow over time. But is it luck? Sometimes it is, absolutely, but not all the time.
It's a good answer. I like it. Oop, do you have any perspective on that one? What does it look like to just follow your plan versus getting lucky?
As a scalper, and you spend a lot of time around price action, maybe then getting out of what your plan was going into it. I come from a world where it was adapt or die, and that's been good and bad in my career. So I think trying to walk in a day for me is market state. And I think when you walk into it, and if you have, like Dee said, if you have your trading plan and the market state you're walking into that day doesn't look really good in your plan, you got to be aware of that. So you try and force your plan in a market state day where it's different, you know, you're going to get in trouble. You know, directional markets. So I think the big thing is being able to, if you've got that plan, is also identifying what that market state is looking like, whether it be short term or long term, and does it fit your strategy? Because like gold, for an example, last night, you know, you don't have a lot of structure when you're making all-time high, all-time high, all-time high. So what are you using? You know, fib extensions or whatever you're using, you know, measured moves. But when you start doing that, you, like Dee says, you know, if this happens, I'm doing this. If that happens, I'm doing this. It's not always as black and white. You know, intuition does become of it as the more you get into it. But you gotta, as Dee said, you gotta have some ground rules in place. Or like we just said, if things get loose, what happens, Dee? You know, those things you talked about, tilt, FOMO. I mean, they all start to, you know, then it starts to whole cloud everything. So I think having ground rules of your plan, but also identifying that market state when you walk into a session, whether it be Asia or, you know, Shanghai Open or any of those, it's just understanding what, you know, what's that session looking like going into it. So that's
yeah,
me.
but that could be also negative and positive gamma, which also should be a part of a plan, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Market state. What are we doing today?
Right.
Is it gamma positive, mean reverting, or smoother movement? Or is it negative gamma where everything's just flying around and everything's going crazy? So yeah, all of it can go into a plan. You know, I'm pretty systematic when it comes to teaching people how to write solid plans that can be used in practice on the fly without being overly verbose in the plan. So if you write a plan that has a million things in it, that's not good either. You know, I'm reminded of one engineer that came to me for coaching, and he said, right, here's my spreadsheet checklist. So I open up a spreadsheet, and he had like 150 items on there, and I was like, what
You gonna be able to do that in real time? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's it, right?
And I said to him,
That's
it's not going to work.
right?
It's not going to work. But most
By
of
the
the
time
time
you
when I
get to-
see people by the time we get to the trade, it's been and gone, right?
It's gone, yeah.
Like,
Right.
you can't even
Yeah.
see it. So there has to be some sort of balance between just enough information, but not too much information and not too little. Every time I see one-liners, that's terrible as well. Long from, you know, I don't know, 575. It's like, but why? If you can rationalize it and explain to yourself why a particular level should be reactive, either statistical extreme or it's reaching a strong call or put wall, time of day. You know, if we arrive to COMEX, like, for example, we're looking at the metals now, and we've just had COMEX settlement, maybe you want to fade stuff. So that's all a part of the plan. But if you have just a one-liner, you will very likely initially forget why you want it to long. And then you see, for example, copper just smashing lower. And you're like, I want to get in a short. But then you forget that there's a statistical extreme there, that there's a major floor at 75, that there's COMEX settlement. I used to use alarms to remind me of what should happen. And then alerts as well. So they would they would either flash up on my screen or they would send a text to my phone so that I would never forget what I wanted to do at a particular level. And then if that doesn't work out, that's fine. You followed the plan. Maybe it was an outlier day. Maybe, you know, something happened, some piece of news. But for the most part, if you can, again, find that balance between the plan that you write outside of the heat of the moment, the levels that you're using, and executing within that framework, you've got something.
Yeah, those are all good things. A few things that I would really kind of summarize, at least from my perspective, and once again, I'm not a coach, but a couple things I've been really focused on is defining. There's three elements, right? So you've got your edge itself, which you would consider whether it's statistics, whether it's some form of an indicator that you're using, supply and demand, whatever the heck you're using, Topstep X daily levels. So you have to have some context as to what's providing you the bias, the particular direction that you're favoring, and then focusing on location. So that's the first element. Second element that's always under your control is your risk management. So that clearly should be well defined in your plan. And then the third piece would just be trade management. So are you a set and forget trader? You put your bracket on and you just let one protect you and one pay you and you don't touch it at all? Are you going to be an active trade manager? So you need to clearly define rules to know, when am I given permission to do this decision or this action, whether it's to move my stop, whether it's to, take the profit manually if it didn't reach my target. So there's a few things that I would clearly lay out for yourself. And to Dee's point, you definitely want it to be enough information and steps to be able to have a system, but you don't want it to be too much to the point where you're either missing the trades because it's taking you way too long to even go through that information, or too little where you're just kind of blindly, entering and exiting based off no detail. But I think the main focus is having some clear understanding of what's getting you into trades, what's getting you out of trades, and then being able to just find a way to consistently execute, regardless of what the market does. Because I think that maybe some people would consider, luck might not be the right term, but you don't have any idea. Like, you truly don't have any idea where the market's going to go and for how long. So what is in your control is what you can do and how you execute. So I love your guys' answers. And I think that really summarizes just a good, simple perspective on where to lay some groundwork and then continue to refine over time. But I really love the two answers that y'all gave. Sweet. Well, thank you, John, for the question. We got another one from Brian. Brian asked, when is the best time to trade gold? Seems the Asia session is much less choppy than New York. Now, this might be a little subjective, and I think that also could be cyclical. Like sometimes you get the move in an off-hour session, like the overnight Globex. Sometimes you get the move in New York. But Hoop, why don't you start with this one? Do you have I know you've been focused on the overnight a little bit more recently in the precious metals.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like that's the best time for yourself? And maybe not for somebody else, but do you think that's the best time for you to look at that market based on what you're seeing in that time of day?
So the way I'm looking at it now is the first hour window after Globex. I've shared this. Obviously, I do Discord then, so I talk to traders. I stay out of that. I just, once again, I used to go through a cycle early in my career. As soon as the markets closed and 45 minutes later they open, I had to be in again because I always had to be in a trade. That window from basically my time, 4 to 5, that hour, I stay out of. I think it's messy. I think it's low volume, volatile. So I typically stay at it. Then I start to look at, as 5 comes around my time. But the one I'm staying out of now is when Shanghai first opens, because it has been extremely volatile. We've seen, Gabe, you saw some moves a couple of weeks ago that were just, between silver and gold and that. So I typically let that play out like at least 15 minutes. But from then on, it's definitely, I know D loves Asia, and I do. I like it better than New York because I think you get more direction, you can be more directional. And it gets a little, I think it's cleaner. I think D, you would probably say that too. But, and then into Europe, I used to, when the time chain was going on, I would trade it a little bit, on the Euro session. But I like Asia myself, and New York I watch, but yeah, it's been interesting. It's been volatile. So that's kind of how I attack it. But yes, I have been trading it more overnight than I have so much during the day session. So,
yeah. By the way, so the Shanghai metals markets, if you are not aware of the time of day, typically for us in the States, it's usually in the evening, a little bit after the Globex open. So you'll notice that Dakota starts to slow markets around 7:30. I know we're kind of working on getting maybe in a little bit earlier, but that time frame is usually when you'll start to see some volume increase, and it's after the open. So you're not getting the initial whiplash, you're not getting the low liquidity, large spread type of trading. You're getting a little bit more participation. Things are a little bit smoother, smaller spread. But that's a good time to start looking at things if you are looking for volume, is when the Shanghai metals markets open. So for me, that would be around 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, somewhere in that ballpark. That's typically where we're going to see a kind of a volume injection come into the market. But D, how about you? Is there an opinion on the best time to trade gold typically if you are going to look at that market?
Yeah, I like to stay away from the COMEX first 90 minutes because I find it always choppy. You don't get too many days where it just decides on direction, and you get the head fake in the metals and the energies market. So typically for the first half hour, it's the wrong way, or the second half hour is the wrong way. So once that craziness is done, I will have a look at the next 90 minutes and try to find my trade if you're doing US hours, so COMEX hours, US hours, but COMEX hours. By the way, I'm in 5 micro coppers here. This is going to be probably quite slow, but we are trying to unglue ourselves from ADR low, that's statistical low for the day. And since we've gone over the COMEX settlement and we're not underneath it, there's a pretty good chance that we start to creep back upside. So we'll see if that can bring us that fade off the market. But yeah, so Asia is smoother now when the volatility is elevated, when the metals are doing weird things. It's not always like that. Go back several years ago, Asia was pretty quiet for metals. There would be an odd day where they have a release or something, then things would start moving. But these are not normal times. We have tariffs, we've had some unprecedented uncertainty of elements and black swan events just in the last 5 years, right? So that is certainly not the norm. However, Asia is definitely smoother. One thing to take note, like Hoop already mentioned, is that Tokyo will do like a fake out move, and then the first half an hour of Shanghai will typically do a sweep in the opposite direction. Not every single day, but by the vast majority of days, you will see, if you're looking at order flow, you will see a massive sweep. And then they start to turn it around, pick a direction, and that's when you pounce, right? And from that point on, it's super smooth. You can hold that trade for at least a couple of hours. I've actually even held trades that went from 1:30 a.m. my time, so that's time zone conversion. I'm gonna do EST because that's what I've got here. So my time to start entering an Asia trade is definitely after 1:15 a.m., which is 8:30 p.m. EST, so 7:30 Central. Because I wait for the sweep. Now, sometimes they will do it immediately, other times they will do it, 30 minutes after, but there's a 30-minute period where you're just looking for the massive influx of volume as the exchange opens. And then you start looking for setups. Don't get caught up in the sweep. And that happens nearly every day to a lesser degree, but once you catch that, if it's going to be a trending day, there's going to be some sort of gamma squeeze. Those trades that begin for Shanghai, they are the ones that you can hold on some days for the entire day. Because the pullbacks, especially if like when London opens, they take it above that Asia range. That's another thing you can look out for. And then London sort of quiets down. It's not super active with metals. The closer you get to COMEX and pre-market, you start to see the volume livening up. And then you get into the mess. So now if you're far away from your entry, you just about have enough space to withstand any horrible reversals that they attempt. But the reversals are imminent. It's the ebb and flow, it's the intercession dynamics that is present on most days. Nothing really goes in one direction all day. There will always be some sort of a wobble back the other way. And if you get caught up in the wobble during the COMEX initial balance, that's when people are like, oh my God, everybody's long, and I managed to lose on gold because I went long. Yeah, because it was the wrong time of day. So not recognizing it as such and just playing victim instead, going, oh, poor me, nothing ever goes my way. Like, no, recognize that you got involved at the wrong time of day. And, if you're going to trade COMEX hours, stay away from the first 90 minutes. Try to get something into the euro close, in and around euro close. That's when you get the smoothest movement. And if you don't manage to get anything there, try in and around COMEX settlement, because that's also pretty smooth. Might not be as large, like for example on gold, but you will get a smoother, less crazy movement because there's less volume. There's still, just enough volume, for example, in silver to keep moving it until the end of the day. But it's not going to be as insane as it was earlier in the day. This is why I say time of day is a level. It's not like, oh, I made that up because it sounds cool. It's because I know that when I trade outside of those times, I get smacked in the face, just like everybody else.
Yep.
So my whole plan on the day is don't trade between this time and that time. Don't trade this hour. Don't trade this hour. And then once the time comes, I look for the setups. And sometimes it's good, other times not so good, but the risk is at least managed because I know what to expect. So yeah, if you're not looking at the markets in how they actually behave inter-session, from session to session, and they typically fade each other, that's something that you can really level up on, and you can you'll realize very quickly that it's going to help your skills massively. So time of day, super important, especially in commodities. And Hoop, you know that as well from the energies markets. They're the same.
100%. What about one thing, Dee, you and I used to talk about and how much you watch it? The two things that have come into play is everybody says I have eyes in the back of my head. The screen behind me has a gold-silver ratio chart on it now. I'm looking at that, but the London Metals Exchange. We used to talk about attaching a VWAP to that. Are you still with the volatility? Are you still watching that?
Yeah, but so LME trades base metals. So out of all of the products that we have, copper would be the one that would be very good for attaching VWAP to LME open. Gold and silver sort of follow sometimes, but LME stopped trading precious metals in 2022. So COMEX is really where it's at. But again, if I'm going to trade LME, I will usually just look for major sort of call walls and put walls to see where we're landing. And if there's a larger one, maybe I'll use like the silver fix or something. Silver fix is midday GMT, which is, I think, 7 a.m. Eastern and 6 a.m. Central. Let me just double check. The 6 a.m. Central. That's when the silver fix happens. And then the market will, on a lot, again, not every day, but on a lot of the days, you see a sharp reversal from there. Whether it lasts through COMEX, that's a matter of context. But, try not to run directional trades into the silver fix, because that's generally not the best idea, just purely statistically speaking.
Got you.
Yeah.
Hey, Dee, real quick, there's a couple people in chat that were wondering, can you remind what time the euro closes that you were referencing earlier?
Yeah, so it's 10:30 a.m. Central, and that's 4:30 p.m. GMT. So I don't know where people are in the world, but use a time zone converter like me.
Good stuff. Awesome. Well, so D is long 5 micro copper. D, your long price was what, 5.753?
570, 530. Yeah.
Okay. and you're looking for the upside. I know you typically like to kind of manage this into the afternoon, but right now, based on
Yeah.
where your bracket is, looks like you're looking for a little bit above the 80 level.
Yeah, so 81. 80 is a gamma flip level today. For looking at the options, monthly options. This entire zone here is actually a chop zone because as we're moving, it's sort of negative gamma, but we are not really too far below the gamma flip level to kind of go, yeah, this is just going to go crazy. Because otherwise it would have overshot the ADR. And that's when another thing that I look at to figure out whether we're in a normal day or whether we're still following the statistical extremes. And for now, they've hit the major floor. ADR low was around there. They're trying to get it back up. But for all intents and purposes, this is the after hours now. So it's going to be pretty slow. You can still get a really good trade out of it, but you have to be able to hold it pretty much till the auto liquidator or like half an hour before electronic trading closes. So it's not a trade where it's going to fly upside immediately unless Trump says something. Right. And it's a slow grind. And I like it because it's stress-free. And you're just slowly watching it creeping up. And it's good for Granny D. So, these sort of trades used to be... Oh, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, to me, it's not even patience anymore. It's just like a trade that I've done a million times before. I love trading towards the end of the day. And I feel like I have a lot of information at that point. And these nice pullbacks and slow mean reversions as they're trickling back to the opposite side, they're beautiful. I really love them because it's doesn't elicit any emotions. These kind of trades I can do on like 50 lots without my heart fluttering at all. Just sit there, watch it, but try and trade 50 lots or 100 lots during COMEX open, and you'll be like, oh my God.
Heart palpitations
I'm
for
short
sure.
gold.
Yeah.
I'm short gold
beta blocker.
sometimes.
All right. So Hoop's jumping in the gold
Okay.
market. Hoop, we
All right.
have a few minutes left here. What are you seeing in gold that's making you look short here?
Up against VWAP. Up against
Okay.
VWAP up in here in the 30-minute. We had a big bounce off the bottom here. I'm looking at some swings up here around 46 and a half. Yeah, it's just we've made a pretty good bounce since like Dee was talking about COMEX. Markets extended. This is a little bit of bias here. I'm not going to BS anybody about this one. But that sell-off was pretty good earlier. And if you look at those volume candles were really high back then. So yeah, is it counter directional, the market that's been on fire? That's Hoop. I just got to manage the risk. So
I got you.
Yep.
Well, speaking of other markets that are kind of finding a bid here, by the way, real quick, the equities are seeing a pretty decent bid in the last 10 minutes. S&P's made a low of just underneath 68.54, on top not around the 68.70s. NASDAQ made a low of right around 25.203, currently trading above 280. So just a heads up for all my equities traders, seeing a little bit of upside movement here. But Dee, go ahead.
Yes, there's several confluences there, Hoop. So obviously there's VWAP, which is a little bit flat today, but there is a pretty, it's a moderate call wall at 48.50. And also you have initial balance low, and we are in a single-sided extension. We tried to go into a mean reversion, but that wasn't particularly successful. But yeah, VWAP and this 48.50 might be a decent area to run a continuation short.
Good trading, buddy.
It's good.
Yeah.
Well, Hoop, keep us posted in the chat as you manage that trade.
Well,
I know we're coming up on time here. We do have trade with Topstep. We got trade with Topstep coming up. We got Jay driving. Jack will be joining him. And then we got Aaron Ellis coming back to hang out with us. It's been a little bit since we've seen Aaron. Catch up with him, see what's been going on in the markets on his side of things. But Deanna, any closing comments here before we get out of here for the day?
Closing comments. What are we now? Wednesday? So if you've had any profits already, now for the next 2 days, your job is not to trade more. Your job is to keep hold of those profits. So Thursday and Friday, I know we say Friday capital preservation, but really if you're up on the week, you don't get paid for time, right? You get paid to be right. So your job would be to just maybe generate a couple of more smaller profits so you can take a payout. Hump day is always the time when you're up on the week to start thinking how you're going to finish the week and not go, yeah, let's make more money, because that never works.
Yeah, that's good. I like it. All right, and Hoop, how about you, man? I don't think we're going to see you for the rest of the afternoon, maybe in chat, but for otherwise for on air, anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Just manage this one, and volatility in the metals, just, manage the risk. Micros are great. I can't wait for another silver nano contract coming here soon.
Yeah. Oh my God. I can get behind that.
Yeah,
Indeed.
100%.
Yeah, $5 a tick might still be a little bit much for some people in the micro. So if we can get 50 cents a tick like the ES, that would be fantastic.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Let's send it to CME.
Let's do it. Well, y'all, love having you as per usual. Chat, shout out to everybody watching, hanging out with us this afternoon. Stick around. We got Trade with Topstep coming up next, but we're going to take a brief break. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Topstep TV live from Vegas. Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
What's up, everybody? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, here to talk about some of the cool new features that we have for the new dashboard. My favorite one is going to be reset banking, something that did not exist back when I was doing trading combine. So what you can do, you can bank a reset with every trading combine rebuild, and you can use it on any active account at any time. So that means if you're trading in the month of June and you don't use any resets in June, that means that free one that you typically get on your rebuild date is going to get rolled over into next month. So how cool is that?
Welcome back to Top Step TV, Trade with Top Step. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Jack. And in the middle, friend Aaron Ellis is back. Aaron, welcome back to Top Step TV. How are we doing today?
Yeah, doing okay. I mean, market was ripping this morning, right? So managed to make some money there. And I mean, look, if you look at my charts, I'm not sure when we'll have them up. I mean, I just took halfway on a combine because I was like, this is an opportunity, right? We're pushing up from these lows. It was, and I mean, I'm part of a group. It's called Vol Pro Edge, and I mean the guy that kind of runs it and started it. I mean, this morning and last night he does these like end of day analyses. That's the word, end of day analysis. End of day analysis, and he was like, "Look, guys, this is gonna keep going down, but this isn't like gonna go straight down." And he showed a bunch of reasons why this was the bottom, and I was like, "Yeah, I bought in," and I'm like, "That sounds right to me." So all worked out well for me today.
Nice trade. You know who else said it might be the bottom? The president. He said that that sell-off that we had yesterday was peanuts. I don't know if you heard him or not, Aaron, but he said we're going to double the stock market. So you got on the right side there, even for a day trade. Really nice trade, making the 50% consistency target in the combine.
Yeah,
let's take a look at
and
what
I
we might be
didn't
seeing.
hear him, but I do believe him. Like when he says this is going to be a good buying opportunity. He didn't lie last time either. So
He did not lie last time. Did not lie
Mhm.
last time. Didn't give us a time frame, but if we're gonna double, we'll see how long it takes. Jack, we saw you on fast markets this morning on shoulder tap as well. Took a really nice short in the S&P earlier. How are you seeing the markets right now?
Well, we've kind of stretched back and forth, and now we're back to VWAP. Very middle of the range right now. Maybe I would look for, if I was ever so tempted to take a long, let me do some math here. Maybe along around 53 or something like that. I'm not convinced on it
Okay.
yet, but we're
Yeah.
pretty middle. It looks like most of the headlines are out for today. It's got to be later in Switzerland, right? Like probably like 9 p.m. or something. So I don't know if we'll hear more from Trump. I'm ready not to be hearing about Greenland or Denmark anymore, but we don't get to pick what the news environment is, but we'll see. Anything you're seeing, Jay?
Shall see. Exactly like you said, middle of the range. The metals are looking kind of interesting here. I know gold just had a rally off the lows here. These 48.50s in gold look like a potential opportunity as well. But even there, we're sitting right at VWAP. So I think being patient, if not looking for quick scalp opportunities, is what we have right now. We're seeing the equities sell just a little bit here.
Yeah,
But
Jay,
again,
I
middle
agree.
of the range.
I would be hesitant on a long here just with how it's sort of just bled out there from the top. I mean, I would be more
Yeah.
looking for any sort of push up. I would actually be looking more to shorter. I mean, we've been here before, especially it feels like this time of day, you kind of land in the middle of the range. And so it's like this is a tough spot to sort of make a decision whether we're going up or down. But you know, gun to head, I think we go down here, to be honest. I think we go and even retest these lows a little bit.
Low of the day in the NASDAQ, 25.25. That's the overnight low. New York session low, we made a low somewhere near 25, right off settlement, actually, right? We tested settlement early this morning, 25.130s.
Yeah,
And
that
we
was
bounced there.
yeah.
Nice buying opportunity there. 54% long in the S&P tilt, 50-50 in the NASDAQ, 55% long in gold here. Kind of just bouncing around for now. Aaron, when you got long earlier, was it the NASDAQ?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
NASDAQ just on the push up. Yeah.
Nice trade.
You know, and look, I'm in a position now where I am working with Topstep on this, you know, focus trader program, and I only have one account, right? So, you know, I'm trading my brokerage account as well. And I mean,
Okay.
that's where I've been more active because it was like, this is a big push. We're getting a run here, and you could just see the energy behind it. So I was just basically buying dips all day. But
Nice.
as far as this account goes, I mean, yeah, it was just an opportunity of like, this is going up. This is going to be a quick, to be honest, it was more of like a scalp on 5 contracts. Cause I was like, this is going up. I'm going to get an account halfway.
Jump in on the momentum to the upside. Really nice trade. Let's talk about that a little bit. Obviously, not financial advice, but we know you look at a bunch of different markets. You do some longer term investment as well. When you hear the president say something like that, right, where we're going to double the stock market, do you start to look for discounts in places, or you just hold on to what you have?
You know, look, for investment wise, what I'm doing longer term is I just buy as I go. Right. So I'm not looking for like, oh, did I get in at the right place? Because I am still somewhat young enough. Like I know I'm in my early 40s, but I'm still young enough to be like, I can look at a 10, 15-year hold on a Dow ETF, Dow Spider, something like that. Right. So I'm not in a position where I have to nail the market on like long-term investment. Will the stock market double? Probably in the next 10 years. You know, if it does in a year, great. You know, it's going to be nuts. But I more look at it that in 20 years, it will double and I'll be okay. Right. So it doesn't matter where I get in. With my day trading, you know, when he says something like that, I'm like, okay, we're running. We're going to run 200-300 points and then we're going to pull it back. Like these never, I mean, I shouldn't say never, but they almost never hold. Right. At least for the day. When you get these like parabolic runs, you get a 200-point retraction. Right. So that's how I look at them. I'm like, no, I'm not going to trust this. I'm going to try to get in 50, maybe 100 points at the most. But then I'm not sitting there like going, oh, this is the perfect time to load up my Dow ETF.
Right.
You know, like, no,
let's get that 10%, 20% pullback first, and then we'll start thinking about that.
Yeah, exactly. And if I do buy, it's like a 2%. Like I'm putting in 2% of what's in there right now, or 5% of what's in there right now, knowing that it's okay in a month or two if it goes down, because I'll just buy another 5% of my total net worth of that fund, right? So I'm not looking at that as like I time the market. Some people are good at that. I mean, for me, when I'm trading, I want to trade movement. I want to trade the NASDAQ, maybe some oil, and then small caps. Like I think that's where I got my love for the stock market, was trading small caps during like the marijuana, lithium, crypto boom. Right? And it was like these things are moving up and down. So that's how I like to trade. I like to get in, get out, make money, or lose money, but get out. and not so much like the long-term hold. I don't want to think about it because I'll never time. Look, I bought a bunch of perfect. On that last drop, I loaded up a little bit on the Dow, like I have a Dow like Spider basically ETF, and I bought some, but I didn't like buy the farm. Instead of putting 2.5%, maybe I put in 5%, and then I let it sit. But I'm young, right? I told my dad the other day, he's like 65 buying stocks. I'm like, what are you doing? I was like, just like stop. You don't have that many years if you're wrong.
The game, man.
Doing it for the love.
Doing it for the love, maybe. I was like if you have a 15-20% correction in your retirement fund there, like you won't have time to wait that out. Like let's be fair. Like, you're once you kind of in past 65, 70, you don't have a lot of time, to sit there and be like, well, when I'm 90 and it bounces back, so it's a different advice for a different kind of age range of where you are in your life. At least that's how I look at it.
Yeah. I actually did some portfolio management over lunch as well. Once again, not financial advice. Just kind of relocated some things a little bit, but just like Aaron said, it's a long haul. Sold a little bit of Google, becoming too concentrated in that, which is a good thing. Getting some other things has been beaten down a little more. We almost checked the level I was talking about in the ES. We didn't quite get there, but we're drifting back towards it now, around 68, 53. I might look. We'll see how it gets down there is as important as it being down there sometimes.
68.59 last trade here in the S&P. Speaking of individual names, I know we don't trade individual names, right? We're trading the basket of stocks with the equities that we trade. Jack, do you know why SanDisk is up 100% in the last 15 days?
No. I mean, I could look it up real quick. It's one of those things, like my only interaction with SanDisk is like on some thumb USB drive I have. It's like a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Same. Dolby says they're a RAM producer. They're trading at $487 right now.
That makes sense. That's us getting very expensive.
Yeah. For the year, they're up 100%. Memory for data centers, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's where everything is going, right? We're all just going to be plugged into a data center at some point.
Yeah. And I mean, just for me, like from what I saw, looking at like, lithium, I remember when lithium was the future. I remember that lithium was the future. Everyone was buying lithium stocks. Marijuana is the future. Everyone's buying marijuana. So like they're going to just rake in fortunes. Right. And I mean, it lasted 5 years, like there was a big run. This wasn't just like, it's a small run. This AI run might last 5, 6, 7 years. But then I do think we're getting major retracement. I really do. I think that you're going to find companies that can do it for cheaper. I think whether that's out of Asia or that's out of another country, I'm a big believer in that this run will end. I don't think the AI boom will, and then some will go, some will obviously capitalize and be together. But I'm hesitant from what I've seen in the past when we have this euphoria that it won't last. At least not the evaluations. AI will last, just not the evaluations.
I think there's crazier spec. Personally, I'm like, I stay away from. I'll allocate away from it, but anything AI, I'm nervous about putting bets against. I think there's more speculative industries out there that I don't want to name them, but they're around. Many of them are down today quite a bit.
Yeah, fair. I agree with you, and I'm not saying go and like short AI. It's more of a like if I was looking for longer term investments and things like that. Like I'd feel so much more comfortable having my money in the Dow than the NASDAQ. I just would. I don't know. I just feel like you have more stable companies that are going to stay there, right? I don't know. That's just my opinion. Certainly not financial advice. No one go run out and sell your NASDAQ. It's just this is what I think long term. I just can see. I could see that all of a sudden it's like someone. I watched a speech and someone was saying that one of the I think it was Altman was saying that this AI is equivalent to basically the briefcase cell phone. He's like, so when the first cell phone came out, this is equivalent to what AI that we're at right now, right? It's like it's in its infancy. So when you were buying cell phones for like $2,000, or you had like now you're getting. Now I guess they've kind of gone back up to $2,000, but it's a very different cell phone, right? And so I could just see 5 years from now, 6 years from now, the landscape looking really different as far as costs, what actually works, how much energy is costing to produce all of these things, and there just being a major shift in evaluation. But we'll see.
Somebody mentioned the Q word in chat, quantum. That's what I was talking about. That's getting crushed today. Now I am short and have been short that. That technology comes, guys. It's getting built by Google. It ain't getting built by some strip mall $3 million revenue former beverage distributor.
There you go.
Right. What's the end game there, Jack? Just hopefully you get bought out by somebody.
No, I think those companies are going to zero. It's good technology. It's just not going to get built by them. It's like the same thing with any of these revolutions. There's always, some big winners will be made, but a lot of people will go out of business in the meantime.
Since saw a little bit of a pullback. I know you were looking for the 53s there in the S&P. Got down to about 55 and a quarter, trading 58.5 right now. Pretty range bound to be expected the hour before the last hour of the day. Sometimes we get some movement, but that's why we're here talking about individual names. Don't need to force any trades where you don't see anything going on. Aaron, have you paid attention to the metals at all? Have you been trading the metals? They're crazy right now. We had gold making new all-time highs, silver $5 off of $100. Any interest in trading those, or sticking with the NASDAQ for futures trading?
No, well, silver, it's a heavy contract, right? So it's a big contract, right? You need a good bankroll to trade that full contract, right? It really is, because even if you're right, it's easy to be wrong, momentarily, and it take you out. So I haven't done too much in silver, but there's a lot of these small cap Canadian silver stocks that you can get into that are booming because it's just the cost of silver is going up. And it's like, honestly, half of them, I don't even mine silver. They're mining copper.
They just say they do.
They're mining gold, but now they're like these silver mines. And it's like, no, it was, no one, I mean, from my small experience, not a lot of companies actually are mining silver, right? It's like an offshoot, right? You're mining for copper, you're mining for gold, and you get silver. But now it's like these Canadian small caps are like, oh, we're a silver mine looking out in Ontario, and we found the next best, and then the stock like goes up like 40%. So I have been kind of jumping on a few of those where you're like, okay, awesome news release. I'm in, I'm out, I'll walk
Ride the
away
momentum
and be done. So more speculative, trying to get the offshoots of what is moving, like through some of the gold and silver stocks, but not generally trading. A little bit of gold here and there, and look, I try to really stick to one thing, like, and that's the NASDAQ and things that I understand. Oil is something I had that mindset for a very long time with oil, so I was trading oil. It was more just the speed of oil halted so much, and the volatility in oil really did halt for a while, that it was like, okay, got to move to something else because it's like, wasn't moving. But
last week it looked like it had some potential, but
yeah. But look, honestly, and I don't plug much, but I will plug, like, full transparency. It is a friend of mine, but he started this company, Vol Pro Edge, and it's just every day he's like, oh, this is what silver's going to do. This is what corn's going to do. This is what copper is going to do. And I mean, he's got this like mathematical system that's working, and people are making money, and people are in his Discord making money. And so I'm like, that's where I get a lot of my info from now when it comes to like gold, silver, things I don't trade.
Nice.
And then looking at it like that.
Nice stuff there. Vol Pro Edge is I'm just taking it from the name, but is he using volume analysis in his trading?
Yeah,
volatility analysis.
It's all volume-based charts, and he's basically got a set of indicators set up that basically give you an idea of like where the market is going, where support is. That's how you were I was looking at the charts last night, and it was like, this is the envelope bottom. This is the bottom. There's so much support, and it's laid out with these like basically color-coded dots where you can be like, okay, that's support. That's a ton of support. If we hit that support, we could get a bounce, and more times than not, it does. Yeah, I mean, I think candlesticks. I mean, we all grew up on them. You know what I mean? Everyone uses candlesticks, but I think we are going to see more shifts to volume-based charts.
100%. I definitely agree there. Volume moves the markets, right? Even with some of the option stuff that Jack does, right? That is a volume based decision. It's not just the candle alone. And called the high of the day. So the question is, Jack, is the high in for the day?
Yep.
There we go.
I agree.
6908. Yeah, I would agree. It would have to take something pretty
unless
special to
something happens,
take out those highs.
Unless something happens. But
yeah, there's always something that could happen. I would find that difficult to see happening. I think there are a lot of de-risking flows for U.S. stocks, bonds, etc. right now. So I don't see the mechanics there for like some sort of huge short squeeze right now.
Speaking of bonds, we saw that nice sell-off over the past couple of days, Jack. Maybe stabilizing just a little bit here, but that's some of the biggest movement over the past 3 days that we've seen in the treasury products. I'm looking at a 10-year chart. What is that? 4 days of sell-off, maybe finally breaking out of this range.
Yeah,
Are yields back below that 4.2?
No, there's still bonds like to move quickly and then not move at all. Let me show this real quick. Here's your 10-year yields. We go to my charts real quick. Thank you. I mean, you can see here's the 4.2. And then after chopping around forever, just in a couple days, just whoosh, shot up.
Yeah.
Briefly pierced 4.3 and has been kind of huddled around. These are 4-hour candles. So since that move, it's doing what bonds do and kind of being sticky Yeah, we're on the lower end of this mini range, like between 4.27 and 4.3. We start getting above 4.3. I can pretty much promise stocks will be lower. So something to keep an eye on.
Watch that 4.3 in the yields trading right below it right now. Looking at the Fed Watch tool, still a 95% probability of no Fed rate cut next week. 28th, right? It's going to be a big day. I heard Dakota talking about it this morning, but we got the Fed rate decision, which right now is kind of priced in no cut. And then we got a ton of tech earnings that day. Microsoft, Tesla, and IBM all reporting on the 28th after that Fed rate decision. Apple the next day after that. So next week's going to be a big one.
Tesla earnings are always fascinating to me. Tesla and Palantir, because I feel like they offer a really good snapshot of the wild animal spirits in the market. Tesla's maybe the best because for like the past 3 years, the earnings are pretty terrible, but like but it tends to pump anyway because there's something announced in the future.
Yeah, Musk says something like robotaxi something, you know, he'll say something that gets everyone excited.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at,
it's like the sophisticated degen play, Jack, Tesla.
I'm trying. Yeah, so I'll give the full disclosure here. I am still short Tesla, but not a lot. Let me see if I can show this real quick.
Bilbo says Tesla running on vibes.
It's been right. I mean, it's. I mean, it's been flat since 2021.
That's true. Yeah, I'm looking at that chart.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
But let me.
That's gross.
It's the revenue, like the annual, like if for a company that, like, you know, I know valuations are meaningless, but you can agree when something trades expensive. You got Tesla trading at, it's, you know, 292 trailing 12 months. Here, I'll share this tab real quick. I mean, their revenue was flat between 2023, 2024, and then for 2025, it's supposed to be down a little bit. It's highly unusual to see a company with flat over a 2 or 3 year period, flat revenue or slightly declining trade at that multiple. That's why I'm interested in the earnings to see like how much juice the sort of, and I'm not against buying Tesla under the right circumstances. I don't know. It's a good vibe check.
Yeah.
I think long term, I mean, look, I think long term you'll do all right with Tesla. Is it expensive right now? I would agree. I think it is expensive right now, and I would certainly not say go buy it. But what I would say longer term, I think as the world moves to completely autonomous driving, like I think we will get there. I think we will get to a point where nobody's driving their cars anymore. It just, or at least commuters are certainly not driving their cars anymore. And you know, you have a few companies that are going to lead the way on that. Is it going to be Tesla? Is it going to be like Ford? Is it going to be one of these major, Toyota? Who knows? Will they all merge at some point? Not sure. But at the end of the day, it's like, I think buying into Tesla is sort of saying like, okay, he does see where the future is going. And so I'm buying into that. I'm buying into the future, right? I'm not buying into right now, I'm buying into the next like 10, 15 years, right? If you're a long-term holder on Tesla.
Oh, for sure. And everyone has a different risk profile. It's just for me, it's like there's stocks that I ride or die will hold forever, like Google, for instance. I mean, I feel like Tesla's just highly speculative. It could go up a bunch, but it's also very highly valued right now. And it's like, you know, Elon's 54. I'm 38. So I don't know. Like, it seems like a risky proposition to hold Tesla for like 30, 40 years, but.
Oh, we are seeing a pop in the equities here. What just happened there? The S&P is up 20 points in the last 10 seconds. Big pop in the NASDAQ there as well.
Yeah.
25,360. Something just came out. Let's take a look here. Trump posted on Truth Social.
Must be. Wish I'd gotten in that long. Okay, something newsy's out.
Trump forming a deal, a framework for a future deal with respects to Greenland on Truth Social.
That's what got us
NASDAQ up 140. NASDAQ up 145 points in the last minute there. He's posting on Truth Social right now, Jack. So we'll get them post by
See
post.
what it says?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
It must be something
Let's
about
pull it up
the
here. Based on a very productive meeting that I have had with Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, we have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. This solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations. Based upon this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on February 1st. There
Okay,
you go.
so that's
T-word.
the news. That's the news.
Yep.
Okay.
Then he says stuff about the Golden Dome. Further information will be made available as discussions progress. Then he just names a bunch of people responsible for the negotiations. So there you have it. Will not be imposing the tariffs that were
Now
scheduled
we
to go
will
into effect
get-
February 1st. Yeah.
New highs of the day, some late night.
Yep. We said it right. Unless something happens, and of course, something happens here.
Something
Here we go.
happened.
Something always happens.
So I wasn't saying that short from 6908. Oh, we
Oh,
got
you got a great spot to get in. I mean,
Get
I
the
know it's
opportunity
pushing
once
now,
you-
but if you get any sort of little pullback, this is strong news.
Maybe this is part of the plan for the stock market doubling there. Knew the tariff
Yeah.
tariff war was going to get us
Well,
moving to the upside here.
open up the
Selling in
trading
metals
view.
as well. Gold down about $45 in the last couple of minutes here. The NASDAQ continuing to push. Got the Russell on its highs, down its highs. S&P and NASDAQ on its highs as well.
This is why you have to give me my accounts back. I'd be in this right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was like, oh, I would have loved to be holding a couple MES long.
Man, look at that move
We still
there.
haven't technically taken out the highs, but
We have not.
we will shortly.
S&P about 2 points
probably.
off its high. 69.05 last trade there. Tilt getting long now. 65% long in the S&P. 63% long in the NASDAQ. There we go. New high day in the S&P. 69.0975. NASDAQ has not taken out its high yet. Watch the Dow and the Russell near all-time highs.
It's close though.
So is it over? Is Greenland just over now?
I guess so. Let me see if there's another post here, but
Does he still want it?
Or at least
Or just-
till Friday it's over. You know?
Okay.
Till Friday. Oh, it didn't work. Someone said something.
yeah, right.
You never know.
We saw this all 2025, right? Oh, we have a deal. We don't have a deal. We have a deal. We don't. Tariffs are off. They're back on. But for right now, bringing some volatility to these markets, seeing some size up here in the NASDAQ. 160 contracts offered, 25,448. S&P just made a new high of the day, pulling back slightly from there. 69.06 last trade there. Who caught part of that long? Who was in long there? See JG in the chat saying long from 68.64. Hell of a trade. Up about 40 points.
Someone said hell with Greenland. He wants Canada. So maybe that's it. Now he can put Greenland to bed, and you know, I still think we would do well with one economy. You know, I think we would do well with one economy. You know, I maybe not. You know, kind of like a Hong Kong China thing. You know, two governments, one economy. You know, I feel like we could do that. We could set that up. I would be okay with that. A little freedom of movement. Come on down or come on up. We'll go down. You know, no problem.
Put it on
Silver
the
selling
docket.
off here. Silver down
Oh,
about
what to do
2%.
right now.
Silver down about 2% from that move. Starting to bounce a little bit here. Made new lows of the day there, 91.27 in silver. The S&P on its highs. Trading right below yesterday's
Why?
high.
That's why you trade with stops.
Man. And in the NASDAQ, even if you had a stop, you might not have got filled where you thought, because that first minute candle was 130 points. So I'm sure there were some prices that got skipped there. What was the news? I'll read it again from the president, basically not imposing tariffs. After a productive meeting with NATO, we have a framework for a future deal with respect to Greenland. He says, based on this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on February 1st. The markets like no tariffs, it seems, for now. So really nice trade there. If you caught the longs, shout out to Antonio, who was long earlier, saying he was looking for highs of the day, held on to that trade, looking for 300 points to the upside. The president said we were going to double, and there we go. Metals did not like that. Bitcoin liked it. What a move there. It didn't it felt kind of eerily quiet, right? We were trading in what was that? A 30-point range in the NASDAQ for 20 minutes or so. Then a headline drops, and there you go. Is there an opportunity to trade this, Jack? We're right back at 69.08. That was your price.
Yeah, I mean,
Earlier
it
today.
was.
Yeah,
but,
you got to
know,
adjust now, right?
There's new information here. I think I would wait to see if it really pumps and goes to 6,900 in the SPX, which would be like up here. 6,900 would
The
be
40s?
like, no, it'd be like
30s.
6,934, I think.
S&P looks like it wants to take out another high a day, 69.12 and a quarter. Aaron, when you see something like that come out in the markets, how do you adjust? Do you find a spot to get in long if you were trading it?
Look, I mean, I think the Nasdaq's going to 500 right now. 25,500. I think it's going. So I would go long here. I would, even at the top, just because of the momentum of the news. I think
Right.
if you push to try to get 40 points here, I mean, when I said it, we're already up 20 points from when I said it. So it's
Right.
It's quick. You got to just be quick. I would have been going for 50 points somewhere around like 380, right? When it starts really moving, because that's big news, right? You're going to get a big push right here. So it's more of just momentum. Go with the momentum. Don't try to time the top. Just go with momentum. Try to grab 40 points out of what is this, a 200-point move? 250-point move. So if you grab 40 points, that's a great win. That's always kind of my mentality when it comes to these things. Just jump on momentum, do it quick, don't wait, right? Grab it, you'll be happy, you're done, get out. And then that's it. Because
that is the way the train is going.
And now, I mean, what's the psychological number, right? Is it 500? Did we get there? I mean, look, I get it. It would be a gift if we pulled back. If we pulled back here to 70s, 370s, right? You could try to go long. I think now,
Right.
I mean, I'd be shocked if we don't end on the high of the day. So that would be my bias at this point, that we're going to end on the high of the day. So give yourself some room on a stop for some movement. For sure. Give yourself you're going to need a 40-point, 50-point stop. I think small stops in this situation is nuts, because unless you're doing,
you're asking to get stopped out.
You're just going to get taken out, right? But if you give yourself like a decent stop and you just let it go, that would be my mentality on this. After that news, that kind of push, even if you got in at 460 and you're just waiting to try to get 500, let it go. I mean, we're almost there.
NASDAQ starting to hold prior day high as a support, maybe here, 472s. That could be a risk limiter right there. Again, if you're just joining us, if you're wondering why the markets are moving, the president had a meeting with NATO. We have a framework for a deal in respect to Greenland. And with that being said, he is not going to impose tariffs that were supposed to go into effect on February 1st. The markets jumped on those headlines. That post was from Truth Social from the president. And we are making new highs of the day here in the NASDAQ. There's getting close to those 500s here. New high of the day in the S&P as well. I think, like you said, Aaron, just jump in. There's those 500s. Gold continuing to sell off here, 47.79 last trade here in gold. Gold down about $80. Down about $80. We've seen gold do that a ton. New highs here in all of the equity markets. We have no tariffs. Markets like that. 25,505 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Taking a look at the tilt. 57% long in the S&P, 58% long in the NASDAQ here. Did Russell just make new all-time highs? The Russell just made new all-time highs. 27,1280 new all-time high there in the Russell. That's the leader right now. Everything else has a little bit of work to do.
Well, we'll see if we're getting up closer to the. We'll see how it gets to this 6,900 in the SPX. It's kind of below where we would be like looking to fill the gap in the futures. Let's see.
Let's see here. Yep, we were talking about someone just said it in the chat, right? Gold doing these $80 pullbacks. That is just a normal pullback in gold, right? It's the trend is not broken to the upside. It just happens, right? And could be a dip buying opportunity. We'll see what happens here. But right now, the equities are continuing to push, make new highs of the day. 69.25 new high of the day there in the S&P. 25,515 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 25,522 new high of day. If you're trading the Russell, any new high of the day there is an all-time high. Hit the air horns. Yesterday's high here in the S&P, 69.35. See what happens if we get up there. Dolby, I agree. Today was pure chaos. 300-point back and forth move in the NASDAQ and right back up another 400 points here.
Incredible stuff.
It's insane.
Incredible.
It feels like last year to me. Maybe not. I think last year was probably a lot more just moves to the downside, but the volatility, right? Volatility is definitely picking up over the past couple of days. Today is going to help with that. Pull that daily ATR up a little bit.
Yeah. It might lead to a busy Asia as well, right? You might see some movement tonight now.
Yeah.
It's being the end of the day when this stuff comes out, a lot of times I see then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, it wasn't enough. There wasn't enough time to process it for the New York Open. And then you get this sort of like big Asian moves overnight.
Make sure you join Dakota and I for slow markets tonight, 8:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Central. But that Globex Open could get pretty interesting here. Do we have anything coming out after the close? Any big earnings or anything like that? I don't think so. Nope. Japanese trade balance tonight. Yeah, could cause some volatility for sure. That Asia session last night, if you were watching gold, right off the open, gold opens up and rallies 120 points without a pullback, except for the time I decided to buy it. I jumped on that train, Aaron, and it ran me over.
Happens. It happens, man. I've been there as well, right? Like this time I was like, oh, I would get in at 480 and it runs up, and then it's like, oh, but first let me go back down to 420. You know, it's you never know, right? You know, doing our
That
best.
was an all-time great. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Let's see. We're slowing.
Right at the 200 moving average here on the 30-minute in the S&P. That gap, the gap we opened the week with, we're testing into it right now in the NASDAQ, right below it in the S&P. What are you seeing here, Jack?
It's hard, man. We're trading on an intraday. The next test is going to be here at 34. I don't know. I don't really want to touch any of this right now.
Yeah, I honestly, I think the only trade I would see is if you think there's more room up, establish your risk and jump in, right? Maybe with small size with a micro, but I don't know that I would be ready to call the high either here. I agree with you there, Jack. Those
No.
35s yesterday. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like, definitely not what it's doing right now, where it's just banging up against the highs of the day. Right up here, if there was, if we calm down a little bit, or it looks like this reversal, it might be a good risk reward on a small short, but I'm not doing it right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we saw you do it earlier, 6908s. So
Yeah,
here's my question for
very
you.
different.
Do you see any options activity right now as this is going on? What
It's
happens to
catching
options
up.
dealers when something like that happens? Yeah.
Oh, they're going nuts there too. In fact, like a big part of the gas that gets tossed on a fire of a move like this is that, people hear this news and are just winging call options, which then need to be hedged more and more as they get closer.
Closer to the end of the day, seeing some size up here in the S&P on the offer, 553 contracts, 69.36 and a quarter. 500 on the offer there. There's another 100 right at yesterday's high, 69.35. See if we go fill those. Again, the NASDAQ is starting to trade in that gap that we opened the week with. S&P is right below it right now.
And I agree with you, Jay. I think this is one of those where, like, if you have some risk tolerance, get in, try to make a little bit of money if there's still some room, if you think there's some room to go up. And if not, I mean, that's why you got to move quick, right? Like when these things happen, you are going to understand this is huge news. You're going to get a big push. Get in quick, get your 40, 50 points, you're done. Like it's much harder to get in now, right? You think you're like, you wait, but then now it's like,
right.
It's much harder to get in. I agree with you. And if you do have like room where you're like, okay, I think this could push up to 600, which, there's a chance, there's a solid chance this just keeps
It
going.
happened before we end this segment, Aaron.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And so if you're like, look, I can risk, $1,000 and I'm going to let this run. It's certainly not a bad trade. It's not. Just with this type of news and this type of momentum near the end of the day, you kind of have everything in your favor to take that chance, which I try to lean against, is not buy the high of the day, but this is just here it's going, right? It's still, we might get there before I'm done the sentence,
New high of day there in the NASDAQ, new high of day in the S&P as well. Still got a 600 lot here at 69.36 quarter. I like what you said there too, Aaron. A lot of times, and I used to do this, early on in my trading career, right? We just saw we're in the middle of a 350 point move in the NASDAQ. Sometimes the trader brain goes to, okay, how can I catch the next 300 points? The move's almost over, right? Potentially, right? We don't know where this is going to end, but like if I'm looking for that much, you got to admit that you're late if you're getting in here. So maybe some more see profit, take profit mindset here.
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, I mean, if you're grabbing 30 points this high up on a long, you're doing great. You're doing great.
Oh yeah,
even 20 points. Who cares? You just got a piece of it, right?
Yep.
For
Because
those
it's
just joining, we're popping because Trump put out a truth post saying that there's some sort of preliminary framework for Greenland and that they're not going to do the tariffs that are supposed to kick in on February 1st.
And I mean, this does kind of segue back to what I was saying at the beginning, is like you have all of these like almost like parabolic runs based on news that actually wasn't news a week ago. Like a week ago, there was no tariffs because of Greenland, right? And now it's like, oh, I'm taking off the tariffs I never put on. So theoretically, we should not go up past where we were a week ago, before he announced that, right? If you're looking at it like more of a fundamental way, right? So that's what makes me always a little bit like, well, where does the rubber hit the road? And it's like, well, maybe it's not actually, maybe they're not worth this much. Maybe never. Maybe we do double the stock market. We'll see. Or double the NASDAQ. We'll see.
Everyone remember the October 10th candle, right? October 10th was the last time we really heard the president talk about maybe escalating tariffs. We saw that aggressive sell-off. Look at where we are right here. 25,635 is the high of that candle. We talked about this 50% maybe being an opportunity to buy. This is insane to see this on a daily. Look at this candle here in the NASDAQ. Right off that 50%, straight up 600 points from there.
This is wild. We came in with like 2 points of my 53 when it wasn't moving earlier in this hour.
Yes, we did, Jack.
Be like nearly 100 points in the favor.
Yes, we did. Seeing some size here. They moved that size up, that 500 lot in the S&P. It's now at 69.42. Maybe they're giving the market a little bit more room to run here. 69.40 and a half, new high of the day in the S&P. 25.622, high of the day there in the NASDAQ. The Russell continuing to make new all-time highs. 27.1910, new all-time high there. And 49.472, high of the day there in the Dow. Metals continuing to sell off here. 47.7570 last trade in gold. Markets are moving. Markets are moving for sure here. But I agree with you, Aaron. This hasn't really changed anything on a higher time frame structure. We're still in the range that we've been in the NASDAQ. These are prices we've been talking about for 4 months now.
Yeah. And it
Not much has
hasn't
changed.
done a ton off the top, right? Like we
Right.
have been stuck in a range. We're just bouncing up and down on that range, but fundamentally nothing is changing.
Nothing has changed. Seeing some size get filled up here at the highs in the NASDAQ. Couple block orders, 500 contracts traded in a second, another 400 traded in a second, all positive delta. Speaking of delta, let me see if I can get the delta for the day since we've had some adjustments here. Positive 7,700 in the S&P.
I'm not annoyed. It's more of this is my like contemplation phase because we're at like a pretty good decision area here. I mean, we touched basically the Sunday open gap down. So we're kind of venturing into Gapville, USA here in the ES. So if this keeps pumping, it's not out
Filled
of
that 500 lot there.
If we come anywhere near touching this gap, I'm gonna take a flyer, but probably we only got about 5 minutes left here. We're touching right now the top. We're above 6,900 in the SPX. Okay.
NASDAQ. What are we seeing, Jack? NASDAQ pretty much filled that gap from Sunday. We're almost all the way there, up to 680s, I think would be a true gap fill. But this 635 here, again, that's the high of that October 10th candle. Definitely see some volume trade there and a couple block orders. Getting filled here. Let's see, what do we have here? We do have some news to bring in, but right now the news is the markets. But let's see what we got. The IRS. Let's bring in that clip really quick. We'll come right back to the markets here. Jack, it sounds like you're scouting a trade. Let us know if you get in, but we'll go. Big changes are happening at the IRS as it enters its busiest season. It is tax season, as we see gold continue to sell off here. What do we got, Gabe?
The IRS Chief Executive Frank Bisignano is reorganizing the senior leadership structure. The new team will see 16 executives report directly to him. Bisignano also says the IRS must more aggressively lean into technology, which could lead to a reduction in staffing. That comes less than a year after Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency cut more than 25,000 workers there. Tax filing season begins on Monday. His role at the IRS does not formally exist under its governing structure. He is also Commissioner of the Social Security Administration, which means he's responsible for collecting $5 trillion in annual revenue.
5 trillion.
With a T. With a T. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. NASDAQ traded above those 635s and 50, 60 points off of that high right now. Off the high of the day. The S&P may be turning around a little bit here as well. Gold and silver making new lows as we speak. What a trading day.
Yeah. This has got me spun around now. I'm almost like, do I just buy it? We're right at 6,900 in the SPX.
This is yesterday's high, 69.35 here. See, saw a little pullback across the board there. See, S&P now up 1.5% on the day. NASDAQ almost up 2% on the day. If you're just tuning in, the news, the president is delaying tariffs, not imposing tariffs that were supposed to go into effect February 1st after the framework of a future deal with Greenland is in the works. T-word back center stage. And we know if you were trading all last year, you know how much the tariff word can move the markets around. It's exactly what we're seeing here. Was pretty quiet, but here we go.
Yeah, I wouldn't be betting against this right now. That's for sure.
It's tough to
Tilt
do.
is very indecisive.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
as much, you know, it feels good to call this like next 50-point drop. You know, it's
yeah.
Not what I would be doing. I still pretty heavily believe we close on the high of the day, so I wouldn't do it.
69.45 high of the day in the S&P, 25,648 and a quarter high of the day there in the NASDAQ. Saw a little bit of a pullback, but I agree. I don't know that this momentum is done to the downside. We'll see here if we get another run here. Coming up on Power Hour in about 5 minutes. Let me pull up the schedule, see who we have trading with us. They should have a fun time trading this last hour of this crazy day.
Lucky them.
All right. Great silver dump, King Mozzarella. Nice name. Did you make
King Mozzarella?
King Mozzarella.
You know, the other one of Coach Vince's nicknames.
Right.
Vinny
Vinny
Lamborghini.
Right.
Kingy Motz.
Everyone knows that one guy, right? Who can just name people, you know, and he has the perfect nicknames. I got a buddy, and he's like, the guy's walking down the street, and he goes, "Oh, Peanut Butter Falcon," and I'm just like, no, and I didn't want to laugh, you know, because it's inappropriate, but it was funny, and he could just nail people left and right. Great movie, by the way. If you haven't seen it, check it out.
I had a friend who was also great if you went to any like sports event, like a Bears game or something, of picking out celebrity lookalikes. And if you go to an NFL game, you can always find at least one person that looks like Marv from Home Alone. Take it to the bank. Might even be Daniel Stern. Not sure what he's up to.
I have to check that out next time I go to a game. But wow, we are coming up to the top of the hour here. We got to make some room for fast markets. Aaron, great trading with you on Topstep TV. We'll see you back sometime soon. Nice job in that combine. Get you back in that live account sometime soon, I am sure. Jack, the S&P, couple points off of our idea of an entry price there, but game of ticks here, game of ticks. You never know when the markets are going to move.
Hey.
Go ahead, Jack.
Real quick, Jay, that's why I wish I could have demonstrated by having that long on at the time, but that's why I don't just idly keep profit targets in the market. There's probably somebody out there who had like had just sitting in there, you know, a 10-point ES trade that just got instantly vaporized as it's going up. So you never know when you're going to catch one of these. Like a Moby
Never
Dick.
know. But we'll let you know when the markets start moving here at Topstep TV, bringing you any market moving news. Aaron, great stuff as always. Jack, we'll see you back tomorrow. We got Power Hour coming up. JD, Mandy, and Dolby time. Saw Dolby in the chat. He just said help. This Power Hour is sure to be interesting. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. This is Topstep TV. We'll be back after a little bit of a break. Let's go.
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. It's time for Power Hour. And man, we got some moving markets right here. I'm JD, the star of the show. Mandy in the middle right there. And you guys all know Dolby Time, aka DJ Whiplash, on the ones and twos for the final hour of the day. Let's get into it, guys. Is anybody trading this market right now? Mandy, did you catch any of this move?
None of that move. I caught the major sell-off though after fast markets. I
yes.
I guess my segment, like an hour later, that was still during fast markets. So, man, question is, how can I buy this? I'm looking to see if I can get in at 590-ish. If we get a little pullback here, we are, I'm assuming, gonna try to close the gap. It doesn't always happen, but we're getting dang close, that's for sure. So if I could just scalp the last 20 points of that, let's call it good. So yeah, we'll see where I can get in.
Let's see indeed. Dolby Time has the keys to the house account. How are you feeling about this right now? You want to get in?
I think everyone has a lot of feelings right now. A lot of
What feels like
feelings.
the
This
safest move?
This is
Does the Russell look like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Russell looks great, man.
Does the Russell look more tame than the rest?
No, no, it doesn't.
I hate to.
it moves.
I hate to say it, but yeah, I've got
It's
this
gentler.
feeling that so many people just got run over on that move, and
yeah,
I just got that
You're either
feeling,
on-
you know.
Yeah, you're either on cloud 9 or in like the 7th circle of hell right now, and I don't know if there's much of an in between.
Yeah, I feel like there's no middle ground for anybody that's been in the markets for the last 40 minutes.
No.
You're either up or you're down, and that's it.
Yeah.
And if you're down, you're probably down big, and you're thinking about ways to make that money back right now. I'm telling you, sizing up is not the option. This might be a day to just lick the wounds and move on. If you got hit real hard on that one. But that being said, it is Power Hour, and we are expecting some volatility going into the close. We got almost see coming out in about 45 minutes, just over 45 minutes. And what do you think? Are we topping out here?
I don't think so.
No.
Is it way too early? Too soon to call it top?
Below.
Too soon.
Is this a good time for above below? Are we doing that?
This is a perfect time. This is the perfect time for above below, Mandy. Yes. What
felt
is
like that was
your
the
above
question.
below?
Oh gosh, man, this is a tricky. If I
question,
nail
I know.
this, I'm the GOAT. I'll just say that.
You are.
Oh man, I'm gonna go off of 25, 520. That's just
25,
my
520.
Yeah, maybe some rotation rejection. I want to see it close the gap first, and then
100
we
points
can sell
away.
off. I'm okay with that. Yeah.
We got about 50 more
Sorry.
points to gap fill in the NQ. 25, 520 is the above below.
Perfect.
Let's get that pull up and get the votes in.
There we go.
Is this pullback for buying? Is this dip for buying?
Yep. 5 minutes
Yeah.
about to close.
Who's
here.
selling? People taking profits?
We got a message from our guy Jack in Slack, Dolby Time. 69.83 target in ES. He says full port short from there. That's 50 points away. 50 full S&P points away. But we've already rallied. How far did we rally? Over 70 points since.
Wow.
Low of 66, 68.60. Just put in a high. Whoa. 69.45.
RTY
Almost
rallied
100 points.
50 points.
85 points. What a move.
Just.
What's another 50
a
points
day.
among friends, right? 50 points is 50 points.
What a day.
We got the movement.
I emailed Antonio. If anyone caught that segment, he was long too MNQ, kind of in that consolidation between like 11 and 12. I have not gotten an email back, but his target was 300 points higher. So I'm going to let y'all know and see if he actually hung on to that one. because that would have been an absolutely insane trade. Absolutely.
We've got a bid in the S&P 69.34 bid for 580. Hang on, I'm looking at I'm in an XFA account. Let me switch over to my live account. Hang on a second.
Nice. I'm looking for a pullback to the daily range high here in the RTY, which is about 27.05. That might be a nice little area to get long, since we have broken out of the daily range high. This would kind of be like a range over range trade and like a really, really large time frame. But buyers might come in there, so it could be a kind of a cheap trade with very, very high upside.
Good. I'm gonna keep my eye really close. It's kind of a big spot for my indicators. We're starting to see a 3-minute EMA moving average cross. If we see a cross, that could be a good sign for sells. I'm really hesitant to take a short right now. I want to see the gap close, but they don't always. So I need to not be super biased about that. But the 5-minute, we are looking at just a touch back to green pressure, which is my EMA. We held above it. So I think here, if we can uncross on the 3-minute and then in the 5-minute maintain above 590s, then I'm going to be getting long. I just don't want to get into this and then it decides to rotate over. So I'm sorry, I am like so whitewashed right now. The sun is just peeking through. I am not ghosty.
Volatility
like
has turned
I'm
you into
a tan
ghost.
person. Like I have olive skin, so to call it ghost is like very shocking to anyway, I don't know what happened. Maybe I'll get some blinds in this office one day, but it's just the cloud coverage. And
are you sitting right in front of a window? You're sitting right in front of a window?
Am.
Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's what I do every power hour. I have never been washed out like this, so that's funny.
Good stuff. Let's check in on the tilt real quick. See what everybody's up to. Oh man, we got 64% short in the S&P at an average price of 69.17. Shorts are underwater. Short in the hole on the tilt side. 58% short in the NQ. Average price 25,446. Sorry, 466. Again.
Yeah.
Shorts underwater. Crude's pretty flat, 53% long, and gold is long. Oh man, our gold trader's long from 48.12.
Wow.
Bro, do you see gold?
Price.
That was insane. It was like $50-$60 sell-off. Dude, no one survives that.
No.
Unless you're short.
I mean,
ridiculous.
If we've got an average long of 48.13 in gold right now. So that's 30 points away. We still have a gap fill.
Man.
Our gap fill in gold from the Sunday reopen is still 45.87. We've got a ways to go. $200 still to refill that gap in the downside in gold.
I'm going 2 contracts. Long.
Trading micros?
Yeah, micros. Ugh, minis would be wild right now. Let's go below 50s. Have some room to play. I'm up on that big drop earlier. And let's see if we can close the gap. Oh,
let's do it.
What's the exact gap?
What is the gap? Let me pull up a 30-minute chart.
I can't see it on my 15. So
gap fill would be 25,678. Call it 25,680. 80 points.
Okay.
I'm getting kind of stair step range under range situation on the RTY. I want to see if we end up supporting around the daily range high, though. We could be seeing some good opportunity to get long. It just depends. Apparently, Trump is speaking again for the 3rd or 4th time today. So
really,
if he says the T word again, are we just melting like an ice cube in Arizona? Like, what's the deal? What is the deal?
If there was a competition to rename Greenland, what would you name it?
Ooh, good question. Good,
Chat
good
probably will have a
question.
great thought on that.
Oh, hey, Mandy.
Chat's so
What
supportive.
price are you long from in the MNQ, please, Mandy?
604 3/4.
604 in the orders. 25, 604 in the orders.
We're right at almost break even. Just taking on a tiny bit of heat. Almost break even here. Still maintain. We maintain my EMA, and I'm just hoping we bounce here. Otherwise, this would be an invalidated trade. So if you're looking at my 5-minute, we have my green EMA. We held above it. Hopefully that means continuation upward. It's once we drop below my MA, then that's usually when shorts come into play. I did talk about the 3-minute. I kind of ignored the 3-minute because it wasn't as strong. We have 41 seconds here. If we can get back in between them, then I think we should be good. But we are starting to sell off here.
Just a little bit. What kind of risk are you taking on this trade? Where's the CYA at, Mandy?
Below my 5-minute MA, which is just below 550s, just also because that's another psychological level. Maybe we bounce at 550, 552.
Okay.
Yeah. 3 minutes definitely showing selling pressure.
Dolby, New North Dakota. Nice.
Love to see a bounce off of 77. So we came and wicked down to it. And hopefully we just bounce off of it and keep going.
All right. All right.
I'm just waiting for a little bit of a test here. See if we can hop into an RTY trade. Waiting for these 25 or 2705s. But we're still just stair stepping lower. So I want to see if we can get some sort of like volatility into these 05s.
Time frame trade are you looking at?
Looking at I have a 1-minute and a 30-minute both up, but I have my daily range high marked off at 2705 on both.
That's great.
We do have 120 being offered at 27, or sorry, 113 being bid at 2704. It's kind of moving up and down the ladder a little bit. Then we also have 116 being offered at 2710. But if he says tariff again, I mean, we're so hosed. We are so hosed.
He's concluded his remarks. Thanks for the update, Hoop. Appreciate it. Trump has concluded remarks. Likely won't hear the T word from him unless he busts into the social media realm and starts jabbing away. I guess we'll see.
Let's get a bid in RTY.
Really nicely.
Looking real nice, Mandy. You like it?
Yep. I love when it goes and touches pressure and bounces right off of it. It really usually means that it is resetting to just go back longer. Take breathing room, you know?
Yeah,
we're in.
For sure.
And here's
Dolby, what are you doing? Did you just get in?
What am I doing? Yeah, Dolby, stop touching stuff. What are you doing? We're long 2706.
2706.
One RTY.
Long one, Russell. 2706.
Dusty Rusty.
Let's pull up that Russell chart. I'm curious.
So if we can get some price action above 2708s, and we're looking for 2710s, and we want to see a new sort of range form over these 2708s. So far, so good.
Gotcha.
We've got to break the stair step pattern.
Yep. Got a 9-period EMA on a 5-minute chart right here at 2707.10. We're sitting right on top of it right now.
Wow.
It's going to be our line in the sand for the Russell.
This is very tight risk. Risking $50. $50. So might be one of these trades we have to get into a couple times. But so far, so good. Also, I've committed to not moving any stops to break even. So even if we do move a stop, we'll still accept some risk. I can't do it anymore, Mandy. It's freaking killing me. Absolutely killing me.
Can't do what?
Complaining about it for years. and I'm committing to making improvements.
I love that on
If we do move-
2026.
Yes, for 2026. We started about 3 weeks late, but here we are. It's all good.
This isn't the old me.
But if we,
this is the new
yes.
me. Yeah.
This is the new me. So if we do move the stop, we'd probably move it up to like 2705 as well. This thing is getting real squirrely.
Real
It
squirrely.
is. I almost hit the
Seeing a little-
reverse button.
Seeing a little. Should we do a reversal challenge? Is it time?
No.
We got a couple days left. Yeah.
We're gonna get
I'm
tagged.
This is
out.
the day for it, though. I mean,
We're out.
seriously, this is the day for it.
I'm out.
Should have anticipated.
Took a $200 loss on that, but I was assuming if it's going to sell, it's going to keep selling. So would the reversal button have been the way to go here?
Ooh, debatable. That's a tough question.
It is. If it was Friday at 2 p.m. Central, I'd say yes, but 'cause I'm on a practice account at that point.
Have you ever
now we are
traded
looking-
reversal challenge style? Have you ever traded reversal challenge style in like a combine or an XFA, Mandy? Has it ever to maybe do
Have
that?
I have
I think if you have
not,
to think about it, it's a yes. No? Okay.
but I have hit the reverse button, I think twice in 1 week. I do remember that
Ooh,
happening.
okay.
And
Was it a good move
actually
or a
paid off.
bad move? It did pay
Good
off.
move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good move.
Because it's
Very
almost
good,
as
very
if
good.
like if this invalidates longs, then you would assume it would make shorts validated. But I think generally speaking, I think there's this area of shorts have to also be validated. Like if a long is invalidated, it doesn't mean shorts are validated. It's not an if then. I feel like longs have to have their own criteria and shorts have to have their own criteria. But
Very good
argue with
point.
me on
Very good
that if
point.
you think differently.
Oh, it's true. It's true. Nate Trades in the chat says, no, JD, we're not supposed to do that. Remember. You're right. It's just an exercise. It's an exercise that we all
It is an
take part in.
exercise.
And it's a very powerful exercise, in my opinion. It was a great idea. Dolby, you came up with it, didn't you? The reversal challenge?
Sure did. It was
a
Dakota's
very
idea to double
uncomfortable
the
way-
lot size.
Yeah.
But
It's a very
Yeah,
uncomfortable way to trade. And you have to get comfortable
Mhm.
with being uncomfortable when you're trading these markets. So
Mm-hmm.
only use the practice account if you're following along in the reversal challenge. But that being said, there's still a reverse button on your platform. Are we going to get more follow through to the downside? Volume has been drying up ever since that initial blast off.
Now that we're starting to roll over on a little bit, I guess I don't know if you can call this a rollover. You could call this like a minor pullback. I don't know. I would love to see it come test down onto the 15-minute pressure, down to like 525s. And then if we can hold above that on a 5-minute, then take longs. I still love the long sentiment. That's the general trend right now.
kind of intrigued on shorts in this RTY trade right now.
I know. It's the
If we
selling
get-
pressure
If
is
we get
built.
underneath, if we get underneath this daily range, now I think it's like, well, maybe we just have all that downward pressure and we just get back into the middle somewhere.
Curious, Mandy, did you vote over or under on 25,520?
I said over,
All right.
but it's turning out to be a good number right now.
It is.
Like,
we're 20
we're
points away, which is
attempting to it.
you can get there in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Then we just chop around the rest of the power hour.
We've got MOC coming out in about 30 minutes.
That's gonna be crazy.
They might create some volatility. I saw the Delta update in the chat. Who posted that? And thank you, Delta. 21,000 positive Delta in the S&P. NASDAQ 4,800 positive Delta. We had positive Delta in the S&P all throughout that break earlier today. It's almost like somebody knew what was about to happen. Buying it on the way down.
All right, longs
Catching
are
a
still
little
not
bit.
bad.
Say again, Dolby?
Longs are.
Draw this line.
Oh, not 5 minutes.
I mean, we still haven't broken this stair step sort of pattern here in the RTY. Cannot get over these 08s.
Are you
Trump
still
is
in this
speaking,
trade?
apparently. No, we got stopped. Our stops are very tight for RTY.
Okay, gotcha. Trump is still speaking. Let me check the news.
That does not make me want to place another trade, though, is if Trump is still chirping, because that's just a recipe for disaster. Or like an insane success, but you know, how many shots do you want to take?
Sounds like he's talking about his cabinet right now. I like keeping Hassett where he is. Besson only wants to stay where he is. Down to 3 or 2 or maybe 1 on the next Fed chair. How's that? Down to 3, 2, maybe 1 on the next Fed chair. How many Fed chairs can we have?
Musical Fed chairs.
He threw out some names too. Where's it? Reader or Walsh? Warsh.
Here we
I'm
go.
going to refresh my platform. I'm seeing some selling, more selling stepping in here in equities. Are we going to retrace this whole move?
When it surprised me, nothing surprises me at this point.
This is going to be an
If we
A-shaped
retrace the whole
close.
move, I will literally be wearing a helmet by tomorrow.
and some, like, go all the way back to this morning.
I mean, you just wonder, like, how is price going to sustain all the way up here? Is there enough to keep it up?
The other thing I'm thinking too, at least on MNQ, NQ, we didn't officially close the gap. So, and I guess that really comes down to your definition of what's closing. Is it the wick? Is it the candle? Is it the, settlement price, whatever. We kind of, I don't want to say violently rejected, but it's a strong rejection off of 650s. So that might be as high as we're willing to go and not close it. Because where would stops be? You would think they would be above the gap, maybe. But maybe buyers can come in and just be like, "Hey, we want to close this gap, and let's do it." So, I think 6 minutes will be really telling when this 15-minute candle closes. Kind of what I'm looking at.
Trump's spitting fire right now. Here we go. We got some more. We got some more quotes.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see how it all works out about Powell staying at the Fed after the chairmanship term ends. Is that sort of hinting at maybe he's going to stick around for a while? But then he goes on to say, if Powell won't leave the Fed, his life won't be very happy. Ouch. That's a veiled threat, right? If he doesn't leave, he won't be very happy.
That's not very veiled. Gotta be honest. Oh man, these shorts still look pretty solid.
I mean, they really do. 69.20, 19 last in the ES. What's the NQ doing?
We might have to hop in on this stair step trade here.
Just caveman into it. We've been talking caveman trades all day.
I don't know if I'm gonna caveman. Maybe we can get an offer in though. Range traders can't caveman trade. It's like it's in the rule book.
Yeah, you never mark it in, do you, Dolby?
No, in fact, if I start marketing in, it's a sign that I'm probably on tilt, just as a range trader.
You need to not be trading. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I literally should be able to place my trade right in my journal, like what my trade is, and not get filled. Like I really need that market to be coming to my limit order to get filled. I should have plenty of time to like do my journaling and stuff. If I can't keep up with my journal, something has gone wrong.
Yeah.
Something has gone wrong.
That's fair. Like there has to be a reason why you're entering the trade. And for Dolby, that means it has to hit a certain price point for him to participate. I love that.
Yep. Yeah. Very good.
So we have our offer in 2705, which is kind of the high of the 1 minute range that we just keep on just stair stepping lower, just range under range. Maybe we're forming another one. We do have a potential to bounce at 2702s or 01s here because that was a high this morning at like 950. So there might be some buyers coming in. I don't know if they're going to be able to sustain this though, but I really do like our offer here at 2705.
Sounds good. Mr. Dolby has set the price. Working on offer. One more time. What was that price? 2705?
2705.1. So it's just underneath the daily range high that I had established.
2705. 2705.4 is a 9-period EMA on a 5-minute chart. And it's starting to point
even start locking this
downwards. Downward sloping. I see VWAP George in there reminding us all where all roads lead to.
Yep.
We
If we maintain above 525s in the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds, or relatively close to that, I will be getting long.
That's a long time to wait in the NASDAQ. I'm not gonna lie to you, Mandy.
And for me,
2 minutes
a lot
could be
can
an
happen in
eternity.
that time. If we reject it, though, that would be great because then, if we break heavily below that, 465s would look really like an awesome target if we just less past in the next 2 minutes.
We've got a couple more. We've got a couple more headlines coming out. Trump says people are paying too much on credit card and interest rates. Too much on credit card interest rates. I've had calls from credit card companies. Credit card companies need to give people a break. Give the people a break.
Yeah.
He also defends involvement in the private sector and common sense. Quote. Also, he says, we will sell Venezuelan oil at market price and then keep some. What is crude oil doing now? Nothing.
Ooh, yeah.
No reaction from crude oil. Look at this lazy chart in crude. It is, everything else is rocking and rolling. And crude oil has settled
I'd have to
into a range.
Didn't do a damn thing, huh? I'd have to assume that some of these other markets had the volatility sucked out of it, is short-term traders or want that sweet price action.
Sweet price action. Yeah, crude oil started off the day, played both sides of the initial balance, low to high, wiped everybody out of that market, and now it's just gently listing sideways. No trade in crude today, unless you're a super great range trader.
Maybe that's what I should have been trading all day. It's crude oil. Just take your little base hits. Be happy with it.
Acoustic Immersion says, crude is on you. What does that mean? A little bit more selling. A couple bids coming up on the downside in the ES. A little bit of liquidity below 69.10. The 200 lot there. If you remember earlier today, there was a 1,000 lot offered at 69.10 before.
Ooh, I'm heavy.
We made that move lower. Took them out. All those 10s traded. More selling pressure coming
our
in.
entry down. We're down to 04s now.
And I'm
04. I moved it down. Mandy's in short. Mandy's going in.
Now we're break even. Come on.
Let it play out. What's your entry price, Mandy?
86.
86. You're gonna get filled quick. How fast this is moving.
25,486. Mandy short a couple of micro NASDAQ. I almost said crude oil. Looking good. What are you trying to take out of this trade? We getting close?
56s.
I think
Getting close.
you're going to be good.
Yeah, we're good. There we go. We're good. We're out.
You're good.
Nice
Yeah.
job.
Up
Did you go to
100s.
market on that, or did you get tagged in?
No, I got tagged in. I was kind of following it. I just never let go of it. I was trailing it. I just didn't actually execute the trailing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see what happens at these 50s. That was a quick scalp because it was a pretty fair rejection on the 15-minute. So I knew we had about 20 points that we could obtain. We could go down back to these 406s, which I had talked about earlier in fast markets. That was a resistance line earlier. Now it is possibly going to be support if we can get a bounce off of, if we can even reach all the way back down there. We have a level here, kind of this spot here at the, what time would that have been at? The high at 10 o'clock. I guess you could say the candle around 10 in the wick. This could be another like support support zone in this area. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, guys. Everybody is flat right now. LB's working 27.04s to get in short on the NQ. Mandy's flat. Picked up a nice. I'm sorry, the RTY. My apologies. And Mandy's now flat. Just made a nice quick scalp in the NASDAQ. All right. We are going to bring in our buddy, Dr. Volatility, Mr. James, because the EU is freezing work on a U.S. trade deal. European Union freezes work on U.S. trade deal indefinitely after Trump, Greenland, and tariff threats. Let's hear all about it.
The European Union has paused a trade agreement with the US. Parliament members blocked a vote to ratify it, accusing the US of violating the terms of the deal. It calls for 15% tariffs on European Union goods shipping to the US. The EU and the US came to the preliminary deal in July and had already put much of it into effect. The move was in response to President Donald Trump threatening to impose an additional 35% tariff on European countries opposed to his plan to take over Greenland. Later Wednesday, Trump announced that would not happen after reaching a framework with NATO pertaining to Greenland. It's unclear if the entire trade agreement has been called off or if parts will remain.
The threat of new tariffs has already been walked back after discussions over the takeover of Greenland. How many people
blown out?
Blown out? That quick?
Yep.
04 straight up? 50 bucks? 50 bucks is
gone.
50 bucks, right?
Gone. Down 219. The rally it really did have a nice bounce off those 2701s, which I did have a line.
They call him Dr. Volatility for a reason. That's no joke.
No kidding. He just came
As
right
soon
in
as
and
James
just
came in.
injected volatility and left. That was incredible, James. Absolutely incredible.
Timing.
Timing's impeccable.
Perfect timing.
We did bounce off of a 21 period on the MNQ 5-minute. Bounced off of that. Moving average on MNQ. Looking to hold above 500s. That would then, of course, be a 15-minute signal for longs. But the 5-minute is going to need some more love before it's willing to commit to that. So yeah, let's see if we can hold above. Man, that's gonna be
If you
so
wanted
tricky.
if you want to jump in preemptively on a 3-bar reversal, you could do so cheaply right now. You know what your risk is. Your risk is below this swing low here at 447 quarter. But it's starting to run away already. It's already running away. You might get a dip. It's rare you don't see a wick on a candle. If that makes any sense to you. I always expect
Absolutely.
a wick on a candle, and you can trade around that accordingly.
Yeah.
Just came up and
Man,
touched
that
pressure.
just flipped. That volatility just all right. Now we're bullish. We were bearish for a second. Now we're bullish again. Just like that.
I don't know. I could see us being bearish still. We came and touched this 5-minute pressure and rejected right off of it. So
Yeah.
decision
this
zone right here.
just-
This is hands off. This is hands off trading for me right here.
Yeah.
I need to see.
We don't know what this is.
Yeah. Like I think I need my 5 minutes to pop on top. Or
RTY caught a bid.
have a 5-minute candle close below 83s, 483s for shorts.
All right, if we can get down to 04s again, we'll try one more trade, one more long in RTY.
One more long?
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
now we've kind of flipped it. So we were range under range all up until 2701s, found some buyers, and now we kind of flipped to range over range. So now we're maybe stair stepping higher here.
Right? Are we on a is this a little 15-minute bull
Yeah.
flag in the NQ? Or is it a call it a 5-minute bear flag? Or is this a 3-minute bear flag? I don't know. Or a 1-minute bear flag. There's a lot of different ways to
Yeah.
interpret what's happening right now. We're in a very, very gray zone. Yeah. I heard some people I see some people say that in the chat. We're in a very sticky zone right now.
Yeah.
It seems like every time frame is telling a different story.
It is, yeah.
Coach
It's
Vince
cheeky.
in the chat. Up, down, 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 up, up. A lot of indecision
That's-
here. Which I think it's important to remember. We don't need to guess what the market's going to do. We let the market tell us what it's going to do, and we trade accordingly.
Mm-hmm. Mandy, we had a question about your moving average crosses. One more time for the people in the back. What are the time durations on the moving averages that you're using? You're looking at a simple
Yeah.
and an exponential moving average at different time frames, right?
Yep. I have my MA EMA cross indicator set at 7 for MA, 5 for EMA. I was playing with it earlier today, kind of back testing. 9's really intriguing, but again, I found myself going back to 7, just maybe because that's what I've been seeing success with. But 9 was reading really nicely as well. I was like, oh, maybe I'll just go in the middle, go with 8. But 8 was like not the spot. So it was it's 9 or 7. Like if you've been playing with 9, you can find some good success with the 9. I like having triple moving averages. I lovingly call them my spaghetti. They weave in and out. They are set at 4. I use the default, which is 14, 21, and 35. And they usually tend to be really good price targets for the market. So for example, I have silver here on my left chart. We came up and touched the 14 period and rejected off of that. Same thing, I think was on the 15. Oh no, yeah, same thing here on the 5-minute. We respected the 21, touched it, bounced right off of it. So take it for what it is, but to me, those are I think you could call those pivot points even, or targets. That's how I use them. But if you guys have any more questions, like feel free to DM me on my Instagram, Mandy in the Markets. Just about to launch that Discord to have like the information side of things. I'm not looking to like sell a course or anything. I'm just giving the information out there that's easily accessible to people of how I trade and what indicators I use, and then kind of go over a tutorial with that. I feel like I do a lot of that here though, so I might snip some of the discussions that we have here and maybe put that as like a replay for people to watch. Yeah.
Mandy in the Markets, Instagram. Go check it out.
Edgy Invest. Yes, the spaghetti's put food on the table.
I was just going to bring that one up. Again, he's putting a lot of food on the table. That's a good one.
They don't like that.
I know we talked about this before too, Mandy, but what are the plans to start your own stream? Are you going to be streaming soon?
No. No, like maybe like an informational, maybe. I just don't like the idea of like competing with you guys, right? Like, oh, sorry, my phone is not recording right now. Yeah, I just don't like the idea of like competing with Topstep TV at all. In the evenings, I could maybe be a good time that I can just go over the technicals, but you guys can catch me here. I feel like I'm on Topstep multiple times a week, and it's a good,
For sure.
good fit.
It is. It's been a great fit. All right, guys. Toby time, did you get anywhere close to your next entry in
Nope,
the Russell?
not yet. Not yet. Still in the hunt, though. Still in the hunt. Nate,
3
this is a
minutes.
very hard day for range traders. This is
Yeah.
probably a little bit too much excitement for range traders, to be honest. We're kind of like energy vampires. We want the market to be boring as hell.
Man, what a day,
To be
though.
honest. God, incredible day.
These are the kinds of days that like we live for.
Yeah.
It's so hard to
Except for
anticipate.
Except for range
Except for
traders.
Toby.
Yeah, for everyone else, they're having a good time.
Toby's the only one that thinks today was total shit.
It's like, just do nothing already, so I can buy the lows and sell the highs.
Really hard to find those
Mhm.
on a day like today.
And it's like hindsight's always 2020, right? The writing was on the wall, It started so early this morning. Trump was speaking in Davos at 7:30 a.m. He hasn't stopped talking in what 9 hours now? 8 hours?
It's just nonstop.
Nonstop.
He's pounding those energy drinks.
He must.
You think so? He sounded
How many-
real
how many
tired
Diet
after
Cokes?
I think
I
he
know,
walked
it's
off the
Diet
plane
Coke.
and he walked off the plane and walked up to a podium and he sounded like he had been yelling on the phone for 6 hours on the flight there,
Yeah, the real conversations,
likely.
not the ones that we see.
Mm-hmm.
Only imagine.
Okay. 2 minutes. Question is, I might take a scalp here if we
What side?
if we break below 73s in the next minute.
Short or long?
Short.
I like the shorts.
All right.
Longs would be in play above 520s.
I'm still looking at the Russell. No change on your end, right, Dolby? I'm gonna switch over. I'm gonna switch back to the.
No, we got nothing right now. Contemplating a short at maybe like 2709.3.
Oops, says net gas is out of control.
It
Man,
is.
net gas was up what? Almost 30% today. 26% at its peak.
There's just a massive winter storm rolling through.
Yeah, if you're not
Oklahoma,
familiar
Dallas.
with seasonalities, when you're
It's gonna be
trading
real nasty
energies,
fighting Saturday.
seasonalities are a big fundamental factor that affect those markets. When the winter months come around, obviously
30%
it gets cold out.
One day.
Yeah, right. 30%.
Dude,
obviously, when the winter months roll around, it gets cold out. Most Americans use natural gas to heat their homes.
Yep.
Probably shouldn't say most, but quite a lot of Americans east of the Mississippi. I'll say that much. Use natural gas to heat their homes, and it's been very cold, and it's going to get colder this weekend.
Very cold.
They just
didn't
ripped
break-
natural gas prices.
Yet.
50% increase in the last 3 days, says Hoop. Yep.
Wow.
The
It's okay, Gus.
Widowmaker.
Hi,
That's what they call nat gas. Oh, Gus. Is Gus
What's up?
cold?
Wanna come on TV? Oh, he's always cold. He's like a chihuahua.
Have you put Gus in the micro trader onesie?
The mic. Oh, that'd be really cute. He would just like lock up though. That's the thing with cats. As soon as you put like anything on them, they just like lose control of their body and just get frozen.
They're like,
There he
I
is.
can't. Yeah.
Gus, say hi to the world, sir. You're on TV.
Hi, Gus.
What's up,
I have
Gus?
an AI background.
He's a
There you go,
star.
buddy.
Gus
Yeah.
is a star.
He is. That's why I don't
Sounds
have
like his
hotkeys
allergies are
activated.
better.
They are better. I remember that when he was having sneeze attacks. It was so cute.
It is so cute.
All right, guys. Everybody is flat. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to enter short, but it wasn't giving it to me. So now we're starting to see some movement.
Yeah. It's
Do I want to enter this close to the MOC? As a scalper, we can. I just feel like
4
I'm
minutes to
just
MOC.
trying to force a trade at this point. Let's see
It's
what
okay.
happens in
That's
MOC.
okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens
I
at
don't wanna
MOC.
force anything. We want A+ setups,
Let's-
right? Not
A
Bs.
plus. Exactly. All right. So let's all take a break until MOC. We're going to bring Dr. Volatility back in here for some
Oh gosh.
hashtag fast
Oh, Lord.
markets, hashtag
Again.
our content.
Here we go.
James, my man, take it away. Show us some trader wins from throughout the day. I just made a rhyme. I wasn't even trying.
That was a good rhyme. You did it twice, JD. All right. Hey, everybody. Earlier in the show, we asked you to go to Twitter, Facebook, wherever you post social media stuff too, and share your trader wins and everything else that comes with it for a chance to be featured live on Power Hour. Well, the time has come, and here are your submissions for today, starting with Profound Ambition. Always appreciate the smooth and timely process with Topstep. On to the next one. And there you see he's got his email for taking a payout as well as the payout tracker. It's like the Domino's pizza tracker, but with money. Congrats to you there. Next, moving on from Rainforest Ranger CR, Topstep and accountability, even when things are great. And you can see in the screenshot there, he used his personal daily profit target and locked out for the day. That's right. Did you know that the lockout isn't only for when you hit your daily loss limit? If you're up and you don't want to give any profits back, you can use the personal daily profit target as well, just like Rainforest Ranger. So congrats to you there. Coming up next for Power Hour from Sun Allah Justice, story time. I was laid off on January 13th from my 10-year stint. In that time, I taught myself a skill no one can take from me. Topstep and Michael Patak provided a way for me to use those skills and get paid for them with little risk and time. Thank you. And like I always say, thank you. You're also the one putting in the work. You're showing up to the screen, and it's proving to be beneficial. Got to beat the clock for MOC, so let's go to the next one from MAC. I miss Project X. Had to buy a Topstep eval today so I can get back funded with them. And you can see he had a pretty good first day back in the combine. So MAC, welcome back. Glad to see you back with Topstep, and we hope to see you post more things for Power Hour. And finally, our last submission for the day from Bernard. Topstep funded I've 52K profit up. NQ longs smashed today. You can see there in his express funded account, sitting with a balance of $52,000 after earning 27K today. Anyway, those are your hashtag fast markets and hashtag power hour submissions. Keep on sending them our way and keep watching TopstepTV bell to bell. Back to you guys for MOC.
$27,000 in a single day. I don't care who you are. That's fantastic.
That's
insane. Amazing.
It's pretty nice.
Right? I like that guy
Good
Soon
money.
also laid off on the 13th and in 8 short days learned a brand new valuable skill right here at Topstep. Did I read that correctly? Am I wrong in
Yeah, it's still the honeymoon
Right,
phase,
right.
JD. That's still the honeymoon phase.
So much free resources
Mm-hmm.
on one, Topstep TV, 2, the Discord. There's a lot of resources on topstep.com. I mean, you don't really have to pay to learn. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, if you guys didn't
free
know,
discipline is good. Learn a
we
lot
do have a
faster.
website, guys. Thanks for bringing that up, Mandy. I love reminding people that we do have a website. And
All right.
you know, if you have
I'll see.
questions, a lot of them will likely be answered on that website. Oh, we're getting a little influx of a little volatility injection. Where are
Right,
those
who-
MOC numbers?
It's a great help center. That was one of my favorite lines.
We're seeing
last
some
week,
selling
JD.
coming in.
We have a website.
Not as much as I thought.
Have a website. I don't even see the MOC numbers yet on the juice. Do you see it, Dolby?
Do not. Hoop is my MOC. Look up. Heavy sell
It's
side.
Hoop. Heavy sell side. Heavy sell side. I'm refreshing again. think we killed the juice. Oops, got it. 765 million to sell in the S&P, 1.2 billion to sell in the NASDAQ. Mini Dow, 342 million to sell. Mag 7, $700 million to sell. Sell side MOC looks like they ate it up just a little bit. There was a dip and some buyers stepped in. We'll get another update on this in about 5 minutes. There will be a change. It's been changing for the last hour. I wonder what it was like 45 minutes ago. There are services that you can pay for to get these MOC updates like every 15 minutes for the last 2 hours of the day.
Wow.
Are they worth it? I don't know. But you can get a head start on it, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. This is like one of those days where you need a shower like Jim Carrey from Ace Ventura. full body cleanse.
Full body cleanse.
Get it tomorrow. Get the scrub out.
Last trade in the NQ 25,454.
I don't want to bounce here.
I know, right?
I'll get long.
There's some
Above
bids.
95s.
Some bids. There's some bids. There's some sells.
Those MOC orders were real small. I mean, just looking at the volatility for the day and the moves that we've had, MOC pretty light in my opinion. Especially when we have delta so heavy to the long side in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. A lot of buyers coming in, but the MOC doesn't really reflect that.
Kind of interested in longs, to be honest.
Yeah, same. Because we didn't flush like as much as I thought we would with heavy sell side.
It's cheap right here too. You know what your risk is. You're looking at the NQ.
Yeah,
you got this
bid in.
little mini swing low at 25,447. And then 25,420 was what was 420 again? Shout out to Eddie. 25,420. Last week's low. Last week's low in the NQ. So this is a good cheap long opportunity in the NASDAQ. That's for sure. Take a look at the ES. Put on a couple of micros and only risk 100, 150 bucks right now to take a nice profit. Same thing in the ES. ES did take out that recent low that the NQ did not from 230. So you know your risk right now. New swing low in the ES. Current swing low 69.03 quarter. Last trade 69.10. So on a couple micros, 10 points of risk. That's what I would be doing if I was trading house count right now.
We got a bid in at 2706.5 for the RTY.
Right.
Last one.
Yeah.
Last one.
This is not trading advice of any kind. We have to remember to repeat that over and over again.
Just trying to take some range trades. That's all.
Man, this is looking nice for a buy. But we'll have another influx of numbers here in about 30 seconds.
Let's see what the MOC say. Oop, I see in the chat, my juice wasn't updating in good time. Please be ready with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention to this matter, Hoop.
Dolby.
It flipped. It flipped. MOC flipped, says Hoop.
Buy side, hello.
I'm in.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a stop market buy in. Ending buy. I'm using one of
Stock market.
Dolby's moves.
Nice. Stock market. Well,
What is it? I haven't seen the flip numbers.
looking pretty dang strong. Wish I just bought those 2700s. Hindsight capital. Always right.
Hindsight capital. We'll tell you what you should have done whenever you need it.
Yep.
I'd love to see 520s again before close. for no particular reason.
That was the over-under, 520.
Go back to VWAP. Oh wait, no, that's not VWAP. VWAP's way down there. Yeah, there's no way we're getting back to VWAP.
AWS wants to know, do we recommend the market data subscription? I assume that you're talking about level 2 data.
Ooh, yes.
If you were here during fast markets this morning, man, we were reading the tape all morning long. We had 1,000 lot orders flying around in the S&P, and the only way you would have seen that was with level 2 data.
This is a skill to learn, though. So don't just buy it thinking that you're going to magically, know how to use it. It is a tool that requires some practice.
Absolutely.
It does. Screen time. No substitute for screen time. But that said, it is a valuable resource. And
oh yeah,
that add-on comes from the exchange. It has nothing to do with Topstep. The exchange charges more for better data. That's all there is to it.
Intel straight up cooking. Absolutely cooking. I did market buy some Intel yesterday. Not financial advice.
Not financial
Yep.
advice.
I mean, hey, if it's good enough for the United States, probably good enough for me.
Mm-hmm.
Are you getting close at all to your entry, Dolby?
No. Today was not a good day. Not a good day.
Oh, we got a quote from Vladimir Putin.
What?
The issue of U.S. stand on Greenland ownership is a matter of no concern to Russia. Russia don't care. You think he's lying?
Who knows? It's all mind games.
It is. Politics is a dirty business
that we are not privy to. I mean, by the time the news gets to us, it's what they want us to hear.
I'm not
Absolutely.
Be in
it's all
anymore.
curated. Completely curated. Little boost here going into the close.
Yep.
We've got we got 100 seconds. 100 seconds. Pardon me. Pick up. 100 seconds to the bell.
We are flat. No, we're flat. We pulled all of our orders, so nothing. We're going to end the day down 219. Consider that a victory.
No one's full porting long into the bell, huh?
I'm not, but I am in long. Just for kicks and
2,700 is
giggles.
where it's at.
We're stopped below the previous wicks.
Sure.
So we can see if we can get a little run up here. There we go.
Yeah, there might be some momentum into close here for a scalper.
Just a little bit.
I'm longing emotionally for more boring days, to be honest. A little too much action for my old ass over here.
45 seconds to the bell.
I need to change my price target to 20 because that would be appropriate.
What was your entry price again, Mandy?
77.
77. 25 477 long. Man, it's skittish right here. Getting a little bit of a pop. Here we go.
Nice bid.
And right back down to entry.
Yep.
15 seconds. 15 seconds. Seller stepping in just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just for some
It's like we're
fun
It's
excitement.
like we're jockeying
here.
for position right here.
I mean, it was a
action-packed
power hour.
Yeah, it sure was.
That was like one of the chillest I've seen in a minute. Usually it's more wiki than that.
There's your rip. Here we go. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's see if Mandy can get this.
That's awesome. Yeah, sometimes you'll see a
James.
nice change in direction sometimes after the bell. But, it's always smart to close out when you can. You should, but Topstep does have the auto liquidator feature at 2:10, or sorry, that'd be 3:10 Central. So
3:10 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, we can wait for the auto liquidator or the TP. What's interesting is once you're locked out at like 310, if you have any pending orders in there, they won't get filled.
Oh yeah,
I played with that one time. Yeah. So
flatten all, delete all, cancel all.
Yep.
Cancel,
Yep,
flatten,
all
delete.
of that.
Nothing's getting filled after 3:10 p.m. Central Time until 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time.
Yeah.
That's the way
Great.
it goes here. Doesn't matter what kind of account you're in. That's it. All right, guys. Mandy, we're rooting for you. Let's get another
you.
pop in these markets. And that's it for today, folks. We're going to turn it over to Dr. Volatility, Mr. James himself, James Harden, not the basketball player, but he's still number one in our hearts. All right, guys. We will catch you all tomorrow. James, take over, my friend.
You got it, JD. Thank you to Mandy, Dolby, and JD for a power hour. And as always, thank you to you, everybody at home or on the road or in the car, wherever you're watching us from. Thank you for hanging with us bell to bell. We appreciate your time and your energy, but keep that energy going because we're not stopping. At the Buzzer's up next with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. That's right. TV here at Topstep keeps on going even after the main show goes off air. So at the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, they're going to get you ready for the market reopen. They're going to recap everything that went down in the markets today. So there's only one show to keep watching once we wrap, and that's at the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul right after this. Then later tonight, make sure to be back here at 7:30 p.m. Central Time for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Tonight, Coach Jay will be sitting down with Coach Dakota. So you love all the trading you saw Coach Jay do here today on the show. Be sure to come back tonight for Slow Markets and watch him and Dakota trade it up. Metals move crazy overnight, so be sure to stick with TopstepTV and never be caught unaware. Then tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m., London Open with Aaron Trades is back. 3:30 a.m. sees Deanna back with a Euro trade. You caught Deanna today on group coaching. If you liked what you heard, you liked her analysis, be sure to catch Euro Trade. 3:30 a.m. every morning, except for Fridays, here on TopstepTV. And then we're going to be back here doing this whole thing all over again tomorrow morning at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. Taking a look ahead at the juice. We still got lots of numbers coming this week. Things are not slowing down. What a day today was. The markets are waking back up. So stick with us for breaking news, for trade highlights, everything you need. Bell to bell, we got you covered. The only way we know how, and that's here on TopstepTV. So until tomorrow, you guys know what I'm going to say. I've been James Harden. You're the chat. And this is TopstepTV. Let's go.